My wife pressured me into an open marriage saying she needed to explore, but when I stayed monogamous she accused me of martyring myself to make her feel guilty, so now our couples therapist wants to charge me extra to learn why I won't cheat. Posted by you/otherwise_space421. My wife and I have been together for 13 years and married for 10. We have a 7-year-old son with autism and ADHD who needs a lot of adult supervision. My wife came out as bisexual and non-monogamous last year. I agreed to open up the marriage so she could explore that side of her. I wasn't thrilled about it, but it meant a lot to her. Sometimes you just have to do things you don't want, and I have a bunch of blood pressure related issues that are making it hard for me to keep up in that area. She has an online boyfriend she's hooked up with a few times, and she's also gone on a couple dates with different women. I am technically allowed to date other people as well, in the same sense that a vegetarian is allowed to eat steak tartare. I have zero interest, and even if I were interested, between work and our son, I flat out don't have the time. Lately, my wife has told me she feels like I'm guilt-tripping her and martyring myself by not taking advantage of the open part of our open marriage. When I tell her I'm not interested, she gets angry and says I'm being unfair and hurting her feelings by not participating. Twice now she's threatened to break up with her boyfriend, and at this point, I honestly couldn't care less if she did, and I know she won't. I am not a patient man by default, and what little patience I have is all but gone here. She already gets to be intimate with other people and come back to our home, and that's not good enough for her anymore? I have been thinking about threatening divorce, but I don't want to make threats in general, and especially not until I'm 100% committed to following through, and I'm not there yet. We are in couples therapy. Our therapist is useless on this issue. She just makes us automatically denigrate ourselves by saying the story I'm telling myself is. Whenever we talk about our feelings. One time she charged us $400 for a podcast recommendation. My wife loves this therapist and does not want to switch. I have been asking around for some perspectives on this. Consensus seems to be a combination of maybe she feels guilty and you are a liar and an idiot. Edit, I did not have get screamed at for saying I consented on my bingo card, I'll just say that up front. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you know your relationship better than anyone here, and it's clear you've already put a lot of thought and effort into navigating this. From the way you describe things, it sounds like there's some frustration and resentment building up, and that can make conversations harder. Has your wife shared what's underneath her wish for you to explore more? Is it about wanting you to feel balanced, or is it more about how she imagines fairness? And have you two tried exploring together, whether that means deepening intimacy just between you or finding safe ways to experiment as a couple before branching out? I don't envy the spot you're in. It sounds draining, especially while managing the demands of parenting and health. Opening a relationship is complicated even when things are solid, and it often amplifies existing tensions rather than smoothing them out. I hope you both find a way to realign, whether that means leaning into the open marriage with more togetherness or focusing back on strengthening your foundation. Ops response, has your wife shared what's underneath her wish for you to explore more? Is it about wanting you to feel balanced, or is it more about how she imagines fairness? She says it's because she thinks me not sleeping around is me actively guilt-tripping her for sleeping around. My guess is that she doesn't want to be seen as the only one doing it if and when other people find out. Commenter 2, wow, this sucks. Sorry you're going through it. Why does she say she feels like you're guilt-tripping her? Is there something else besides you just not feeling like dating right now? You can tell her you might date someone later and you reserve the right to. Maybe you'll meet someone and have feels for them, who knows? But it's strange that she gets to have her harem and is angry, rather than concerned or empathetic, that you're not doing anything for yourself in this area. What is her explanation for feeling like you guilt-trip her? Is it all just projection, or do you think there might be a path to putting that whole part to rest? She's getting to have her cake and eat it too. There should be incentive there for her to make a peaceful truce so the two of you can focus on your son together instead of this toxic dynamic. I think you're going to hear a lot of feedback like your relationship styles are incompatible, break up, but it sounds more to me like your partner is having a real crisis and needs to find a healthy way to process everything. I hope you guys find a way forward, but also I would say that you should drop out of the sessions with that therapist. Couples therapy can only do so much, and the couple needs to at least agree on the therapist. I think you'll both do better with individual therapy. Particularly if you make improving communication and understanding of each other one of your goals in individual therapy, to work out within yourselves and try to bring back to the relationship. Ops response, what is her explanation for feeling like you guilt-trip her? So far, she thinks it's self-obvious, and that if I were happy about her doing it, I'd obviously be doing it myself. And the first time I made the mistake of telling her I wasn't happy with it, she threatened to break up with her boyfriend. There should be incentive there for her to make a peaceful truce. I agree. It would be nice if she could learn to take the win for once. Commenter 3, get another therapist, one that has E&M experience. Ops response, this one does. Commenter 3, that is unexpected. What is your therapist saying? If they are useless on this issue, it usually means either they don't have E&M experience or they are telling you something you don't want to hear. Ops response, she charged $400 for a podcast recommendation and told us to preface everything we say about our feelings with the story I'm telling myself is. She also thinks I'll enjoy sleeping around when I start doing it. Update, 7 days later. It's been too long, and there are officially too many responses for me to reply to them all, so I'm making a new thread. It's been this long in part because, shortly after I said I wouldn't debate the fact that I consented to this anymore, someone reported me to the admins and got me suspended. So congratulations to whoever did that for a twist I didn't see coming. Anyway, we've had some couples therapy sessions in the meantime, and I brought up yet again that I'm fine with her having her boyfriend and dating other women. I just don't want to sleep around with anyone else right now. Didn't work. They both think I'm just a dumb, boring jerk. The next session I tried an analogy of someone bringing you a bowl of ice cream that you asked for even though they don't want any ice cream themselves. Actual response from the therapist: I just don't see why you wouldn't have your own bowl of ice cream. That's kind of a downer. So no progress there. To address other general themes and categories of comments because there are too many to respond to them all. Take some time for yourself or do something with your friends. This one popped up a lot, and I can see the reasoning behind it. The problem is twofold. My wife doesn't want me to take time for myself or spend time with my friends. She specifically wants me to date and be intimate with other people. That time and those friends don't exist. We lost 3 people at my job, and I took over 2 of their workloads. My kid requires constant hovering and goading just to get his homework done and to make sure he hasn't had another bathroom accident. The neurons just aren't firing for him to be aware of all that. My friend group is all lost to normal friend erosion, a couple early passings, having an autistic kid who doesn't like to leave the house or play well with others, and us moving across the country. And, again, my wife doesn't want me to take time to meet with them. She wants me to be intimate with other people. Why can't your wife spend more time with the kid? Based on what I've seen the few times I've had to be out of town for work or funerals, for all that my wife is going for her, she is really, really bad at solo parenting. She doesn't cook, so anything the 2 of them would be eating is either raw fruit and vegetables, something I cooked before and left for her to reheat, and she stopped liking leftovers, so that's a non-starter, or fast food. She doesn't clean or do laundry, so unless I've done a thorough cleaning and laundry frenzy immediately before leaving, they'll be wearing filthy rags, and there will be flies and spoiled food in the kitchen and living room. If she doesn't like his teacher, she won't make him do homework. She has trouble remembering to give him his meds, so his behavior issues flare up at school. She's also way more willing to just let him skip school than I am, so I always have to play catch up whenever I get back. My family lives too far away to pick up the slack for her, and her family is flighty and unreliable. What do you want out of this? I want her to stop badgering me to date other people. That's literally it. I want her to be satisfied with the win she already got. You need to find a new therapist, and she needs to get her own therapist, and you need your own therapist too, in an ideal world, sure. But we don't have the budget to triple our therapy costs, and I don't have the ability to dip out of work in the middle of the day once or twice a week for even more 45-minute chunks of time for even more therapy. Just close the relationship. If I thought that would solve anything, I would. But it wouldn't. She would just be even angrier at me, or she'd just cheat, or both. Why did you agree to this if you don't want it? I guarantee everyone here has agreed to do something they didn't want to because a friend or partner asked. I guarantee nobody here has gotten 100% of what they wanted 100% of the time. Sometimes you do, in fact, have to compromise and give in. This is apparently a controversial statement here. Your girl say she bi but she smash a dude, she came out as bi and non-monogamous. Those are 2 different things. Any number of suggestions to try someone's very specific kink, putting aside even the logistics of it. What about anything I've said here makes you think I'd be interested in any of that? Heck, even she's not into any real kinks. That's it. Not expecting much of anything here. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, do your wife and therapist know that it's much harder to find females who will date an E&M man? Ops response, her point has been that it's depressing that I haven't even tried, and that she is certain I will be happier when I do it, not if, when. Commenter 2, they're acting like you can just run down to the coffee shop and pick up a date that'll agree to have intimacy with you. Dating is hard work for married E&M dudes, even when they're enthusiastic about doing it. This is a totally unfair and unrealistic expectation. Does your couples therapist have any actual experience doing non-monogamy themselves? ETA, as a married E&M woman, if I went on a date with a man and any whiff of this scenario came to light, I'd run for the hills. Ops response, ETA, as a married E&M woman, if I went on a date with a man and any whiff of this scenario came to light, I'd run for the hills. I'm sure most people would. Does your couples therapist have any actual experience doing non-monogamy themselves? I'm not about to ask her for her dating history, but she advertises as an E&M/poly-friendly therapist and has good reviews. Commenter 3, this doesn't sound like a very fulfilling marriage in general. Have you considered separation? Ops response, yes, and I'm not there yet. Commenter 4, it sounds like you're a solo parent already with a controlling roommate for a wife. Your whole point too is full of red flags. She can't feed your kid? Or do any cleaning? Or keep up with his meds? Or have firm boundaries around school? She sounds less like a parent and more like a put-upon older sibling. Whether or not you're E&M, having personal time to yourself to do things is a no-brainer. Especially being able to connect with friends. Take all the conversation about E&M out, and I'm having a hard time seeing how this is a healthy partnership where you evenly divide up tasks and have the time to enjoy things that make you happy. Your wife needs to ask herself why she is so against you taking personal time to do hobbies or connect with your friends. But that's work she needs to do in therapy. This whole trying to strong-arm you into being intimate with other people is really burying the lead on some severe underlying problems. Op's response: your wife needs to ask herself why she is so against you taking personal time to do hobbies or connect with your friends. When I said she doesn't want me to take time off or spend time with friends, I didn't mean to suggest that she is against the idea of me having friends or taking personal time. Sorry for any confusion this may have caused. What I meant to say was that she will not take how about I just go on a walk. Or what if I renewed my gym membership and started doing that again? Or would it be okay if I took a long weekend to fly back home and see my friends instead? As a compromise to me dating other people. That would all have to be in addition to. Commenter 5, your wife is acting in a very weird and controlling manner. Honestly, what would happen if you put your foot down and drew some boundaries? Stop attending couples therapy, and stop engaging in conversations with her when she tries to insist you should date others. What would she do? Op explaining the comments he has been dealing with. Which ones? The ones screaming at me that I'm polyamorous over my own objections, the ones calling me homophobic for not wanting to have a threesome with them, or the ones who have decided that, since they think my wife is abusive, I must also be a bad parent. There are also 2 different subs brigading here, but I've been blocking everyone on those threads, so they shouldn't be able to see this one anymore. Edit: well, I certainly didn't have get called a homophobe for not wanting to have a threesome on my bingo card for today. But sure, why not?
My sister-in-law spent years calling me every racist name in the book, then went through my closet at my bachelorette party, so when she called my future babies monkeys I finally snapped, but apparently I'm the bully for having boundaries. Posted by you/letjealous7263. Throwaway because my friends and family follow me on my main account. Sorry for any mistakes. English is not my first language. Here's some backstory. So I, 29F, have been married to my husband, 30M, for 1 year. We dated for 2 years and were engaged for 1 year, so together a total of 4 years. It's important to mention I'm a black woman, and my husband is Korean American. So I grew up in Europe, moved to the States for work after university, and met my now husband, but at first we were just friends. One of the girls in my office introduced me to her friend group when I moved here since I didn't know anyone. Anyway, my in-laws were very welcoming. My husband has a big family, and we got along well because I also come from a big family, being the oldest of 5. I love to cook for my family and friends, so the first time I met his parents, I made an effort to learn a little bit about their culture and made some Korean dishes. My husband wanted to host his family, so I agreed and asked him if I could cook. He told me we could just order some takeout, and I told him absolutely not. My mother would disown me if she heard the first time I met my in-laws I served them takeout. Come to dinner, present were my parents-in-law, and my husband's brothers and their partners. My husband is the middle child. His older brother is married to a white woman, which is important to make note, and his younger brother came with his girlfriend. Dinner coming to an end, my mother-in-law told me she's happy her son found someone, and she loved my cooking. I was happy until my sister-in-law, older brother's wife, started making small nasty comments, like I mean it's just fried chicken. Her kind makes it all the time, she's probably not going to last, so why make an effort to be nice? Everyone heard the comments but kept on trying to distract me. My father-in-law made a joke about my sister-in-law's cooking skills in Korean, and I sneered. He noticed and asked me if I could speak Korean, and I said yes, explained how I always loved to learn new languages, and I lived in Korea for 3 years when I was younger when my dad was assigned to work at our country's embassy in Korea. The racist comments kept on going for a long time till I reached my point and almost called off my wedding. It was affecting my mental health, and before you guys ask why not just go no contact, my husband's family has a tradition to have family lunch every Saturday. Everyone's presence is mandatory. Baby brother-in-law is getting married, yes, the same girl from when we met. I love them both like they are my own siblings. Since my baby sister-in-law doesn't have any family in the country, and we actually became like sisters, she asked me to be her maid of honor, and I said yes. My mother-in-law, to keep the peace, asked if sister-in-law, Devil's Spawn, could be in the wedding party. She told baby sister-in-law she understood if she wanted to decline, but that girl is such an angel and a better person than me because I would be heck to the no. But anyway, fast forward to yesterday, bachelorette party. We decided to have dinner and pre-drinks at my house. We're all having fun, having drinks, and I noticed Devil's Spawn's sister-in-law is missing. I go look for her and find her in my closet, asked her what she was doing, and she said nothing and left. I came back downstairs and rejoined the party. The girls asked me when was I planning on having kids. When I'm about to answer, Devil's Spawn's sister-in-law goes, "Can you imagine a monkey with pulled eyes? She's probably just waiting for her green card to be able to divorce my husband's brother." With the alcohol and all of the rage I've been keeping inside, I exploded and told her nobody likes her, we all tolerate her because we adore her husband, she's just a bitter woman who judges people based on their skin tone, with a total of 2 friends and a family that doesn't want her around. She got up to slap me, I grabbed her wrist and told her to get out of my house. After she left, we tried to go back to the festivities, but no one was in the mood. I woke up to a bunch of texts from my brother in law, older brother, saying he had enough of me bullying his wife, and he thought I was a better person, blah blah blah. I showed my husband the text Devil Spawn is sending, and his brother, and he called his brother, told him to stop, and before making any judgments, he should have heard both sides since he knows who he married. My parents-in-law have now been involved and scheduled a family meeting, and what was supposed to be a magical week for baby brother-in-law and baby sister-in-law turned into a mess because I couldn't hold my tongue. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, NTA. You probably could have just kicked her out without saying anything else to her. But honestly, that woman is just a racist piece of garbage. The only reason not to say those things is to maintain the moral high ground, but everyone has their breaking point. Actually, I think everybody else at the party should have been sticking up for you. It is crazy that nobody has been correcting her when she has said these things. That in itself is protecting the bigot instead of the victim. She is a bully. It's a shame that her well-deserved comeuppance would drag you down, too. Commenter 2, NTA, 1,000 times not. Actually, as a black woman, there is a time to put the trash out, light it on fire, and watch it burn. Racists don't respect morality. They view it as weakness and will keep at it. Commenter 3, Up wouldn't have needed to do it herself if I was at that bachelorette party. Spawn's feet wouldn't have touched the floor on her way out the door. Op's response, Thank you so much. As the eldest, I'm used to being the one to keep the peace, but I just reached my limit. I think it was mainly because it was in my house, the space that's supposed to be my safe place. Commenter 4, NTA. In no universe are you wrong in any way for this situation. If this family meeting takes place, do not apologize. She has been nothing but hateful to you. And what she said about your future kids is unforgivable. And your brother-in-law needs to shut his mouth. He married a monster, that's his problem. Do not let him make it yours. Too bad I'm in the US. I'd like to meet her and give her a piece of my mind. Update 1, 18 days later. Hey everyone, it's been a crazy few weeks. On to what happened. So we all went to the family meeting. My mother-in-law started by thanking me and baby sister-in-law for coming. She knows we did not want to be there but went so we could be there for our partners. Devil Spawn and brother-in-law arrived. We all sat down, and my father-in-law asked me to start and explain my side of things since Devil Spawn made her husband call his parents to tell them what I did. I told everything I've been holding inside since the beginning. I explained that at some point, I wanted to walk away from my husband because I couldn't take it anymore. Devil Spawn tried to interrupt me several times, but my in-laws told her she could either shut up or leave. After me, baby sister-in-law told her side of things of what happened and that she knew my mother-in-law wanted Devil Spawn on the bridal party to make peace and to try and get everyone to get along, but she didn't want someone like Devil Spawn near her or her wedding because she would find a way to make it about her, and she didn't want to be associated with a person like Devil Spawn. My mother-in-law was shocked when I showed her the text messages I got from Devil Spawn. I have most of the texts she sent me over the years. My mom is a judge, so she always told me and my siblings to keep records of everything. Brother-in-law, Devil Spawn's husband, was very quiet, so my husband turned to him and just asked, Still believe your wife is the one being bullied? He asked to be excused and just left. Devil Spawn ran after him. Well, baby sister-in-law and brother-in-law's wedding happened. It was amazing. We had a great time. Since they're only starting their lives now, they could only afford a honeymoon in the country, so me and my husband decided to surprise them on their wedding day. We pulled them aside and offered them an all-expenses-paid trip for them to Italy. Baby sister-in-law always wanted to visit. On to the drama. Last week, brother-in-law, Devil Spawn's soon-to-be ex-husband, called me and asked if he could come over to talk to me and my husband. I said yes. He came over and explained he's getting a divorce. He found out that Devil Spawn bullied someone in college to the point that person tried to take their own life. Her parents cut her off when she would make comments like that to the kids they fostered. Brother-in-law told us a lot more, but yeah, you guys get the picture. Brother-in-law moved out. He rented an apartment, and now Devil Spawn thinks it's my fault to a point where she goes to my office and starts screaming, has been following me. She is getting so unhinged. My husband has been taking me to work and picking me up afterwards. We're in the process of requesting a restraining order. I'll update if anything else happens. Edit, just to clarify a few things. My parents-in-law tried to stay out of it even though they did see a few things. They never said anything because they didn't want to choose sides. They never thought it was this bad. Both mother-in-law and father-in-law have been apologizing since we all sat down. I told them I understand in a way why they never said anything, but I wish they could have said something sooner. But then again, I hate confrontations and let it go for longer than it should. For what Devil Spawn was doing in my closet, nothing is missing, so I believe she was looking for my maid of honor dress, which was at baby sister-in-law's apartment, thankfully. My husband wanted to cut his family for my sake, but I never allowed it. I also come from a big family, and not everyone gets along all the time, and I never wanted him to have to choose between them or me, but he was always on my side and spoke up. For those saying this post is all lies and things because we paid for their honeymoon, both me and my husband make good money. We normally make a trip out of the country per year in October to go see my family and because it's around my great-grandma's birthday. We won't go this year because we chose to use that money for baby sister-in-law and baby brother-in-law. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, this is so far from over. Please protect yourself and don't go anywhere alone for a while. Glad she got some consequences, but yikes. Commenter 2, this is one of the first ones in this sub where the parents actually came through. Usually the parents will enable the garbage behavior, but these held a proper intervention. Ops response, they're amazing. They always try and stay neutral, but they actually came through. Commenter 3, please err on the side of caution and put up cameras, interior and exterior, for your protection. Crazy sister-in-law will eventually do something, but may wait a long time, even years, to retaliate, so you will need proof. If you are able to get a restraining order, FYI, not that easy to do since many places require proof of physical harm, not just verbal threats, your cameras will provide proof if she violates the restraining order. May be worthwhile to get cameras for your and husband's cars, too. I'm so sorry you are dealing with this. My mother-in-law was nuts on this level, and life will always be a challenge until she no longer walks this earth. Ops response, we have cameras outside, both front and back doors, and cameras inside towards both doors. Commenter 4, wow. At least brother-in-law realized the type of person he married and left her. I am glad you're getting a restraining order against Devil Spawn. Please keep us updated. Ops response, I think he never wanted to believe he married someone like her, but when truth was on his face, he saw exactly who she is. He's looking into getting therapy. Ops response clarifies on baby sister-in-law uninviting Devil Spawn from the wedding. She uninvited just Devil Spawn. She knew baby brother-in-law would be devastated if his big brother wasn't there. He went alone and tried to be civil with me and my husband for baby brother-in-law's sake. Update 2, 1 day later. Hi everyone, didn't think I would be here so soon. First, I want to start by thanking everyone for the advice and support. I really appreciate it. Before I get to what happened earlier today, I want to address a few things. My husband is the first to stand up for me. While I hate confrontations, he doesn't shy away, and he won't let anyone disrespect me and stay quiet. He fought with his family a lot because of this. As I explained before, I was the one who wouldn't let him cut off his family and kept insisting on going to family lunch every Saturday, which led to a few fights between us. For those who grew up in Asian or Black households, no families tend to be toxic, and we don't cut them off. We are taught to endure it. I can't answer to what my brother-in-law thought of his soon-to-be ex-wife's behavior. Honestly, it's one of the things I want to talk to him directly without involving anyone else except my husband, of course. If he eventually explains, I'll be sure to let you all know. Regarding my parents-in-law, they aren't bad people. Did they allow certain comments to pass before shutting it down? Yes, but honestly, I just think they didn't want to be in the middle and be given ultimatums to choose one side. At the end of the day, if they did, they would lose one of their sons. Now on to what happened earlier. My husband is on a business trip out of state, scheduled from today until next Monday. He didn't want to go in case something happened. I told him to go, and if anything happened, I could call baby brother-in-law and baby sister-in-law or his parents or any of my close friends. My husband went to the airport really early, so he couldn't drive me to work, so I took my car. Fast forward to lunchtime. Me and a few co-workers went to grab coffee, and who is sitting in the coffee shop right across the street from my office? Devil Spawn. I told my co-workers I didn't want to be there and for them to grab me something and turned around bolting to the door. She follows me outside and asks me to hear her out. I just told her I've been hearing her out since I joined the family. She said she just wants to apologize and wants her family back. I told her I don't want anything from her except to leave me alone. I went back to my office, called my father-in-law and asked him if he could pick me up after work, and the man was in front of my office right on the dot. As for my car, it will probably stay in the parking lot until my husband comes back, or I'll ask baby brother-in-law to help me get it. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, NTA. You might consider getting a restraining order against her. She sounds unhinged. Ops response, in the state we live, it's a protective order, and I can't request an emergency PO since I'm not in immediate danger. My lawyer advised me to keep documenting everything while she requests a temporary PO. Commenter 2, that woman sounds unhinged. Do you have dogs or security cameras around your house? Ops response, I do have 2 dogs, alarm system, and cameras inside and outside the main and back door of my house. Just ordered dash cams for both mine and husband's cars. Commenter 3, I'm sorry you're dealing with this woman, but I'm glad it seems that everyone else in the family is on the same page now, that she's bad news and needs to be cut out. I would start documenting everything in case you need to get a restraining order. She seems a bit unhinged. Ops response: brother-in-law decided to divorce her, but he has been keeping his distance from everyone for now. Commenter 4: the apology was insincere. She thinks if she does apologize, then she'll get her husband back. Fat chance, she's an awful human being. Info: did she work? Does her soon-to-be ex make a great living? I suspect she misses the lifestyle. Also, she's alienated everyone else in her life due to her actions. Ops response: she was a stay-at-home wife. She quit her job after getting married. He does make a good living, enough for both of them to live comfortably. Commenter 5: I'm confused by Devil Spawn being married to a Korean American. Based on what Op posted, it seems she's also made derogatory remarks about Asian folk, so presumably is racist against them as well. I do understand a person can be racist against one group and not another, but as stated, Op shared some of the things DS said, and they come across as racist against the very family she married into. Op's response: my baby sister-in-law said something regarding that. She said she thinks Devil Spawn was only with brother-in-law because he can afford her lifestyle, and even though he's Asian, he's still fair-skinned, and the reason they haven't been able to conceive is because she doesn't want to have a baby that, even though would have fair skin, would not look like a typical American. I honestly can't and won't try and figure out what goes on in her head. I may go crazy.
My son gave his wife an STD from cheating, then demanded a paternity test when she filed for divorce, so I demanded one too and moved out when my wife defended him, but now they're both mad I only left him 10% in my will. Posted by u/OpenMobile 2057. I, 55M, have 3 children. 2 girls and a boy. My son is my oldest, and up until recently, I thought he was a decent man. Unfortunately, my daughter-in-law Tessa, 32F, showed me that I was wrong when she revealed to me that the reason she was divorcing my son was because he cheated on her multiple times and gave her an STD. She made a social media post with pictures of text messages and showed video recordings of messages he left proving her side. I was shocked, and when I confronted my son, he said that she was over-exaggerating and that the only reason he did it was because she wasn't putting out. Tessa gave birth to their second child 7 months ago, and their first child is 3 years old. I apologized to Tessa for my son's behavior and then yelled at him for being so selfish, intentionally hurtful, and cruel. I did not hide or downplay my disappointment and was only silenced by my wife's defense of our son. I remember how hard it was when my wife had our second daughter and couldn't believe she didn't have a shred of sympathy for Tessa. Tessa is a sweet and smart person, and she didn't deserve what our son did. My wife has been letting our son stay in our house despite my wishes, saying that he needs our support, but I say he's in need of a hard lesson. We fought about this constantly. Eventually, my son accused Tessa of getting the STD from someone else and demanded a paternity test. I knew these claims were nonsense and saw red. I yelled at him for it, and his mother came to his defense and told me a man had every right to know if his kids were his. I countered with demanding a test of my own, and my wife was offended, and I moved out. She and my son sent others after me and either lied and overplayed what things were like at home, and I just got tired of defending myself. I was going to let things be until either my wife or son contacted my job and made hurtful accusations about a female employee that I've been mentoring for the past year, and that's when I snapped. I'm filing for divorce. The house is paid off, so I'm willing to let her have it, but until a judge says so, I've stopped putting money in any of the accounts that she has access to and only make payments to the credit card with a $4,000 limit so she has money to buy groceries, get gas, and pay for her other expenses. I've also changed my main beneficiaries to my daughters and told my son if he wanted a single cent of my money, he'd have to take a DNA test. He later did and he passed, and I responded with an email acknowledgement that he was my son as well as a copy of my re-updated will where he will receive 10% of my assets. My wife and son are demanding a public apology, but I don't feel like they deserve it. Edit to add, just to be clear since people seem to be skipping over it, but my wife called my job and accused one of my mentees of getting special treatment in exchange for special favors from me and other men in the company. She made such a big public stink that HR is investigating, and my mentee is considering leaving due to the embarrassment and stress. Not to mention the damage to my own professional relationship. Relevant comments. Ops response on the $4,000 limit. I can't speak for everyone, but when I applied for that credit card, I specifically asked for that limit and was granted it. It's mostly used for utilities, HOA fees, and paying the people who cut our yard through automatic payments. Ops response on the situation: his wife has caused it his workplace. I didn't say it in the post, but my wife viciously went over a nice young woman in my company that I've been mentoring for the past year. We've always kept a professional relationship that I was always open with my wife about, and she made the choice to go after, accusing her of getting special treatment from me and other men in exchange for favors. There's an active investigation at HR because of how public my wife has decided to be, and some people are starting to believe it. I spent decades building up my professional reputation, and my wife chose to destroy it. I can't stay married to that. My wife openly accused a young woman that I've been mentoring for the past year of trading favors in exchange for special favors from me and other men in the company. HR has been contacted, and I've heard from others that the situation has caused my mentee to cry as well as consider quitting. Not to mention damaging my own reputation. Commenter 1, is it just me or did she like 100% cheat on Op before? Op's response, I did have to go on a lot of road trips in the beginning of my career. Commenter 2 on Op shouldn't give up the house if he was to divorce. Op's response, I honestly never really loved the house and wanted to move anyway. Plus, if she sold it, she could live off of that money, which might mean less money I'd have to pay to her later on. Op's response to a downvoted comment on giving a low blow to his wife and son, and taking his Dill's side instead. I want to be a man who has a son that he can be proud of. I can't speak for others, but cheating on your wife and giving her an STD and then accusing her of the immoral behavior that you're doing is nothing to be proud of. Being family doesn't mean you have to stand by them when they're so blatantly wrong, at least for me. Commenter 3, now that he's proven, he's your son, leave the money to his children. Op's response, I'm leaving my son something because I told him I would if he was proven to be my son. I don't know the specifics, but if I leave him something, then he can't legally challenge my will. I am going to leave my grandchild something. It's just taking a minute to see what my options are because I want to put it in a trust that neither parent can touch. Not because I don't trust their mom, but because I want to remove the stress and drama of her having to be in charge of it. Commenter 4, Op didn't make social media posts. The Dill did because her husband was cheating on her and gave her an STD. Op didn't make things public. His wife and son did when they told other people lies about him and contacted his employer. I think asking for a paternity test was a bit over the top, but the wife and son sound like two awful peas in a pod. Don't blame you for divorcing her. They are both jerks. Hopefully you can maintain a good relationship with your Dill and your grandchildren. Commenter 5, the Dill did because her husband was cheating on her and gave her an STD. We don't know who gave who an STD because Op never said anything about the test results of the kid. Op's response, my son admitted to cheating. In text messages and voice messages that my daughter-in-law posted on social media and to my face during one of our arguments. Update, 29 days later. Because I still see a few people writing updating, I thought I'd give a little update to the chaos that is my life. In short, the young woman who I was mentoring talked to HR, is leaving the company, and will be suing my wife for defamation. I am also being pushed to leave, despite HR clearing me of any wrongdoing. A lot of people in the office just give me dirty looks, keep their distance, or both. I've also gotten a lawyer. She feels confident that because of the evidence of my wife's blatant attempt to sabotage my reputation at work, I can just give her a lump settlement instead of alimony. My lawyer also agrees with a lot of you in regards to not just giving my wife the house, but rather selling it and splitting the profits. I'm back in the house for now per my lawyer's advice, and it's pretty miserable right now. Definitely drinking a lot more than I used to, just trying to hang on. I've also had some hard but honest conversations with my daughters, and I have come to accept that there are certain aspects of fatherhood that I failed in. I did show up to school events and spend time with my children, but overall, I let my wife do the majority of the parenting, and she favored our son. I just never really paid much attention, and my daughters didn't feel as if they could talk until now. However, they're still willing to have a relationship with me and are on my side with the divorce. I haven't spoken to my daughter-in-law much, but she did send me a thank you text for standing up for her. Thanks for reading. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, good news is it's not too late to try and heal the relationship with your daughters and be an involved grandparent. I'm betting this isn't the way you plan things to be, but I think you can make things better than they were. Talk to your daughters, and Dill, and ask them if there's anything you can do to become a better grandparent. Commenter 2, can't believe your wife rang your place of work and sabotaged you. What a cow. Your colleagues shouldn't be privy to that as HR should have kept it quiet until an investigation was done. Don't get pushed out. You did nothing wrong, and the gossip will die down. Definitely get half the house in your divorce. Your wife doesn't deserve to keep it. Your son is a spoiled brat. Feel sorry for your daughter-in-law. Commenter 3, quit drinking and spend more time with your daughters. Instead of wallowing in drinks, start rebuilding your relationship with them. Let that occupy your time and energy. Glad to hear you got a good lawyer. Document what is happening at work and consult an employment lawyer too. Commenter 4, try to get the mentee to hold off her lawsuit until the property is divided. Otherwise, the award will come out of the combined joint assets, and you will lose money from your share. If she waits, you will get your share, and the award will come directly from her assets. My stepson demanded I contribute to his college fund after years of treating me like garbage, but when I asked if this would make us family he said no and that he still hates me for ruining his parents' chances, so now this 17-year-old thinks money buys forgiveness without change. Posted by you/fun_elephant_6393. I, 39M, and my wife Emily, 38F, have been married for 12 years. Emily has a son James, 17, from a previous relationship with Dan. Emily left Dan when she caught him cheating with a coworker. They shared 50-50 custody of James. I met Emily about a year after she had left Dan. A year later, Dan married his affair partner, and Emily and I got married soon after. James never really bonded to me. I admit that I tried a little too hard initially to get him to like me, but backed off when I realized I was trying too hard, and it was having the opposite impact. Over the years, we've built a tense acceptance of sorts, if that makes sense. Emily and I have 3 kids, 10F, 7M, and 4M. James doesn't have a good relationship with them either. He bonds well with Dan's sons, but doesn't like spending much time with our kids. He isn't mean to them but just ignores them mostly. The eldest 2 now just avoid him when he is home. Emily and I both have well-paying jobs, and early on, we decided that I would contribute 80% to our trio's college fund, and Emily would do 20%, because she would contribute 100% to James' college fund. We didn't know if Dan was making any such arrangements on his end, but we thought that at least this way James would have something instead of nothing. Emily recently sat him down to talk to him about his college fund. He seemed happy with the financial help he was going to get. He went off to Dan's for the weekend, and when he came back, he asked Emily about our kids' college funds. When he learned that the amount was fairly higher than his, he was upset. When he asked about the disparity, Emily told him about our college fund setup. He was furious to know that I hadn't contributed to his college fund. He said that I was just pretending to play family with him all these years. That I really didn't care about him and was a heartless jerk. Emily suggested that we could take some money out of our youngest's fund and give it to James, and that she would add it back over time. But she said that it's my call. That she won't pressure me either way and would accept whatever I decided. Quite frankly, I don't want to do it. James idolizes his terrible father, even now that he knows he cheated on his mother. I could deal with his crappy behavior with me, but I never understood his attitude towards our kids. We even tried going to family therapy. He refused to go because I wasn't his family. Now when he needs money, suddenly I am family. I know I am perhaps being petty, but I don't want to give him the money. Am I the jerk? Edit, I think some clarifications are in order. I don't hate that James idolizes his father. I hate that he blames his mother for their family breaking up. When James was 13, he had heard from one of his older cousins, Dan's side, what his father had done that led to Emily leaving. When he confronted her about it, she explained. We tried for therapy then but didn't happen, we'll explain later. Last year, he told his mother that he believed she was responsible. That instead of leaving Dan, she should have forgotten about what he did and continued to stay with him. Emily was expectedly shocked, but when she asked him if the situation was reversed and she had cheated on Dan and he left her, would then Dan be blamed for the family breaking up? He said no, that would definitely be her fault and made no further explanations. This was not as a result of an argument or heat of the moment statement. Ironically, this was a casual dinner table conversation. The other kids had to be excused from the table. When Emily and I had gotten together and things were starting to look serious, she had wanted to take him to a child therapist who could help him adjust better to the changing situation around him. Since they shared 50-50 custody, Dan's consent was needed. He refused. When we were going to get married, we tried for therapy. Dan said he got married before us and James had no issues. We were overreacting, he didn't need therapy. When the above incident happened, when Emily was pregnant with our daughter, and most recently after last year's incident. This time we asked him directly. We thought if he agreed to family therapy then we could speak to our lawyer and work around the custody arrangement since he was almost an adult. This was when he refused therapy saying I wasn't family. For all those saying that I am treating a teenager like an adult. That I made him feel like the other and not one of us. We tried. When we both started earning well, we wanted to splurge on our kids during birthdays and holidays. James was never excluded. Whatever our kids got, he got too. In fact, as he was older, he got to pick what he wanted. For his 11th birthday, he wanted to go to Disney World. Both of Dan's kids were invited. His youngest son and my daughter are the same age. He went, she wasn't invited. We stayed home. We started the college funds about a year after our daughter was born. Emily couldn't start one for James earlier since she was a stay-at-home mom when she was with Dan. It took her a while to get back on her feet. She wasn't in a position to immediately start a college fund for him. What a lot of you pointed out is right, he has been shortchanged. Emily will rectify that and make up the deficit he should get by the time he starts college. But that will still not make it as much as the remaining 3. We have decided to sit and have a chat with him this weekend about everything. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, why would this even be something you shared with a child? Ops response, I didn't share it. My wife did. James doesn't like interacting with me. James is 17. He's not a child anymore. Commenter 2, he has 2 parents to contribute to college. They can fund him. Sounds like Dan had better step up. Ops response, I doubt that would happen. Dan has never been good at keeping a steady income flow, and his wife is a stay-at-home mom. They aren't desperately struggling to make ends meet, but I could make an educated guess to say Dan has probably not saved up for any of his kids' college funds. Commenter 3, is the amount your wife contributes to your kids more than she contributes for her son? Ops response, no. She contributes more to James' fund. That was the agreement. Since we had assumed that Dan wouldn't have done anything, we had decided that my wife would contribute more for James, and I would do the same for our 3. Commenter 4, how old was he when he refused counseling? All of your posts so far imply this happened when he was 5 years old, hardly old enough to be able to make that decision? So are you saying you tried therapy when he was much older and not when he was younger? I'm trying to understand how you and your wife could see that he was dissociating and not go talk to a judge to get therapy mandated. My point of view is that it should not have been left up to a 5 to 10-year-old whether he went to therapy or not, and if the dad refused, that should have been addressed in court. Or are you saying therapy was only considered years later? Because why would you think I meant custody now when I thought you were trying that when he was young? I'm sorry, I'm confused. I know you feel defensive, but you're the adult. As is your wife. You both did not do everything you could have here. Again, I don't think you're the jerk about the money, but it does sound like the ball was dropped to get him into therapy and keep him there and to build a real relationship with him. Definitely not all on you, but collectively the adults in his life failed him. I hope he recognizes all you've tried to do for him, and I hope you figure out how to let go of the resentment you're carrying. I'm sure James can and has picked up on it his whole life. Poor kid, he got screwed here. It's no picnic for you either, but you did choose to be a stepdad. Ops response: when Emily and I started getting serious, she had wanted to take James to a child therapist who could help him adjust better to the changing situation around him. Since Emily and Dan, bio dad, shared 50-50 custody, if one parent refused then we couldn't proceed. Unsurprisingly, Dan refused. Not James. James was a toddler, not old enough to give consent. When we were about to get married, we tried for therapy again. Dan, who had gotten married to his affair partner a couple of months ago, refused again, saying James was fine with his marriage, there was no reason for him to not be fine with ours. He further insinuated that going to a therapist would make James feel like something was wrong with him when he was perfectly fine, and we were overreacting. When James found out about Dan cheating on his mother being the reason why they ended things, Dan said wanting to take James to therapy was Emily and my way of brainwashing him. Instilling thoughts in his head about how evil his dad is, so yeah, he refused again. When Emily was pregnant with our daughter, therapy was requested. Therapy was denied. Reason: Dan said James was fine with his son, so therapy not needed. We did speak to our lawyer to ask if we could still approach the court to say Dan keeps refusing therapy that is most certainly hampering our relationship. Our lawyer said technically Dan was right. James wasn't showing the same level of detachment with his family that he was with ours. It could have tilted the custody arrangement in Dan's favor. When he accused Emily of being the reason their family broke up, we offered therapy as an option again. Since James was 17 by now, we asked him, hoping if he agreed we could circumnavigate the need for Dan's consent since James was nearly an adult. James refused, saying I wasn't his family, so family therapy wasn't necessary. I haven't resented James since the day I met him. I don't exactly resent him now either. I am just tired of the whole situation. Update, 3 days later. It's been an eye-opening weekend. Thanks to everyone who weighed in, even the aggressive ones. I knew what I was signing up for posting on Reddit. Before the update, a couple clarifications because gaps in info turned into wild assumptions. When I said I came on a little too strong with James when we met, some of you pictured me grabbing a toddler by the neck and hissing "Call me daddy." No. I was nervous and acted like an idiot and used an over-the-top baby voice because I'd barely been around toddlers. Emily later said I sounded like a circus clown on 2 cartons of Red Bull. Cringe? Absolutely. Malicious? No. Many had questions regarding therapy. I shared the timeline in this comment thread, so I'm not going to rewrite that again. Many called my wife the jerk for sharing the college fund amounts for our kids. I showed her the post. She explained James came back from Dan's with questions when the fund started, how much, etc. He said, paraphrasing, so mine is X and theirs is Y. With his X higher than our kids' Y without thinking, yes, stupidly, Emily corrected him, no, yours is A and theirs is B. That snowballed into what I wrote earlier. It wasn't a diabolical plan to make me pay more, it was a thoughtless correction. With that out of the way, Emily, James, and I sat down for a conversation yesterday. James didn't want to talk to me, but I told him that if he expected me to even think about contributing to his college fund then I've got loads of questions he needs to answer. It was an extremely long conversation, and many revelations came to be. So, I'm going to give a summary of the things we finally found out from James. Even before Emily and Dan had broken up, not divorced, they were never married, Dan had occasionally brought James to his affair partner's place, so James was familiar with the affair partner. After the breakup, Dan immediately moved in with his affair partner. Emily, who was a stay-at-home mom till then, struggled initially to get back on her feet. Needless to say, James' home life with Emily was a little more chaotic than at Dan and his affair partners. Emily hadn't told James that she had left his father since he'd cheated on her. Telling that to a toddler wouldn't make any sense. But apparently, in the early days, Dan used to tell James that Emily would eventually come back to him. I think he may have been holding out hope for reuniting with Emily. And that's where I came in. Dan told James that as long as I am around, I would not let Emily go back to Dan. When Dan married his affair partner, he told James that it was temporary. It was a way to make Emily jealous. When we got married, he told James that it was my way of making it even more difficult for Emily to get back to their family. When James had found out from his cousin, Dan's side, that his father had cheated on his mother, which was the reason for their breakup. When James had asked Emily about it, she had been open and honest about everything. When he confronted Dan about the same, he told James that Emily had left him for a long time, and his loneliness made him miss her a lot, and so he found some comfort with a fair partner. Emily's father had met with a car accident, and she was with her parents for about 3 weeks to help them. And that's all the alone time Dan could handle before he needed to dip his wick in something. But it was a reasonable enough explanation for James to absolve his father of all sins. When Emily got pregnant with our daughter, Dan told James, "Now that I have started pumping my spawn into his mother," exact words James used, "James' family was destroyed forever." He told James that Emily and I had been wanting to take him to therapy, which was actually a ruse. What we were really trying to do was take him to a doctor who would declare him a problem child, and then we would ship him off to boarding school so that we could continue to play happy family without being bothered by him. Only Dan and his family were fighting to keep James with them. James admitted that he had hoped his detached behavior around my family and happy and joyous behavior around Dan's would convince Emily that my kids and I were evil, and she would eventually leave us. But sadly, I kept knocking up his mom, making it harder for her to leave. Expectedly, Emily was beyond distraught to hear everything. To be honest, at the moment I couldn't wrap my head around it much either. I asked if Dan had a college fund saved up for him and his sons. James said the affair partner's parents have set up a trust fund for Dan's sons, but that does not include James since he isn't their grandson. Dan's not saved up anything for anyone. I asked James why he suddenly thinks I should contribute to his fund when he has turned down every opportunity for us to be a family. He said he was actually okay with the amount that Emily initially told him about, but Dan made him realize that we were undercutting him, so he came back to demand more. I asked if I pay the money, will that then make us family? Even if he can't accept me as a step-parent, can we be friends? Can he be a little more friendly with my kids when he is around? He straight up said no. He said that after all these years he knows me or my kids are not the evil beings his father made us seem. But he still feels I am the reason his parents could never get back together again, and for that he will always hate me. And since my kids are my kids, he's never going to like them either. And since now he knows that Emily isn't going to leave her family, he said his plan was once he was off to college he would cut off contact with all of us. He does plan to eventually get back in touch with his mother when he feels he is ready to forgive her for breaking up his family, but he can't do that right now. Emily and I have had a long and honest discussion. I have decided that I will not be making any contributions to James' college fund. Emily will continue the contribution that she was already making and hand it over to him once he turns 18. We will no longer be pursuing family therapy with James. We will not try to change James' mind about going no contact with us after he goes off to college. We've done all that we could do, we're going to stop now. If James is happy with Dan's family, then we're happy for him. It's going to be hard for Emily, but even she has accepted that after James' recent revelations, she's having a hard time reconciling her little boy with this cynical teenager. We have both taken individual and couples therapy before. Mainly due to the stress and anxiety James' behavior used to put on us as a family. We are looking into starting again. Hopefully, we'll be able to overcome this in time. Relevant comment. Commenter, yikes, didn't think you weren't the jerk even before the update, but this makes me sad. Wish you had asked him this question years ago. I'm surprised y'all didn't think of that. The one sentence where you said that James was fine with the money until he got home from his father's and started asking questions, I knew his father was whispering in his ears. Op's response, we always knew Dan was up to no good. Whenever we had tried to have conversations like this before, either he would throw a tantrum and not communicate, or he would just sit there like a stone and not say a word, and as said before, therapy was repeatedly denied. He only entertained this conversation because of the money he is going to get from his mother and tolerated my presence because of the possibility of me contributing to his fund.
My ex-husband demanded to stay at my house for 2 weeks to see the kids he abandoned, but when I told him to get a hotel he said I was keeping him from his children, and now this deadbeat dad thinks I owe him room and board just because he finally wants to play father. Posted by you/thickstuff8638. My ex-husband wants to come see the kids, and I told him no problem, that would be cool. For context, he lives in another state now. He says he wants to stay 2 weeks, I'm like, oh, the kids would love that. But here's where he feels I become the jerk. He then proceeded to tell me that he is going to stay with me, and I told him no, you're not. You can get a hotel because you're not staying at my house. Then he says, so you want me to pay to come out there, pay for a hotel, spend money while I'm out there just to see the kids? I said yes. Then I told him if he can't afford it then he can stay a weekend, and then a hotel won't be that expensive, but he's not staying with me. So now I'm keeping him away from his kids because I won't let him stay with me and feed him every night while he's here. So am I the jerk for not letting him stay? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, all you needed was the title. No, you're not the jerk for not wanting your ex-husband to stay at your place. The fact that he tells you that he's going to, pretty much tells me why he's an ex. Commenter 2, no. He's insane. He can get an Airbnb like a normal father. Why would he even want to stay with you? Oh, because he's cheap, he's nosy, he wants you to cater to him, and he wants to snoop. You're 100% correct in not letting him stay. What an invasion of privacy. He can screw off. If he wants to see his kids, he will figure it out. Commenter 3, your ex needs to check out campgrounds where he can treat the kids to some fun. I doubt his mere presence at your house for 2 weeks would be a treat for anybody. Tell him nope on room and board at your place and don't waffle. Commenter 4, he doesn't have a right to stay in your house just because he's coming to see the kids. It's reasonable to ask him to book a hotel, especially since you're not obligated to host him. Boundaries are healthy. Update, 9 hours later. Okay, so let me put some more context to the story. Because some people seem to think that he pays child support and alimony, and that's why he doesn't have money. That's not true. He does not take care of his kids. He has not physically seen his kids since my son was 6 months, and he's never seen my daughter in person. He is ordered to pay child support but does not, so everything I do for the kids comes from me, and I have given him several suggestions. I have even suggested that I take the kids to him, and I'll get the hotel, and he can come pick up the kids, they can spend the day together, whatever. Now he doesn't want to do that because he doesn't have a stable place to live. That's his excuse. I offered to pay for the kids' activities, whatever they wanted to do when he came out here, and no, I was not going to be there with them, and that way he can pay for the hotel. He said no, the only way he's going to come out here is if I let him stay at my house, and that I was stopping him from seeing his kids. And I told him, well, take me to court. Because nowhere in our court document does it say that I'm supposed to support him to see the kids. Matter of fact, it says because he moved, that it's his responsibility to get the kids or for me to pay half. I would let him stay, but I know him, and that 2 weeks is gonna turn into more, and then it's gonna be he just doesn't want to leave his kids. He just wants to stay with me until he gets on his feet, which is the main reason I'm saying no. I would never keep my kids from him. I never talk bad about him. The kids love him, and every time he tells them he's gonna show up he doesn't, and somehow it always becomes my fault. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, general comment, for the sake of children's well-being, parents need to get the heck over themselves and focus solely on helping the children heal and have good and decent role models so the kids can develop, break the cycle, and thrive as adults. Unfortunately, parents and adults play games, try to make each other fail so they can win. Does he have the money? Do you really want him to see the kids? Did you tell the kids all of this? If not, what parts did you exclude? Do you want him to fail and not come to see the kids so you can make him look bad and demean him to the kids so the kids won't ever want to have anything to do with him? We see it a lot where parents are so angry with each other that they will do or say anything to make the other one look bad and alienate the kids from the parent. All the games parents play cause children to be maladjusted, have mental health issues, and many end up perpetuating the cycle. Ops response, I really don't know if he has the money or not. Yes, I have been trying to make arrangements for him to see the kids for years. When he does pay child support, I make sure that the kids know the money came from daddy. I never talk bad about him, nor do I let anyone else talk bad about him. I don't have a lot of extra money, but I will make it happen for my kids, and I even told him that I would tell them it's from daddy. But it's his way or no way, and I've been through a lot with him, a lot of bad, and when I say it took a lot of counseling to get me where I am, I protect my peace. Commenter 2, your kids don't know him, how on earth do they love him? Ops response, they know who he is, he's what I call a FaceTime dad. He calls them and talks to them, they know he's their dad. Commenter 3, he doesn't have a stable place to live. As I said before, he won't leave. He is a homosexual and is using his children as leverage to get in your house. Your kids don't love someone they haven't met. They deserve better. Get real with yourself. Commenter 4, document everything. You're doing this correctly. He's using his alimony and child support as an excuse to not be a dad, that's on him. Not you. Keep your boundaries firm, and document everything. Commenter 5, it's not love for him, it's hope for a dad. He keeps taking that hope and stomping on it, and that's the real damage he's doing to those kids. My ex-best friend reached out after 10 years wanting to make amends, but when we met at the mall food court she revealed she only contacted me because our old teacher needed my info for a reunion, and now I'm wondering why I thought toxic people change. Posted by u/c_needleworker161. The other night I got an Instagram message, confused, I thought it might have been a mistake. Turns out it was my ex-best friend from high school. Someone I hadn't seen or spoken to in years. She was hoping to meet up and talk about catching up. Hannah, we went to kindergarten together and were friends on and off throughout our school years. Our moms were friends, which made it easier. I thought she was my person. At least until the summer before senior year, and my mom got sick. She got real sick and passed away from it pretty quickly. Entering senior year I was in a very dark place. Hannah was my rock, her and my other friends at the time. I was starting to feel better about myself, and when prom rolled around, I asked if we could go as friends. It felt right, and things were really starting to feel okay again. Until she ditched me at prom. I guess her and a couple of our other friends had agreed to a slumber party without me. I felt so embarrassed. No goodbye. No sorry we left you at the prom by yourself. It was even worse when I had to call my older sister to give me a ride home. I mean, I can still see her disappointment. Even worse, the principal walked me to the car because I had asked him to check if my friends had left prom. When I asked Hannah for an explanation at school, All she could say was she was tired. You've become toxic with your sadness. Every day you cry and whine about missing her. I loved your mom too, but you make it so hard to be around you. Honestly, I couldn't breathe after that. How does a kid respond to that? I ended high school with no friends, and it wasn't made easier that she never told her mom. Graduation day, Hannah's mom gave me flowers and thanked me for being her daughter's friend. I told her the truth about prom and walked away before I began to cry. I left those things behind me, and now she has the audacity almost 10 years later to try to patch things up. I can't. At least I don't think I can. We spent so much of my childhood being together that I just don't know. She looks like she's done well for herself. So maybe she's changed, but I was really hurt, and I don't think I recovered from it. This turned into a really long vent post, sorry. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, she abandoned you when you needed her most and said cruel stuff that stuck with you for years. You don't owe her closure or a reunion. If reconnecting hurts more than it helps, you have every right to keep that door closed. Ops response, I think the only reason I would ever want to talk to her again is to see if her mom is okay. Hannah's mom had a stroke roughly a year ago and hasn't gotten much better, or so I'd heard. Commenter 2, doesn't sound like the message was an apology. Unless the message was a complete apology showing self-reflection and with no obligation on you to give her closure, don't open the door to your heart. She'll hurt you again. Ops response, it was a short hello. A gift from friends of Joey saying how you doin' and would I be up to meet up for lunch to talk? You can see now why this surprised me out of nowhere. Ops response, as far as I know, our original friend group broke up after high school because they all felt conflicted regarding everything that happened our senior year. I had some friends that agreed that my grief was valid. However, majority of them agreed with her. Update, 6 days later. I made a post about a week ago regarding an old best friend, Hannah, trying to make contact with me. We were close growing up in school together, but after losing my mom at 17, we had issues. I was apparently too much to deal with because my grief was toxic, and I would cry too much for anything. The post was removed, but I was hoping to still give an update since people had given feedback on how to approach the situation. Hannah messaged me Friday again, asking if we can meet up at the local mall food court on Saturday since we used to hang out there all the time. I thought, I had to go to the mall on the weekend anyways to pick up an order, I might as well hear her out. Of all the hypothetical scenarios that my anxiety and stress had popped into my head, I didn't expect her to actually be there. Worst of all with Christy. Another one of my friends from school that was cold to me after my mom's passing. I hesitated to even approach the table once I saw them together. They were older, which makes sense. It's been years since high school, and we were all adults. I gave myself a hypothetical 30 minutes. Only 30 minutes, and I never have to see their faces again. I approached the table. We sat down and talked. Hannah talked, and she talked a lot. Apparently, our old high school teacher, who ran the club that we were all in together, wanted to do a reunion with us. She apparently couldn't get in contact with all of us and was curious if Hannah wouldn't mind getting my info. Christy mentioned that I was the only one that she couldn't get in contact with. That's it. I anticipated some kind of catharsis to come, but all I felt was rage. What else is there? I broke. I mentioned what happened after my mom. I mentioned how lonely I felt after being ignored and called annoying for grieving. I mentioned how it took me so long to trust again after the people I considered friends just left me. That I would come home to an empty house after school instead of my mom cooking dinner or talking to me. Both Hannah and Christy were quiet while I stood there at the point of tears. I can't even remember standing up. I felt childish crying, but seriously? You send me a message wanting to meet up to talk to make amends. Just to tell me that you're only doing this because a random teacher who we sat in a classroom with for 30 minutes every Friday told you. I composed myself. I wasn't about to have a mental breakdown in the middle of a darn food court. I needed you then, and I don't need this now. Hannah shut down. I could tell my words had done something to her. Christy just got mad. She reprimanded Hannah and said that there was no point in finding me, and this proved it. Christy chalked up everything that happened in school to kids being kids. That it was past. Okay. Grabbing my things, I lightly excused myself and left. I cried once I made it back to my car. They have changed, but it's clear that they haven't changed how they felt about how they treated me. Never once did they say sorry. They clearly expected me to just get over it. Again, sorry for the long post, but I hope putting this out there will give me the clarity I needed. Thank you for listening. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you should reach out to the teacher and tell them what happened back then and now. Then let them know that's why you won't attend. Ops response, the club teacher, Ms. Diaz, was actually aware of the situation at the time. I had been telling her and actually had been attending club only for club events, never club activities. She accommodated for me. She was actually really understanding of how I felt at the time, and I would like to get back to her to express my appreciation for her.
I thought telling my wife about my secret 40-year-old daughter would ruin our marriage, but she immediately called it what it was when an adult woman got me pregnant at 16, then got excited about meeting her new stepdaughter and grandbaby, so now we're driving 2 hours to play happy family. Posted by you/Manch Vegas no more. I'm 56M, 3 kids, well 4 now I guess, and just got a Facebook message from a 40-year-old woman who matched me on Ancestry.com. Went and checked my account, and she is sure as heck a match. When I was 16, I had a short thing with a 26-year-old I worked with, she left shortly after, and I never heard from her again. Just trying to figure this out, she wants to meet me, and to be honest, I do want to meet her. I'm just trying to figure out how to tell my wife and kids at this point. Just some more information, apparently her mom passed last year, and she, my daughter, has no family as it was just her and her mom. She lives about 2 hours away, so logistically it's not an issue. Really just wondering how to tell my wife about this? I'm not expecting a horrible reaction, but it is a bit anxiety-inducing. Mini update, getting out of work and my wife's out early today, so I just messaged her to meet me at the local bar we frequent so I can tell her something. I'm sure she will react fine, but I'm still a bit nervous. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I would research her on Facebook and do full background check. She could be lovely, genes only go so far. Her mom sounded a little unstable, intimate relations with a 16-year-old. You don't want to bring crazy person drama into your children's world. Ops response, I've stalked her socials, and there are no red flags. She has a daughter, my first grandchild I guess, and is actually a high school teacher. I teach middle school, which is an odd coincidence. Update 1, 11 hours later. Met my wife about an hour ago. Told her I had something serious to discuss. She looked worried by my tone of voice. I got us a table in the back room of the place for privacy and told her about Rose, the mom, and how everything went down. She was shocked and told me I was violated. Which I had to say yes, that is accurate. I then told her about Mary, how she did an ancestry and found me on Facebook. She was silent for about 2 minutes, broke out in a huge smile, and led with I have a stepdaughter and grandbaby? She then asked what I want to do, and I'm like I have to meet them. So I'm going to call tonight and try to set something up. This is terrifying. Not sure where this will go, but I have to make the effort. I'm also sad I have a kid I didn't get to really be a father to. So, me and the wife are good. I'm going to wait a bit before telling the kids I think. Just got off the phone a few minutes ago. We're driving to Norwich Saturday to meet her and her daughter. I'm still surprised she ended up in the state I work in, Connecticut, even though I live in New York. This is terrifying. Not sure where this will go, but I have to make the effort. I'm also sad I have a kid I didn't get to really be a father to. So, me and the wife are good. I'm going to wait a bit before telling the kids I think. Mini non-update, just got home. I'm exhausted and will update tomorrow. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, can I ask why it's terrifying? Do you believe your daughter is going to blame you or come after you somehow? Ops response, not knowing what to expect, is she going to blame me for not being there? Will she hate me? Can we have a relationship? Ops response, kind of. Her mom never really had a long-term relationship, and it was just them for years. Rose was a good parent according to her, and when she passed, her and her daughter were alone. I don't know the specifics, but there was literally no other family. She did Ancestry as a what if? And was shocked to get a parent match, as well as uncles and aunts and all that. So she searched for me on Google, and I do tend to be the second person with my name after a celebrity. Found me on Facebook with that, and here we are. Commenter 2, I have 2 friends this happened to. Not the inappropriate situation, but the kid they don't know about. One ended up not staying in touch. She wanted to know her family, but then disconnected. The other found out he is a father of twins and a grandfather to a few. They all hang out together. No one asked his wife how she felt, except me. She said it was hard to accept because it happened before she knew him, but she wouldn't have dated him had she known. It was a bit of a mindfuck for a bit, but a few years have passed and they are all good. Ops response, we did talk a bit about that, and given our age difference, she said she likely wouldn't have been interested in me if I had kids. Fair statement to be honest. But given our kids are either out of the house or on the way out, it's not a huge change. Commenter 3, sit down and have a discussion with her. I'm 99.9% sure the only thing that she's going to be upset about is that a 26-year-old woman had an intimate relationship with a minor. In that discussion is when you both might want to discuss how you will tell your kids about your daughter. They'll probably be upset about the age difference too. Kids are very aware of what grooming is now. Ops response, the first thing she said to me was you were violated. Update 2, 3 days later. Thanks for all the input folks. A couple of people said I should tell my other kids, so I did. None of them could come to meet Lisa and Belle, but they are surprised, and the girls are excited to meet them. My son is always even-keeled, so who the heck knows. Wide-ranging discussion as we walked around Mohegan Sun, a nice public place to meet, and had lunch at some fancy Irish pub. She understands that her mom's relationship with me was inappropriate and was very worried any relationship would be a no-go for that. I explained that I'm ambivalent about it. It did give me some wrong ideas about what a healthy intimate relationship should look like, but I've moved past it, and even if not, she did nothing wrong. Why now? That was my question. Apparently it's just been her and her mom, and now daughter for years. Belle's dad was an over-the-road trucker who she was in a relationship with for a few years who passed a month before Belle was born. Essentially she had no family, mom passed, boyfriend passed, she was alone with a 6-month-old and did Ancestry a couple of months ago to see if there was anyone out there. Got me as a match and did nothing for a while, then took a chance. Her mom? Apparently diagnosed with BPD and never had it well managed until the past few years. Was mostly a good mom but flaked occasionally. The past few years before the cancer diagnosis, she managed the disorder well, and Lisa is still devastated by the loss. There is so much more, but she's a smart, accomplished woman trying to do the best for her kid. We all hit it off and plan to get together again next week at our place in Eastern New York. Early days, but did I feel a connection with them both? Lisa is pretty awesome, and Belle is such a cool baby. The plan going forward is to visit when we can and reassess. I do need to share though when we met. We agreed to meet at the top of the escalator by the winter garage. My wife and I got there first and were standing looking for her when she walked around the corner. Our eyes met, and we both started crying. She ran up and just hugged me. Yeah, she's my baby. We probably stood there for 2 minutes hugging and crying. There is so much more we've discussed and background and all that. My wife and Belle mostly hung out while Lisa and I chatted, and they are already in sync. It's early days, and having not had my own mom in my life, then meeting up, then estranged again, I know it's early and tenuous, but I think we have a shot at being family. As an aside, the Dubliner at Mohegan Sun has an amazing chicken pot pie. Relevant comments. Commenter, that's a great first meetup. Ops response, yeah, I have to keep tempering my excitement. She seems to be doing the same. We were both like, all in, take a step back, breathe, slow down.
My grandfather planned his own medically assisted passing and my dad's whole family came to say goodbye, but nobody bothered to call me because apparently I wasn't worth a phone call, then they erased me from his obituary completely. Posted by you/prettyasspeach. I just got off the phone with my grandmother, and I am truly at a loss for words. For some background, my parents have been divorced since I was a kid. My father relocated once I went to college, and my grandfather, my father's dad, started battling cancer shortly after my sophomore year. He and my grandmother were unable to attend my undergraduate or graduate school graduations because of his illness. My father, on the other hand, voluntarily skipped my graduate school graduation, citing how it wasn't that important because he already saw me walk across the stage once. This, coupled with years of emotional abuse and neglect, led me to the decision to go low to no contact with my father about 2 years ago. While my relationship with him has been strained, I tried my best to maintain a connection to my grandparents, despite the several states divide between us. My grandfather was a man of few words, but our conversations were always genuine. The last time I remember seeing my grandfather in person, which was before the stuff with my dad happened, he gave me a big hug before going to the airport, a kiss on the cheek, and told me he loved me. I would call multiple times a month checking in, asking about their well-being, and would sometimes hear my grandfather listening in on the other line. Each time I would ask my grandmother if I could speak to him, she would make up some reason as to why he couldn't come to the phone. She kept me up to date on his treatments, and I knew things were getting bad last summer. My mom and I were going to plan a trip to go visit my grandparents who live hundreds of miles away from me so I could say goodbye to my grandfather, as I had a feeling his time was coming. We didn't tell them of the trip and were going to do it as a surprise. The week before my mom and I were scheduled to fly out, I got a text from my aunt saying that my grandfather had passed. I was crushed. No viewing, no funeral, but they told me they were thinking of doing a celebration of life in the spring. They did cremate him, but no one other than my grandmother allegedly was present for it. I did call my dad to express my condolences, and he mentioned how my grandfather passed disappointed in me because my father, and I didn't speak anymore. This brings us to now. I called my grandmother to check in. She mentioned how she regrets and feels bad that I'm not as close to her and my grandfather as I am to my mom's parents, which is true, as for a period of time in my childhood, my mom and I lived with her parents. Growing up, we also lived about an hour away from them compared to the 12 to 14-hour drive it would take to see my dad's side of the family. The one that they see the most and interact with the most is more than likely the favorite grandchild. What? I have one other cousin on my dad's side, so was she implying I wasn't the favorite? But here's what made my skin crawl: she gave me a play-by-play of the weeks before my grandfather passed. Apparently, my grandfather had scheduled to do a medically assisted passing, since the state they live in is a passing with dignity state, 2 days after he had passed, which still would have been the week before my trip to see them. My dad, aunts, uncles, and cousin came the weekend before to spend time with him and say their goodbyes. No one had told me of my grandfather's plan. No phone call, text, email, nothing. Then, the day of my grandfather's passing, the doctors asked my grandmother and the family present if they would like to administer a medication to keep him alive just a few hours longer so that other family and friends who may not have been present could have the chance to say goodbye. They declined, saying how my grandfather wouldn't have wanted that. His intestines twisted up because of his medications and caused sepsis, so he was in an exorbitant amount of pain. My face went hot on the phone. I understand not calling on the day of his passing when there's a lot of chaos and you're trying to process your own grief in that moment, but the fact that there was a plan for him to peacefully go that week, and I could have had a chance to say goodbye makes my blood boil. Why didn't someone call or text about his intentions? The countless times I asked on the phone to speak to him, why couldn't she just put him on the line once? I truly don't want to believe that my grandfather was disappointed in me, but I'm starting to question why I was so out of the loop. Is it because I'm not the favorite? It took every fiber of my being to not lash out and scream as my grandmother sobbed recounting the story on the phone. I mustered up the strength to not break down and found a way to get off the phone with my grandmother. I don't know what to think, but my heart is telling me that I am no longer part of that side of the family. If there even is a celebration of life, at this point, I'm not sure I would want to go. My mom suggested I write in and get people to weigh in, but she is on my side. She's been great through all of this. So, would I be the jerk if I continue this no contact and extend it to my dad's whole side of the family after they refused to let me contact my grandfather and say goodbye before he passed away? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. I wonder how close your dad was or is to his parents or his mom, and how much they financially relied on him. If she or they were close, or if they were pretty financially dependent on him, he may have been working behind the scenes to manipulate them into keeping you out of the loop so you couldn't say goodbye. I'm so sorry for your loss and how you found out. And I'm even sorrier that your entire dad's side of the family failed you like they did. Ops response: they are not financially reliant on my father. My grandfather was retired, maybe had a pension, but my grandmother also works. My father occasionally drove my grandfather to chemo appointments and doctor's appointments, but otherwise my grandmother and grandfather used their own insurance and own earnings to pay for treatments. Ops response: the cancer spread to his lungs, and he was on oxygen. My grandmother sometimes said his voice wasn't that strong and he had a hard time talking. Occasionally, I would hear a faint whistling on the other line. I just made it a point to say okay, well just tell him I called. That I love him and miss him. I'm hoping if he was on the line those times, he heard that, and even if it was too laborious to speak, he knew I cared about him. Commenter 2, your paternal grandmother sucks. It sounds like she was in charge. Commenter 3, your grandmother was gatekeeping your access to your grandfather. You can probably think of the reasons, but not being the favorite is not likely one of them. Jealousy, fear of financial loss, control freak, or she's a miserable old drama queen that likes a scapegoat. So sorry for your loss. Update 1, 4 days later. I was denied being able to contact my grandfather before he passed by my dad's side of the family. I was considering no contact. I decided to call my aunt, the one who had notified me via text that my grandfather had passed in the first place. She, I figured, would be the most straightforward about everything. I didn't initially go into it with the whole why didn't anyone call me so I could speak to him to say goodbye? But I wanted to get some answers. I wanted closure. I told her I was having a hard time understanding if he had a whole plan, and I had numerous chances to talk to him, why I wasn't given the chance to. First, she let me know that she and seemingly her other siblings, including my dad, didn't know about my grandfather's wishes for a medically assisted passing with dignity until after he had passed. She was consumed with her own grief of losing a father that she, or anyone, had the space to call me as they were still trying to process their own emotions regarding his passing. Up until the very end, he wasn't thinking about anyone but himself. He was a very selfish man, she said. As far as the whole, grandfather passed disappointed in you, she vehemently denied it and apologized for my father's ignorance. She validated my feelings but questioned how much better it would have felt for me to say my goodbyes. I can't say for certain if it would or wouldn't, but I can speak to how I feel, and it sucks. My aunt insisted I didn't have that strong of a connection to him, and compared my relationship to the one she had with him and my grandmother did. Realistically, how much of a part of your life was he? I wouldn't let somebody that didn't have that much of an impact on your life while he was alive have an impact on your life now that he's gone. I would certainly hope that my relationship with my grandfather is different than my grandmother had with her life partner. My aunt then said I didn't need validation from my dad's side of the family with all that I've accomplished in my life, but she's here if I need to talk. I'm still not sure how to move forward, but I've been journaling, per the recommendation of my therapist. Specifically writing about my grandfather and my relationship, and the relationship with my father has been helping me navigate my emotions, seeing it written in words. We're also adding more grief counseling topics into our sessions, so there's that. That's all I have for now. I guess be on the lookout if I ever publish a memoir. Thank you for your advice and words of wisdom. If there are any further updates, I'll be sure to share. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, she is right. It was on your parents to call you, everybody else would rightfully assume that they would call you. And she is right with this, You can't have been that close with your grandpa, or you would have had the same info they had. When did you last talk to him? Ops response: the last time I spoke to my grandfather on the phone was right after the graduate school graduation he couldn't attend because of his health. He and I used to chat frequently. I call at least twice a month to check in on his condition over the next year and a half after my graduation and the fight with my dad. My grandmother wouldn't let me talk to grandfather. Commenter 2, walk away, nothing she said made sense. She was too devastated to call you, but he was such a monster? How much could it possibly mean to you? That's not her decision to make. Your dad with a disappointment comment. Thinking about himself, utterly selfish, but he forewent the week of last respects? Why wait the week then? There is a lot of toxic nonsense over that side, skip it. Commenter 3, oh sweetie. Your extended family and their opinions aren't things you have to do anything about. Your feelings and your grief about your grandpa are 100% normal and okay. You deserve all the time it takes to process this loss. It's exposed some toxicity and abuse in how the extended family, at least this aunt, communicate. Take all the time you need to fully process your thoughts and feelings about that too. Update 2 months later. I was denied being able to contact my grandfather before he passed by my dad's side of the family. I was considering no contact. After conversations with my grandmother and my aunt, things have gone relatively quiet on their end. I moved states closer to home for a new job and have just been settling in the last couple of months since my original post. Fast forward to a few days ago, a colleague and I were looking at obituaries at some cold cases. We like true crime shows and podcasts, and I recommended Clues. One obituary we came across in a case that caught our eye was relatively short, which my coworker said he had never seen one with so little in it. I thought about my grandfather's obituary and said that my grandfather's was similar. I went to Google his to show my coworker, but to my surprise, I couldn't find it. I know my grandfather's first, middle, and last name, date of birth, date of passing, the funeral home he was cremated in, etc. We both thought it was weird, and I just tried to brush it off. But when I got home that night, I began digging through the obituaries on the funeral home's website and newspaper articles in his town online. Nothing. It's like my grandfather's passing never happened. Now, after several conversations with the funeral home, I can confirm Dad's family took my name off the obituary. My grandfather is now listed as being survived by one grandchild, my cousin. Not only that, but someone in the family asked for it to be taken off the website, which is why I couldn't find it. I don't know when they did this, the funeral home didn't divulge, but I do know that because I'm not listed as the direct next of kin, I can't change it back. A picture of him and I from when I was 2 or 3 is literally hanging in my living room. I'm at a loss for words. I can't even fathom how you have a conversation with someone of, hey, why did you take my name off my grandfather's obituary? And change it to say he only has one grandchild. I don't even think it is worth expressing to them how deeply hurtful this is. I don't even want to bring it up to them. So that's where I think I will leave this. I'm going to continue to lean on my mom and her side of the family for guidance in all of this. And of course, therapy. Thank you to everyone for your encouragement, love, and support during this time. I really appreciate it. Relevant comments. Commenter, if they have that little respect for you, then why are you still worried about having a relationship with them? Preserve your own sanity and distance yourself from that mess. Final update, 3 months later. Hi everyone, a couple months ago I shared my story of grieving my grandfather's passing, how my dad's family removed me from the obituary, and a brief glimpse of the toxic relationship between my father and I. About a month ago, I got a text from my grandmother. She invited me to my grandfather's celebration of life at her house. In the message, she told me it was going to be later this month, and that she realized it may be difficult, not to mention expensive, so if I couldn't make it she understood. She also extended the invitation to my mother. My grandmother was right, it was going to be expensive. After some careful consideration, knowing my dad would be there, and there was no way in heck I would ask him to skip out on his father's celebration of life, I decided I couldn't go. I told her I wouldn't be attending and said I couldn't continue to be in contact with that side of the family. The guilt, pressure, and pain, it's all too much. She said she understood and respected my decision. I took the time to block my other aunts and uncles on that side, so that leading up to the event, no one could try and make me feel bad for not attending. To the commenters and private messages that suggested I do my mini celebration of life, thank you. My mom and I a year earlier went down to the beach, talking about our favorite memories with him, eating his favorite snacks. And last week, I decided to have one final piece of closure, not just for my grandfather, but for this chapter with my dad. I wrote letters to both of them, pouring in all my feelings and thoughts. Telling my grandfather I loved him and I was sorry that in his final moments, I wasn't allowed to be there. To my dad, unpacking the trauma and saying I would no longer be bound to the pain he has caused me. That I was no longer his daughter. My mom and I went out to the bay, and I read them out loud. Then, we put the letters into glass bottles and threw them into the water, casting away these feelings I've been harboring for too long and saying one last goodbye to both of them. Surprisingly, I didn't cry as much as I thought I would, and my mom said I must have cried them all out ahead of time, and she was proud of me. We hugged and went home. So that's where this chapter ends. Thank you all for being an open ear and a place to come to for advice. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. I'm sorry your family has treated you so horribly and that you didn't get the chance to say goodbye. With the exception of your mum, it sounds like you're making the right choice, stepping back, and continuing to live your life without them in it. Well done for choosing yourself, and I hope you can find the peace you rightfully deserve now that they're no longer a part of your life. Commenter 2. I am very sorry for your grandfather's passing. The letters to both your grandfather and your father were great ideas. I hope you and your mom thrive from now on. Releasing the love of your grandpa into the universe is a way to let that love shine. The resentment and anger towards your father isn't on your shoulders anymore. I hope you have a wonderful life, Op. You did the right thing. My husband wanted a third baby while I already do everything alone for our 2 kids, but when I told him he's not a great father or husband, he called me the C word, then ran to mommy's house like the child he apparently is. Posted by you/icy_memory 1247. Background post 1. My sister, 33F, and I, 30F, are not close. We always catch up on birthdays, weddings, and similar family events, but we are not friends. This is partially because we are very different, and partially because she doesn't approve of my marriage. My husband is 12 years older than me, and we started dating when I was 18. My husband and his family don't like my sister because she is openly feminist and doesn't care about gender norms in marriage. We hosted a birthday party for my son a few days ago. I had a headache, so I was upstairs when I heard my mother-in-law and husband arguing inside. He stormed in our room, said that mother-in-law says that my sister called my sister-in-law a jerk, said that she is ugly and fat, and then left. I said that my sister hasn't said that, because she would never call another woman those types of derogatory words, and husband said that mother-in-law was there and heard everything and I wasn't, to which I said that then mother-in-law is lying, and that would be out of character for my sister to say something like that. He called me a jerk and says that I don't even like my sister, and that I get along better with mother-in-law anyway, so how can I call her a liar? He has been on the phone with mother-in-law and sister-in-law whole day, and I have been made to be this huge jerk. The reason why I said that is that those types of words sound like something that my sister-in-law and mother-in-law would use, not my sister. Later, I talked with sister, and she says that she was helping put together a swing in backyard when sister-in-law said that she is again in men's business, and that she should be helping with food, to which my sister told her to screw off already, took her keys, and left with her husband. But, I didn't know that when I said that my mother-in-law lied, so am I the jerk? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. So, just to be clear, it seems like you're saying that your mother-in-law did lie, from the sound of things? Your sister swore at sister-in-law, but didn't drop the gendered insults that your sister-in-law and mother-in-law claimed she said? Op's response. Hi. My mother-in-law is now downplaying everything, says that maybe she didn't understand everything since she wasn't that close, and my sister-in-law cried when my sister left, so she wasn't that coherent. My theory is that mother-in-law didn't actually hear anything, and that she believed what sister-in-law told her, but I don't know that for sure. Background post 2. This is going to be long, I apologize. My sister and I grew up very poor in an unstable family. Father left when I was a baby, mother was abusive, but we had each other, and we were both very supportive of each other. We somehow managed to grow up as very different people. I always wanted a husband, a lot of kids, white picket fence, the whole thing, and she was more if it happens type. I got married young, 18, and now have 2 kids with my husband. Madison got pregnant with her then boyfriend, who abandoned her while she was pregnant. She kept the pregnancy, and father is not in the picture, nor is he on the birth certificate. I know she went through hell, raising a kid on her own, in between daycare, jobs, keeping house clean, cooking, etc. When her son was 6, she met a great guy, and after dating for a year, she got married. That was almost 2 years ago. Now, Madison is openly a feminist, and so is her husband. They both work, both take care of the house, they go clubbing, both together and separately, same with vacations. Her husband is raising her son as his own, and even wanted to adopt him legally, which my sister refused. My husband is more traditional. I catch myself being resentful of my sister. If she is tired, her husband will make her a coffee and clean their house. Mine says that's my job and won't lift a finger even when I'm sick. When she is sick, she gets homemade soup in bed, medicine, he dotes on her and is very loving. When they are both in a mood, they order food, make pillow fortress, and watch movies with her son. I'm expected to make all meals, no matter how my day was or how I feel. He takes her son to soccer practice, goes to his games, takes him to movies, ice cream, you name it, so does she, this depends on work schedule. I have to beg my husband to occasionally show up at school, for his own children. My husband makes comments about how my sister takes better care of herself than I do, sometimes he criticizes her for that, too, which she does. She goes to the gym, runs in the morning, always has nails, and regularly goes to get her hair done. I can't do any of that. Who is going to take care of kids? House? She can do it because her husband helps her. When Madison had an altercation with my sister-in-law, her husband was immediately on her side. He doesn't care if she was right or wrong. My husband would probably tell me to stop being a child and apologize. I know my sister doesn't deserve this, but I am starting to hate her. She was nothing but supportive, except for my marriage. She doesn't like my husband, but even there, she is still civil with him and his family because of me, and I just want to cry when I see how different our lives are. I hate that I'm like this. I hate how I feel. I feel like I'm the worst person in the world. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. This is a husband problem. What you could do is tell him in the morning that you will be at the gym when he gets home from work, since he wants you to take better care of yourself. He is a grown man, he can pop something in the microwave. This does of course require someone to watch the kids. Would your sister be able to do that occasionally? Ops response, it is a husband problem, I know. Even if I try and find childcare, then he would be angry that I'm not with the kids. Commenter 2, why are you hating your sister instead of hating your husband? Ops response, I don't know. I feel if I start to dissect my marriage, then a divorce is on the way, and that scares me. Original post. So, my husband, 42M, and I, 31F, have been married for 12 years. We have 2 kids, 8M and 4F. Our marriage is not great. His mother and sister often give unsolicited advice on my parenting, our marriage, and life in general. It has been better in the last few months. Since I sat down with my husband multiple times, we talked, and this time he listened, so they backed off. Not completely, but it is better. In the last few weeks, my husband started mentioning having a 3rd child, which fills me with dread. I love children, always wanted a big family, but it would be too much. I cook, clean, take care of kids, and work part-time from home. He doesn't really help with the house, which I am fine with, nor with kids, which is a problem. I changed all my diapers, woke up at night, I took care of fevers, doctor appointments, school, playdates, everything. The mere thought of now going through another pregnancy, then taking care of a baby makes me want to cry. I know I would have to do it all practically alone, because my husband provides and women have been doing it for centuries. I should pull my weight and not be spoiled. It all culminated last night. After another of his "I take great care of you and kids, and we should have a 3rd" monologues, I snapped. I told him that he really doesn't. The kids barely know him. When he comes home from work, he doesn't pay attention to them, except to snap at our daughter when she is too loud. He doesn't know anything about our days because he doesn't ask, and I stopped telling him, because he wasn't listening anyway. He is not a great father nor husband as he likes to preach, and I have no desire to be a single mom of a 3rd child. 2 are quite enough, thank you. He stared at me dumbfounded, then called me the C word, delusional and ungrateful, then stormed out to his mother's house. So, am I the jerk? Mini update in comments, 5 hours later. Hi to everyone. I don't know how to update, so I'm doing it in the comments. For clarification, we dated for 9 months and married when I was 18. I turned 31 a few days ago, and can't imagine being attracted to an 18-year-old, let alone marrying one, but I didn't think like that back then. Whatever happens with my marriage, I am not having another child. I won't change my mind when it comes to that. I am on birth control, but I also have no desire to have intimate relations with my husband after how he reacted and treated me. I don't have parents, and I really don't want to go to friends with this. I called my sister, Madison, and told her everything. A lot of things that you guys said in the comments, she has been saying for years. She showed up with food, wine, and her husband. Brother-in-law took my kids to their house for a sleepover, and Madison stayed with me. My husband is still with his parents, didn't call or text. My mother-in-law called, but I didn't pick up. I'm too angry and sad to have a conversation with her. Thank you everyone for commenting and giving me advice, it really means a lot. I will update when I talk with my husband and when I know how to proceed, and when I figure out how to update. Update, 3 days later. Hello to everyone. I wanted to update since a lot of people were worried about me, and a lot has happened. For those who don't want to read a long post, things turned ugly, but I am safe, and I decided to get a divorce since my husband and I couldn't agree on what a marriage should look like. Now for a long update. The morning after I made this post, my mother-in-law and sister-in-law showed up at my house. At this point there was still no word from my husband, let's call him Ray. It was obvious that they expected me to be alone. My kids were with my brother-in-law at my sister Madison's house, she was with me. So we all sat down to have a conversation. I know I was being annoying, but I kept repeating that I don't see the point of that. A conversation should happen between Ray and me. We are grown-ups and married. I didn't see a reason for them to meddle. They took great offense to that. My mother-in-law at one point said that she doesn't understand what happened to me. I'm not the girl her son married anymore. I said of course I'm not. He married a teenager, and I'm now a grown woman. She turned beet red and started screaming at me, to which Madison said she is going to call the police if she doesn't calm down. After a few insults, mostly how I'm abusing her son and how bad of a mother I am, they left. Ray showed up a few hours later. Not to ask about our children or to see how I am, but to berate me on how I treated his mother. Again, I think Madison being there changed his plan, since he toned it down when she came downstairs. He demanded for her to leave. She refused and said that she is going to go upstairs so we can have a conversation, but she is not going anywhere until I ask her to, which I didn't. He started with basically saying that I am a bad wife, that I don't love him since I don't want more kids, and I blamed him for it. I shouldn't be speaking with him like that. He is a great father to our kids, etc. I asked which kids? Kids he hasn't seen in 3 days and didn't ask how or where they are? He then freaked out when I told him they are at brother-in-law in Madison's house, calling them both file names that I don't want to repeat. Our conversation lasted an hour, and nothing productive came out of it. We were going in circles. I was scared because he multiple times started grinding his teeth and putting his hands in fists, but he would calm down after a few seconds. I said if he is not willing to work on our marriage and thinks that he is completely in the right, we should get a divorce. He, at first said fine, if that's what I want, I should pack my stuff and leave. I started packing. He ranted about how I'm going to live without him, how he can't wait for me to explain to kids why they are moving, and similar. I said that kids are not moving anywhere. They are staying in the house, and which parent stays here is taking care of them. He really couldn't comprehend what I'm saying. I'm not turning our kids' lives upside down. Divorce is enough of a change, they are not going anywhere. Then his tune changed. He was willing to hear me out. I swear I thought I'm going to pop a blood vessel from rage. I said I don't care anymore. We are getting a divorce. Only questions are about logistics and our kids. To not make this post even longer, this also went in circles. Then he grabbed my shoulders and started shaking me. Madison got involved. They started pushing each other. I called the police. We managed to push him through the door and locked it. He left before police came. We gave statements, and I stayed at the house. I am fine, but Madison has a few scratches. Currently I'm bombarded with texts from his family, again not a peep from him. I am filing for divorce. I don't know why I thought that this could end any differently, but I'm also glad that I tried. For people who found my previous posts, I am ashamed of how I was speaking about Madison, but I was envious until I realized that I was projecting my unhappiness with my life onto her. She didn't deserve it. She was and still is an amazing sister and even better person. Thank you all. I got amazing advice and words of encouragement. Internet can also be full of wonderful people, and I'm grateful for each and every one of you. Update 2, 6 months later. Hi everyone. It's been a while since I posted, and probably not a lot of people remember my post, but people were messaging me to see if I was okay, so I wanted to update. I am officially divorced as of this morning. We signed the papers a few days ago, but today I got divorce certificate. So much has happened, I don't think people would believe me if I tried to type it all, so I'm going to do just the most important stuff. In the weeks after I made my post, my ex Ray decided that he wants to work on our marriage, that he will try to be a better husband and win me back. That mostly consisted of him harassing me, calling me constantly from multiple numbers, sending me flowers, chocolates, and candy. I don't even eat sweets. And showing up randomly at places where I regularly go. We live in a small town, around 15,000 people, so it became town gossip. It felt like everyone was talking about me. My ex-mother-in-law tried really hard to paint me as some mentally unstable, nasty person who just one day decided to destroy a family. She attacked me at a child's birthday party when I was dropping off my son, sister-in-law's child's birthday. Then she tried to say bad things about me to my kids. Luckily Ray put a stop to that. She did everything and anything to make me feel like garbage, while saying that she would like nothing more than for Ray and me to be back together. I didn't want to keep her from my kids, so I let them spend time with her, father-in-law, sister-in-law, and her kids. She took my kids to the park that she knows I think is unsafe. It is unsafe, old and rusty. She also took them to buy them shoes. I know this is a weird thing to be angry and hurt about, but I have some childhood trauma, and I need to know that their shoes fit right and are not too small. It's not a big thing overall, but she did it intentionally to hurt me. I lost it when I came to pick them up and was told they bought new shoes. Everyone was there, mother-in-law, father-in-law, sister-in-law, brother-in-law, Ray, so I just screamed at everyone. I called mother-in-law names that I didn't even know I knew, told Ray that he is spineless, worthless excuse for a man, called father-in-law a houseplant. It makes more sense in my language, Basically, I called him useless, and told sister-in-law that she is very brave when she gossips but is a doormat to her husband and mother. Luckily, kids were outside, so they know we were fighting but didn't hear what was said. Nobody said anything to me, they were shocked. I had to call my sister on my way home because I didn't think I could drive, so I parked and waited. She picked me up, we put kids to bed, and I just cried. I think I cried for 5 hours straight. I hated who I became, I was sad or angry all the time, everyone annoyed me, it was just awful. It did get better. Next time Ray cornered me in a grocery store, I threatened to call the police. And when he kept calling, I actually did. Police told me that they will give him a warning. They told him that next time he tries to speak to me and it's not directly about children, he will spend the night in jail, and he would get harassment charges. Police officer also gave me his personal number if I want clarification on what can be reported. Again, small place, we went to the same school. I joined a group that my sister started, where we do things in the community, like we would get together and pick trash from parks, paint fences or benches, get older people to appointments or get them groceries, things like that. I started cleaning a house of an older lady with cancer who lives alone. She insisted on starting to pay me, and combined with my part-time job and rent, me and my sister inherited a house from our mother that we rent out and split the money. Now I have a decent income. After many awful, exhausting weeks, Ray agreed to divorce me. I agreed to not get alimony if I get to stay in the house with kids, only child support. I don't want my kids to suffer, but it did make me sad that they didn't seem to miss their father. School therapists talked with them, and they are fine, they accept the divorce as much as they understand, due to their age. We had a lot of conversations about what this means for them, me and Ray. They are good, well-adjusted children. But it made me feel stupid and incompetent. What was I doing all these years? Doing everything for a man that was such a bad parent that his kids don't even miss him? How dumb am I? I started going outside more, spend more time with people, and it's great. Turns out that no matter how much mother-in-law tried, it's hard to convince people that I am a bad person, since a lot of them know me since I was a child, and they also know my ex-husband's family. So there's that. Thank you all. I was very confused and very scared when I posted, but I'm so glad that I did. A lot of you helped me and made me see things clearly, and I am forever going to be grateful. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I'm so glad for this update. You said the children have seen a therapist, awesome. Can you get therapy for yourself as well, if you haven't? You got married at 18 to a much older man, and from how you talk about yourself at the end of your post, you need support to also heal from this. Please do it for your children. For what it's worth, this internet stranger is so proud of you and your strength. Ops response, hi, thank you so much. I did think about starting therapy, mostly because of the shoes thing, but life happens, and I delayed it many times. I will try in the near future. Commenter 2, from what you have posted about your in-laws, I doubt that you've seen the last of them. Ops response, I left out a lot in this update, didn't want for it to be a novel, but I know for a fact they would not leave me alone anytime soon. If they harass me, I will report it, that is the only thing I can do. Commenter 3, are you perhaps French op? I ask that because as a French myself, your comment about your father-in-law would make sense. Anyway, I'm so glad to have seen your update. From now on, make a request to only communicate with your ex-husband using an app that records conversations and provided by the court. Tell him that only discussions regarding the children will be allowed. Ops response, hi. Not French, but I am European. Glad that it works in multiple languages. Side post, am I overreacting to seeing my ex-mother-in-law in my dress? Little backstory, I married young and was married for 12 years. My ex-mother-in-law was always very critical of me, nothing I did was right. My ex and I separated 7 months ago, officially divorced 2 months ago, and we have 2 kids. She was a menace the whole time. She never had anything nice to say about my body. First I was too skinny, then too fat when I was pregnant, then she accused me of having an eating disorder, because I lost the weight while breastfeeding. Then repeat all that for a second child. She also didn't like my wardrobe. Luckily, that was one of the rare things my ex stopped her from criticizing, and she can take my dresses from my cold, past hands. Yesterday I saw her, we live in a small town, we randomly see each other often, in my dress. Yes, some of my things stayed in her house, in a closet in my ex's room, from when we used to visit. I didn't ask for them back, but I didn't expect her to wear them. I know I sound petty, but this woman called me immature for wearing these things, while I was in my late 20s. She is in her 60s. She never dressed like that before. It's creepy and disturbing. I am so angry. Yes, it is just a dress, yes, I didn't even ask for my stuff back, no, I don't need it. I don't know how to describe what I feel. I sent my ex a text that basically said, what the heck, did your mother lose her mind? My sister says that it is creepy, but my friend says that it's a dress, I shouldn't care, and that maybe she did it on purpose, so I'm giving her what she wants. I don't see how it could be on purpose, she didn't know that I'm going to see her. Am I overreacting? My ex cheated with the girl who originally cheated on him, then crashed my brother's wedding reception in a full suit begging me back, but now she's calling me screaming accusations because apparently I'm the homewrecker even though I literally had him escorted out by groomsmen. Posted by you/EODOD. I've been together with my 25F boyfriend, 28M, for 5 months. He and his ex were together on and off for 3 years, and they broke up officially around this time last year. I'm still friends with one of my exes, so I didn't really think anything of it when he told me he was still friends with one of his. They don't hang out alone, they only hang out with their close-knit group of friends. I've met them all, and they're really nice people. I've never had any reason to doubt anything he's told me. He has been cheated on by this particular ex, and it really shook him up, otherwise they'd probably still be together, so I don't think he would ever cheat on me or anyone else. He's just not coded that way. That said, he and I were supposed to hang out last night after work, but I couldn't get a hold of him. His phone was either turned off or the battery was inactive. Either way, my night was put on hold for hours until I finally decided to just eat out by myself. I was already dressed and ready to go, so I just left, grabbed some pho by myself, and came home to find 0 texts and calls from him. I left my phone at home by accident. He didn't get back to me, nor did he stop by the apartment, according to my roommate. On a whim, I popped onto to see what he was doing, if he had posted anything that day. I was partially worried that something bad had happened to him, and partially suspicious. I've never had any reason to feel suspicious of him before. As I scrolled through IG, however, I noticed that his ex had posted something. For whatever reason, I follow her and she follows me. The photo was taken at his favorite restaurant. She took a photo of her dessert, and you can clearly see him in the background, seated across from her, his elbows on the table. She made the post hours before he and I were supposed to hang out. And in the image description she mentions having a movie night with him. One of their friends, whom I've grown close to, commented on the photo with a question mark. There was no reply. I was kind of numb at that point. I wasn't sure what any of it meant, but I knew he was doing something he shouldn't have been, and that he had blown me off in the process. Again, this was completely unlike him. It could have been that he had simply forgotten our plans. We organized it a week prior, which is long enough to forget. That said, I'm his girlfriend. He should remember. He should at least make sure he's reachable. I went to bed last night feeling sick with worry, and then when I woke up this morning, I found 5 texts from him saying the following. Hey, I'm so sorry. I forgot we had plans. Kathy and I marathoned Westworld and I fell asleep. My phone died. I'm an idiot. Please forgive me. How about I pick you up tonight and we go to that new sushi place on Main? Just you and I. I love you. I don't really know what to think. He has always made a point to never hang out with her alone. He hasn't made any promises to me in any explicit words, but when he and I first got together, he told me things between him and Kathy were completely finished, and that he had no desire to hang out with her alone anymore. He said the only reason they still occasionally see each other is because they're part of the same social circle. It's the same with my ex and I, except I've never hung out with him one-on-one post-breakup, and I don't plan on it. I replied back asking if anything happened between them and he said, no, of course not. I would never do that to you. But he would make himself unavailable for hours without even thinking to say hi to me all day? Our plans were for 8 o'clock. Unless he's had a rough day at work, he usually stays up much later than that, except he didn't have work yesterday, so I don't understand how he would magically fall asleep so early in the night. I trust him, but at the same time, I feel betrayed. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, yeah, I don't believe a word of his explanation. He has no desire to hang out with her alone anymore, and yet that's exactly what he did. He went on a date with his ex and slept over at her place. Unacceptable. Ops response, exactly. Commenter 1, what do you think you're going to do? Ops response, I'm meeting up with him right now. I just want to talk to him in person and gauge the situation for my own sanity. Right now it looks bad. Unless he has superpowers, I can't see him being able to give me a valid reason as to why this happened. Spending the night with his ex, switching his phone off and leaving it inactive, and neglecting to contact me until the next day? No. That's not how relationships work. Commenter 2, Kathy left his elbows in the picture on purpose. She knows what's up. Ops response, good thing she's petty or else I'd have never realized where he was or what he was doing. Commenter 3, what was his explanation? Ops response, he said he genuinely did forget we were supposed to hang out, and that he didn't go into the evening thinking he was going to be intimate with her, but he did, and then he cried in front of me begging me to forgive him. I promptly gathered my stuff and left, blocking and deleting him from my phone in the process. It took a good hour for me to pull the truth out of him. Commenter 4, shame on him for wasting an hour more of your time to pull it out of him. Glad you got the truth though. You may be feeling numb right now, don't be surprised if the feelings catch up with you later. I am glad you are home safe with comfort food and reality TV. I hope you can get some rest. Depending on how much you cared, the next few days will be the hardest. Remember to stay hydrated. Ops response, thanks. This is the first time someone has ever cheated on me, to my knowledge, so I'm kind of numb at the moment, but you're right, the feelings will catch up with me later. Probably when I have to go to my brother's wedding alone this Saturday. Yikes. Update, 10 days later. Okay, I did not think I would be posting an update on this situation, but so much has happened since I posted the original. For those of you who didn't read my mini update in the comments of the first thread, my ex-boyfriend did in fact cheat on me with Kathy, his ex-girlfriend, and I did in fact break up with him. For a few days he left me alone. Then last weekend on the day of my brother's wedding, my ex decided it was wise to crash the reception. He showed up in a full suit, made nice with some extended family of mine that he knew, and then sought me out as I slipped away to use the bathroom. You won't believe how shocked and unsettled I was to see him there. As some of you may know, I blocked and deleted him from everything when I broke up with him, so I guess he showed up as a last-ditch effort. Why he thought it was a good idea to crash my brother's wedding, I have no clue. Regardless, I immediately told him he had to leave or I would tell the groomsmen to escort him out. He didn't seem fazed. He just grabbed me by the arms and said very clearly, I can't survive without you, Op. Looking me in the eyes and holding on to me so tight, it hurt. In that moment I went from unsettled to flat-out scared. I told him I had nothing to say to him, and that he needed help, but he acted as if he couldn't hear me. He just held tighter, leaned in really close as if he was going to kiss me, and then when I turned my head away he broke down and started crying. Full-on sobbing in the middle of the hallway. One of the groomsmen came around just in time, recognized my ex, assessed the situation, and then peeled him off of me. He didn't call the police. He just said this to my ex, listen man, I've been there. But you can't do stuff like this. You gotta go home. For whatever reason my ex listened. A couple of minutes later he left in a cab, and I explained what happened to the groomsmen in further detail. We decided we would tell my brother after as to not ruin his and his wife's special day. It was a small-town venue so there was no security there. But I trusted that my ex wouldn't come back. Fast forward to last night. A week later. I was sitting at home talking to my roommate, and all of a sudden I got a call from an unknown number. I didn't answer it the first time, but the second time I did. It wasn't him. It was actually his ex. The girl he had cheated on me with. Kathy. Apparently after I broke up with him they got back together, and she was calling me to confirm that he had crashed my brother's wedding. I told her truth, and then I politely asked her not to contact me again because I want no involvement in their relationship. She popped off on me saying, "You're a stupid jerk. Why would you get so upset at him for cheating on you, and then cheat with him when he's with someone else? You dumb jerk." It was a whole lot of that and a whole lot of screaming. I have no idea what he told her, but nothing happened between us at the wedding. He tried to kiss me, I didn't accept it, and then he got kicked out. I said as much, and then I hung up. And now people are saying she's pregnant with his kid. I don't know. It's a whole bunch of crazy, and I'm glad I don't have to deal with it anymore. The fact that he had me convinced he was a decent person for 5 straight months is embarrassing. Obviously he's in a bad place right now. I've been there, as I'm sure we all have, so I can empathize with him in this strange way, but this is too much. I'm going to get tested very soon just in case, and then hopefully I can put this relationship behind me. Final comments. When asked about the groomsman who saved her. Op's response, he's single, and we may or may not have danced together most of the night. Before and after my ex crashed the party. That said, I'm not looking at the moment. Let's just say I need a breather. Commenter 1, well, breaks can be the best, but as my mother always told me, don't throw away something if it tries to organically grow. I mean, you're making the right move not jumping into anything, but don't work against it, either. Op's response, true. He asked if I want to grab brunch next Sunday. My roommate thinks I should get my head out of my butt and go. I want to, I really do, but I've only been single for a week and a half. I was going to give it a few months at least. Oh, well. Commenter 2, I get the appeal with him. He approached a very scary spot, a seemingly confused but dangerous man was approaching a scared woman. He instinctively got that the guy was going through breakup blues. Attacking would cause a mess on all sides, so instead he told the guy he understood, but this was a place he had to leave. If he attacked or kicked him out, that may have caused a mess. But he first said, dude, I've been there, man, and also reinforced that this was a bad spot. That guy said exactly what he did to stop a disaster, and any groom would be proud to have him on their side. Op's response, yes, exactly. He diffused the situation so swiftly. And he didn't go on about it after, either. We just carried on having fun and dancing, and the next morning he shot me a quick text saying, "Last night was one for the books, huh?" Not quite referring to my ex-boyfriend, but not quite sweeping what happened under the rug, either. My parents convinced me I was too anxious to work or be independent, so they controlled my entire life until I was 23, but when I finally got grants to pay my own tuition and landed a job, they threatened to cut off my medical insurance if I dared move out. Posted by you/anxiety may be moving. Sorry if this is a long ramble, I don't know how to put this all together. So I, 24F, have generalized anxiety disorder which disrupted a lot of my life, and naturally, my parents, 50 and 57, are extremely protective of me. I would get panic attacks, go through extremely bad relationships, and worry over nonsensical things. They told me all my life to not worry about getting a job and to just let them pay for things. I would feel pretty guilty about this, especially since my parents were always giving money to my bio dad to take care of my severely autistic brother, and to my older sister who is a kid and has terrible money issues of her own from her own screw-ups. She crashes cars, got fired from work all the time, and more. So every chance I got, I would try to get a job. But my parents would always talk me out of it, saying I'm not worried and that they would take care of it. I was in high school, so I didn't have much free time anyway. This was fine as a teenager, but now I'm 23. I'm constantly driving between campuses and my internship, while also living an active social life and participating in the speech and debate team, which gives me a grant that covers half the tuition. I make straight A's despite any trouble I run into, and just today found out that since I turned 24 in September, I qualify for a Pell Grant that will cover my tuition. Not to mention I'm only 6 classes away from graduating with my BA. My anxiety is also 10 times better, and I feel extremely accomplished. Even my speech coaches have told me they're so proud of how far I've come. But every summer during my college years I would try to find a job, and my parents would make me quit. I only succeeded in keeping one job at a retail store, and they decided to push me to babysitting my brother so much I had to quit for the family. After I quit, my babysitting duties suspiciously subsided. I am only allowed $200 a month for food expenses and gas, and since I go to school every day back and forth in between my internship, this isn't enough to sustain myself. I try to bargain for more, they say I need to budget. I offer to get a job, they say absolutely not. Thing is, this is my last year. My tuition is being paid for by myself, and I only take 3 classes a semester now. This would be perfect to get a job to save up some money and to move out and transition to true independence. I also have an amazing, loving boyfriend who wants to take the next step and have me move in with him. I'm delighted, but my parents 100% do not approve. Despite him being so polite and making so much effort to get to know them, he bought my little brother 2 expensive Transformers toys and didn't receive any thank you from them at all, much less bothered to even talk to him. I feel so discouraged. I tried hinting that I want to leave, but they keep saying weird stuff like you're not done cooking yet, and how I need to focus on my studies. Well, I've been focusing on my studies, and obviously they are fine. When I told my stepdad about potentially having good news about my grant money, he immediately berated me. "No, you're not moving out." Even though I wasn't even going to talk about it. They put a lot of pressure on me to do impromptu milk runs in the middle of the night, to take care of my brother while they go out. They say I can come and go as I please, but demand me to text them where I am throughout the day and make extremely snide remarks on how I practically live at my boyfriend's, even though they established that it was supposed to be absolutely fine. I'm getting sick of living here. I get berated for hanging my bath towel in the incorrect towel rack, have to stop at home to do the dishes between school and my internship even though I'm barely home enough to do the dishes anyway, and I get fussed at for not being home, but when I am at home they don't even acknowledge my existence unless they need something. I'm so tired of them seeing all my anxieties as me not being ready, and not seeing the strides I could make on my own. But I'm still conflicted. I don't want to lose them, I just want to move out and live my life freely and develop responsibility. I feel weird that they aren't even letting me do that. I don't feel like I'm even home here anymore. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, maybe I'm late, but as someone who has struggled with and overcome my anxiety and panic attacks, your parents are part of why your mental health is in such a bad state. The only way to escape the downward spiral that is the panic trap is to regain your confidence in your ability to survive and ride out life's challenges and your own feelings. In order to do that, you don't have to be alone, but you do have to be left to your own devices. Neither your parents nor medication is going to cure you or protect you, but the ability is within yourself. To access it, your parents have to step back and let you do you. Please be strong and move out. Get in touch with a therapist specializing in anxiety disorders and CBT if you feel that you want to stop living and suffering like this. If you have any questions regarding panic attacks and the like, feel free to drop me a message. Response: this touched me. I've been a long-time sufferer of anxiety since I can remember, and there were times where when I wanted to cry and my parents would barge into my room and demand what's wrong when I just wanted to be left alone. It caused me to start crying in my car so they wouldn't see or hear. My parents did give me help with my anxiety though, and made me do therapy, and I have medication for it and it's manageable. But I've started to notice my anxiety stems from being away from home too long for the fear that my parents will berate me, not because that I wanted to be there. When I stay the weekend with my boyfriend, I'm actually less anxious and more happy, and when I go back to my parents and then visit my boyfriend again, my boyfriend comments on how I'm weirdly defensive and anxious all over again. I feel like I can move out by the end of the year at the very latest. Although my boyfriend has offered me to let me stay with him even without a job, I want to find a job first and contribute to the rent. I don't think I want to be dependent on anyone ever again. I'm finding a bit of difficulty because of school and my lack of work history, but I am applying every day. Commenter 2, they put a lot of pressure on me to do impromptu milk runs in the middle of the night. What do they need all that milk for in the middle of the night? They need to go to sleep instead of drinking all the milk. Ops response, right? My mom is obsessed with milk for some reason. If I'm coming home late from a speech and debate rehearsal for my talent grant, which lasts 3 whole entire hours, she would ask me to bring home milk, even though it's so freaking late. It's happened more than once to the point where my close friends joke about it. Commenter 3, just FYI, this is a thing on r/raised by narcissists and just normal. Everyone has a milk story. And a bathroom towel story. It's super weird how many consistencies there are between all these people. Edit, wow. I never imagined my post would get this big. I am extremely grateful for the advice and constructive criticism. I do think my parents have slight narcissism issues, but ultimately in their weird way they seem to think they are doing the best by me while also taking extreme advantage of the situation. I'm applying to multiple part-time jobs, and have been for a while, but the advice everyone has given out has just reaffirmed that I must do this. Once I get a job and have a decent amount of income, I am going to let my mother know that I will move, and that she can't say anything to change my mind. I know she'll be upset, and that my stepdad will be enraged, but I suppose that's the cost of seeking happiness. I might schedule a therapist appointment in the meantime with someone who is quite familiar with how my mother can be, and seek her advice as well. Thank you everyone again, I truly appreciate the outside perspective. Update, 2 months later. So, a lot has happened. Let me just say I appreciate everything you guys have told me. I reread your comments, and it's amazing how many instances I ignored from my parents that was extremely wrong of them to do. Thank you so much for your advice and concerns. I felt extremely vindicated, but more than that, I finally felt not crazy, which was extremely important to me. Anyway, on to the update. So after reading all the comments, I made the decision to apply to jobs. I applied to all I could find, and actually landed a decent paying job as a front desk associate. Also, I got 2 grants from my school to pay for my entire tuition, and have some extra money. So yay! I landed the job, got my grant money, and talked to my boyfriend. We both agreed that I should move out, and he was more than willing to have me move in for $500 a month. I was thrilled, and sat down with my parents. They did not take it well. They told me I couldn't live somewhere else and stay on their insurance. They told me I was making the worst decision of my life, and threatened to take me off all insurance and to cut me off completely. As a person who has to take Prozac every day to function like a normal human being, this terrified me. They told me they let me get a job this time, even though I did it behind their backs, but that moving out against the agreement they had with me. We never had an agreement, they simply told me that I had to live with them, period. This broke my heart, and my boyfriend decided to talk with them next time with me, this time bringing a financial planning paper we both worked on to show we thought about things, and we had a budget and talked to his parents, and they were thrilled and everything. My parents shot me down again. The entire meeting in front of my boyfriend, my parents told me I was incapable of living on my own, that I wouldn't last out there in the real world, and that I never finished anything I sought out to do. Even though I am a straight A student. Even though I got not 1, but 2 college grants. Even though I am literally a state champion in speech and debate. They guilted me and made me feel bad for wanting to move out, accusing me of abandoning the family, and told me flat out that I will fail, period. That I would not be able to accomplish anything and that I will be miserable. I'm not even exaggerating, they legit said I wouldn't accomplish anything. I then tried to compromise, and asked them if I was to still live at home, to allow me to live a relatively free life to come and go, and if they wanted me to quit my job, give me a little bit more to live off of since I'm trying to make a life for myself out there. Nope. They said I belonged at home, period, for the sake of me being home in case they needed me. I don't mind helping out at all, but home for the sake of just being around? Doing nothing? Writing this, I still feel like I'm plain out disobeying them and feeling guilty for feeling upset at how they treated me. I feel like I have to justify every sentence I say, and that in itself isn't right. I think they love me in their way. But I couldn't live with them anymore. At this moment, I realized my parents would never look at me and see anything but the mistakes I've made in my life and see me as a crutch. I was so sad I didn't have their support. But I got out. Now, I live with my boyfriend and things are good. We are still packing, but I have never felt happier. I look forward to going home now. I barely have panic attacks, and my job is going very well. I'm learning how to budget for bills, and after fighting hard, I managed to get my parents to keep me on medical insurance, but I think I can make it work. Thanks again, everyone, for their advice. Just wanted to let you all know I took it, and I don't regret it at all. Relevant comments. Commenter 1: This is awesome. You're awesome. I can't imagine how frightening this had to be for you, but you stuck to what you wanted out of life and didn't let anyone intimidate you. That's true bravery and strength of character, really. Seriously feel proud of you, and I've never even met you. I'm certainly no doctor and I could be way off point, but something tells me that having moved away from your parents, you might find you eventually don't need that Prozac anymore. Ops response: Thank you so much. It sounds great on paper, but it was definitely a messy journey getting out. Lots of fights and lots of tug and war, but in the end it got me here and I'm happy. Commenter 2: How is your relationship with your parents now? Are they texting and calling you and trying to get you back? I remember your original post and I couldn't be happier to read of your happiness. Big slap on the back for you, Op. Ops response: My mom texts me from time to time. I have a closer relationship with her than my stepdad, who did all the threatening to kick me off and jazz. My mom just stood by and let it happen. I definitely feel like our relationship will get better, but she still demands I do things for her despite my busy schedule, but I have to firmly tell no to her. First holiday not living with my parents, don't know what to feel, 2 months after last update. This is my first time posting here. Someone told me on the relationship thread to check this subreddit out when I shared my story of being trapped in my parents' house. I'm still kinda timid about calling my parents narcissists, but them keeping me trapped at home for so long without so much of a second thought has been hard. Especially since my boyfriend's parents are in my life now. Since I moved out in September, my boyfriend's parents have come up and beyond to help us. They don't even wait for us to ask, they helped repair some walls, they'd buy us lunch or groceries, they got me a surprise birthday gift. They've come over more times than I can count, and they even came over and cooked us Thanksgiving dinner at our apartment. I invited my parents to come, but they ended up saying they couldn't. In fact, they haven't visited once. I visited a couple of times but not much. I haven't spoken to my stepfather since me and my boyfriend sat down with him to tell him I'm moving out, and all he did was tell me I couldn't do it and that I'd become a failure if I did for a good hour. He listed all the mistakes I made in my life to the point my boyfriend felt like he had to defend me. I am by no means perfect, but I just wanted to leave. My biological father has visited me several times. He's been great and supportive. My parents, mom and stepdad, have not. They've never offered to help me with anything. My mom calls sometimes, but that's it. This month she invited me several times in the middle of finals to go ornament shopping with her. I'd said I thought that would be nice, but I'm working my butt off right now with both my job and trying to finish my final projects for school that my teammates bailed on me for, so I had to do the work of 4 people by myself. Ugh. She said fine. She calls me Friday, says Sunday the whole family is gonna decorate the tree and eat pizza and asked me to come. Again I told her I wasn't sure I could make it. Me and my boyfriend at this point were staying up every night doing school work together until 3 a.m. or sometimes 5 a.m. Studying for final tests and doing projects and extra credit. I'll admit we had a rough year this year, but we managed to pull through with B's, but only because we did work this entire weekend. She told me my niece Chloe would be there, who is the sweetest 10-year-old ever that I helped raise, and I don't get to see her often. But I told my mom I might not be able to. I said I wanted to, but I had a lot of work since it's still finals week. She said okay and told her to let her know. The next day I gave her an update that I was still working, and she said just come here for 30 minutes and we will feed you, which I thought was sweet. Still I didn't make any promises and told her me and my boyfriend are still working our butts off. Because my boyfriend helped me this entire semester to stay afloat with school, and kept me sane for the moving process, I wanted to stay up with him and do homework, so I did. We didn't get to sleep until 5 a.m. Today, Sunday, I wake up at 1 p.m. with a phone call from Mom. I pick it up and it was my niece Chloe saying hi to me. Then my mom picks up the phone and asks when I'm coming over. I told her I couldn't, I just woke up, I'm utterly exhausted from finals week and I don't think I'd be good company right now. Plus I still had a presentation to record myself for, I am not good with time management. She said okay I got to go and hung up. She hasn't texted me since. I feel awful. I told my boyfriend about it, and he got mad at my mom and reminded me that I never promised I would go. And he's right, I told her from the start I might not be able to come. I even told her any day after Sunday would be better for me because then finals week is done. The fact Chloe was there makes me feel awful too. I keep worrying that she was sad I couldn't make it, and my parents are just telling her I'm being selfish and that I just don't want to come, but I did want to. I just was physically exhausted and tired and still had more work to do. I know they are mad at me. But I did everything I could. I told them it wasn't a good time for me, and they didn't even try to change the day. I never said yes. I shouldn't feel guilty, should I? My boyfriend is frustrated that I feel like I owe them something when they've done nothing to help me transition into my new life. Are parents even obligated to do that? Are his parents just wonderfully nice? I don't know. There wasn't much point to this message. I'm just sad and can't sleep, and holidays are hard, and I didn't know where to go. Thank you to anyone who managed to read this. I just needed to talk about it, I guess.
My girlfriend told me her bestie was just a childhood friend, so I was cool with their sleepovers and family trips, but turns out he's actually her high school ex who convinced her to hide their past because he's still obsessed with her, and now I'm single. Posted by you/3yearsly. I'll try to keep it short. I, 23M, met Nicole, 21F, 3 years ago around my second year of college. I'm from out of the state. I received a full scholarship to the university that we're currently at, so I didn't have any friends at the time. She was nice and took interest in me pretty quickly, and we started dating. She's told me from the beginning that she had been best friends with this guy Adam, 21M, since they were little, and they were very close, and their families were close. Which I was fine with at the time. I'm not really a jealous person and I'm pretty laid back. Adam seemed like a nice guy, and I thought, who am I to really tell her who she can and can't be friends with? Anyways, they have been close even through the relationship. They go on trips together with their families, they study together, have a few classes together, dinner and lunch, etc., and they have even stayed the night at each other's apartments. It was weird at first, but I trusted her as well as him, and honestly she always told me ahead of time, so I felt like it was fine, not ideal. It never really affected our relationship. We spent time together, had a great connection and all that good stuff. Nicole and Adam left on Sunday. They finished finals early or something like that, to head down to their family's beach house like 4 hours away from campus. They did invite me, but I have some finals left, and then I have summer courses starting nearly immediately after my finals, so I declined so that I could prep for my final 2 courses before I graduate. I met up in the library with one of her friends in my web design class to put some finishing touches on our final project. We get on the topic of relationships, and she was telling me about how when she started dating her current boyfriend she made him cut all contact with his ex-girlfriend even though she wanted to remain close with him. She asked me why I didn't do the same, and I was confused. I didn't understand what she meant, and then she explained and showed me proof that Nicole and Adam dated throughout high school. They also went to prom together. I was pretty lost as to what to do or how to feel. I found out yesterday, and all I could think was that Adam could potentially be intimate with my girlfriend at this very moment. I trusted her, but I mean, I've never seen exes hang out and be as buddy-buddy as them without hooking up before. As dense as it sounds, I almost can't wrap my head around their level of closeness and not doing it. I talked to my older sister, and she told me I had to calm down and that maybe there was a reason for why they never said anything. She said if I trusted Nicole before knowing, she didn't see why I would suddenly accuse her otherwise, even if her best friend is her ex. But I feel like that logic is so flawed because my entire foundation of trust for this relationship stemmed from the fact that Adam was her childhood best friend, not her ex. Honestly, if she would have told me before we started dating, I think I probably would have walked away from the relationship. She's a great and nice girl, but getting with someone who is still so heavily involved with their ex is a roller coaster I don't think I would never willingly sign up for. Am I thinking about this the wrong way? Is it crazy that I'm already considering ending the relationship off this whether she cheated or not? I haven't brought it up to her yet. I want to talk in person rather than on the phone. I'm going to hide the fact that I know until she comes back to campus on Friday to spend my birthday weekend with me, but I don't see any logical explanation that will keep me committed. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. The lying is problematic. I made a comment already detailing what I think the lying was done for. But the lying is the crux of the issue. Your trust is shattered, and if you put yourself up against Adam, I am positive she will choose Adam over you every single time. That is the real crux now. Before, you thought that you would be a bigger priority than him. It never had to be that way because of the history as you understood it. Now that you know the truth, it will either be something you get over after hearing her reasons, which I detailed in another comment, I would bet money on it, or you push and she chooses Adam over you. Lastly, you could try to get over it and just not be able to. I would personally find it very hard to be okay with their friendship after this lie. Ops response. The lying is what really makes me just want to leave altogether, not only her lying but his lying as well as their families. I've met all of them, and none of them have ever said a word about it, though maybe their families don't know. Emotionally invested or not, I'd never be up for having her pick between Adam or myself. I'm not that type of person. And those ultimatums in my opinion never result in anything but more issues. Also, they do have a lot of history, families are connected. I feel like I'm the one in the wrong for even stepping into her life. I've been thinking about this too much, although I should be studying instead, but I feel like it's either she's loyal and faithful but knew I wouldn't have even began a relationship with her in the first place, or she's hooking up occasionally or something of the sort of a friends with benefits. Either way, I see it as wrong. If she's loyal, which honestly I think might be the case, then it's wrong of her to omit information and manipulate my choice to begin dating her on the first place. If I had any skeletons in my closet, I would be open and clear about it before I engaged in a relationship with someone, letting them make a clear and honest decision about if it was a deal breaker or not. As for getting over it, I don't think I can, or even if I can, I feel like it's almost not worth the effort. I feel like it's going to mess with the dynamic of our relationship, and then I have to deal with her feeling guilty or always having to check in with me or sending Adam to talk to me or any of the other stuff that I don't even want to have to deal with. I'm probably saying this out of convenience, but once I finish this summer semester I'll be finished. I could have a clean break and move back home with my parents for a few months and be on with my life. Op replying to a downvoted commenter about giving a second chance and Op replying that his agency was taken away. Commenter 2, would you want to confess to someone you just started dating that your best friend was once your boyfriend? The issues of timing and not wanting to scare people off alone could make someone keep mum, and then by the time you get confident enough in the relationship to not worry about them bolting. Op's response, I don't think this is up to you to decide, especially when there were many opportunities during the talking and dating period before we became official. Fooling and tricking someone into thinking otherwise doesn't help the cause, whether it be a blatant lie or omission of details. If I wanted to bolt after finding out her current best friend was her ex of 4 years, then that's a decision I should get to make for myself. The fact that she didn't give me the choice, as well as the fact that I had to find out from a friend and not her, just makes this look even worse. Commenter 2, I don't know why you claim to trust this girl and yet are so quick to drop her and pronounce everything a lie without even considering that there might be a reason other than her wanting to be intimate with her bestie for keeping it from you. Op's response, I trust the girl, but this isn't something so small that I can forgive with the snap of a finger. Whether she is cheating or if she's loyal, which honestly I think might be the case, either way I see it as wrong. It's wrong of her to omit relevant information about herself and manipulate my choice and perception of her just to ensure I begin dating her on the first place. Even if her reasoning is because she thought I would leave or wouldn't give her a chance, while it's understandable in my eyes, doesn't make it okay. Update, 3 days later. Nicole showed up Thursday night after my exams to early surprise me for my birthday weekend. We kind of hung out and talked, and I tried my best just to be normal with her. When I asked her about Adam, she was extremely reluctant and borderline defensive to even talk about it. You never brought it up before, why do you want to know about it now? When she realizes I'm not dropping it, she pretty much breaks down and tells me everything. Adam was the one who convinced her not to tell me about their past relationship. The last few guys she tried to talk to were scared off by her being best friends with her ex, and he didn't want me to leave in the same way. It was only supposed to be for a little while, she didn't plan on staying that close to Adam while being in a relationship. Adam's dad was in the process of getting a promotion when Nicole and I started dating, which would move him and his family to the Midwest, but the promotion fell through. She said Adam became more direct once he found out he wasn't leaving, constantly insisting that she hang out with him without me. Even to the point where she would be canceling plans with me. For most people I'm sure that would have been a red flag when your girlfriend canceled on you periodically, but I've been taking 6 to 7 course semesters for the past 2 years in attempts to graduate early and get the most out of scholarship. If I wasn't studying or with Nicole, I always had a million other things I could be catching up on or doing. She blamed me for not setting boundaries or being more strict with her, that eventually she became comfortable with her freedom with him. Adam still has really strong feelings for her, though she said she didn't feel the same way about him. She admitted that Adam over time grew to resent me and became very jealous of our relationship and how effortlessly happy I made her feel. She tells me she never cheated me on despite Adam's advances and flirtation. At this point she is crying and emotional and extremely desperate. She begs for forgiveness and says that she'll cut all ties from Adam, and she won't ever talk to him again or hang out with him anymore. That I'm the only person she wants to spend her life with, and a bunch of other ridiculousness I could hardly even listen to. I was angry and probably didn't say it the way I should have, but I told her it was the perpetual lying and deceitfulness which had me so angry, and that was the reason I was breaking up with her. That's pretty much how it ended, with me telling her she could leave. Adam sent some hateful text to me which I ignored. Yesterday night I was pretty much an emotional wreck. I felt ashamed and angry at myself for even crying over someone so stupid. But I woke up this morning and I didn't feel nearly as bad as I thought. Spoke to my best friend about it and he really helped me put it into perspective. I'm going home tonight for my birthday weekend, and then I'll just focus on finishing school and finding a job. It was Adam's idea from the start to hide it all from me. Adam still has strong feelings for her, and when alone would flirt with her. He always secretly resented me for dating Nicole and our happiness. I don't know if she actually physically cheated on me, but last time they did anything intimate was the day before we started dating. I'm glad it's over and even more glad I don't live in this state. Thanks for the advice. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, she blamed you for not setting boundaries for her behavior with him when she was the only one to know of his one-sided feelings, jealousy, resentment? Wow. Best of luck with graduation and happy birthday. Op's response, thanks. I think the one moment looking back on this that got me the most riled up was last year. I went back home for winter break and went out to the movies with my best friend, his girlfriend and his girlfriend's best friend who was my ex from high school. I told her about it ahead of time, told her exactly what we'd be doing, that the 4 of us were going to see a movie and get some dinner. And she completely blew it out of proportion and made me feel so guilty about going to see a movie with some friends. I don't think I've ever shown that kind of anger in my life. Commenter 2, so there is no time frame on when Adam found out he wasn't leaving. It could have been way more recently. You have no idea how she rebuked his advances or what their conversations were like. She could have rebuked him several times and didn't want to bring it up with her boyfriend because it would just be unnecessary drama in her life since she no longer sees Adam in that way. Where I can see being upset, breaking up with her over it just seems extreme, especially when she 1, comes clean, 2, admits she was wrong, and 3, is willing to fix it. Do people not get second chances anymore? Is that just not a thing that is done? Ops response: when I first found out about her and her best friend being exes from high school, I was ready to end it immediately with her. I was upset that I got lied to and even more angry that I had to hear it from a friend and not even her. I took some time and really thought about it, and before I spoke with her last night I was fully willing to forgive her if her reasoning was to avoid drama or something of the sort. I do believe in second chances, but trust is something that is hard to win back. But Adam found out 6 months into my relationship with her that his dad wasn't getting promoted and moving on. That's basically 2.5 years for Nicole to take responsibility and separate herself from him, especially if he likes her. Whether she felt the same way or not, in my eyes it's so wrong to keep hanging out and sleeping over with someone who has such strong feelings for you when you have a significant other. 1. Comes clean. She comes clean only after I confronted her about it. Her original plan was just to never tell me. After the year mark she told me that she realized she was too deep and it was the only way. 2. Admits she was wrong. She blamed me for everything. It's my fault for not setting up boundaries and having too much trust in my significant other in her decision-making skills and assessing what is and isn't appropriate. 3. Is willing to fix it. Not until she knows I'm 100% done with the relationship does this even become an option. She tried to blame me for the entire thing and make me feel guilty as if her hiding this information and me not playing detective and finding out is my fault. Even if I was willing to forgive her and try again, our relationship dynamic is ruined. I don't want to be the controlling boyfriend and I can't be with someone who I don't trust. Vital info from Op. The thing about it is that I really liked her as well. I wanted to make it work more than anything in the world, I really did. It's something that I couldn't really convey in my post is that I always saw this girl as like my escape away from everything. I've been in study mode since I was 18, and I haven't really had much time for the simple things in life like hanging out with a girlfriend or going out to parties or anything like that. I didn't want a relationship at first because I didn't think I would have the time or be able to time manage properly. When I was busy, I always encouraged her to have fun with her other friends. There was a mutual trust there, especially with Adam. It was rough at first, but eventually she convinced me nothing would happen between them and that he was just a childhood friend. But I made it explicitly clear way back when we started dating. She had concerns about her freedom and being able to do as she wanted, and she wanted to know why I trusted her so much, since her other boyfriends didn't, and gave her so much space, and I told her that I had no reason not to trust her. She's my girlfriend after all. All I ask is that you tell me the truth, even if it'll hurt my feelings or get me upset. I realize my school schedule isn't ideal, but I think we can work through just about anything. I strongly disagree with the statement that people don't owe their significant other their entire dating history, including people you know in common. If you guys have mutual friends, that's when disclosing pasts are the most important. Especially when you don't disclose your past with someone because you know it'll alter decisions and other aspects of your relationship. That's not cool, on a bunch of levels. Omitting to tell someone about a neighbor who you slept with 3 years ago isn't the same as keeping an ex under your significant other's nose. Maybe if her and Adam saw each other occasionally, or weekly or monthly, it wouldn't have been a big deal, but when you hang out with someone pretty much 4 to 5 times a week, it becomes a problem. You owe it to your significant other to tell them about people you interact with often. Maybe you're different than me and have yourself and your relationship with your significant other all figured out, but that's a really big deal in my book. I could no longer trust what happened during our relationship. I didn't know what was truth and what was a lie. However, I spoke with her today actually. She came to visit me at my apartment unannounced, and though we are broken up, she felt the need to tell me more about it. She apologized how she acted, letting her disappointment, shamefulness and guilt get the better of her. She apologized for Adam's text message and some other things she did. But she did in fact cheat on me. It happened 2 different occasions throughout different parts of our relationship, every occasion mixed with alcohol and them being alone for the night. All initiated by Adam. They also have kissed, or as she told me, Adam would kiss her frequently on the lips, taking advantage of her. So, based off that alone, I'm 2000% done. I had my doubts, maybe she really did just lie about them being exes, but when she confirmed that she cheated, that's when I knew I made the right decision to move on. As for whether it had been a roller coaster and if it affected the relationship in any way before I found out, all I can say is that ignorance is bliss. Looking back on it now, I can vividly see periods that would have made me question everything, freedoms and things that I was okay with, I would have freaked over. Letting her sleep at his house was a big deal, having to split my limited free time up with him was a huge issue for me. Despite the cheating and lying, I do care for her, but I can never be with her again. She either has to date Adam or get away from him, but that's not something I can be a part of right now. Like I told someone else, before I leave back to my hometown for good, maybe I'll sit down with her and give her a new perspective on things, but right now she can learn on her own.
My best friend of 11 years got messy during our girls' night and hooked up with some random bar guy while planning to dump her boyfriend, but then decided to stay with him and take her cheating to the grave, so now I'm the one stuck with her dirty secret. Posted by you/strange. Story 352. I'm feeling a bit conflicted because my absolute best friend of 11 years made a pretty big mistake last weekend. We went out downtown for drinks and dancing because her relationship has been a bit rocky lately. They have been together for 8 years and have 2 kids together. Last weekend she said she was going to break up with him, so she slept with a guy she met while we were at a bar. In the last week, she and her boyfriend have decided to stay together, and she told me she is taking what she did to the grave. I told her that he really deserves to know. She has been cheated on before, so she knows how much it sucks. I feel like I'm in a weird position because my loyalty is to my friend, but my morals are loyal to anyone. My gut tells me to tell him, but my heart knows that will end our friendship and potentially their relationship. I am currently planning on calling him tonight to tell him. I want to give her a heads up before I do it, so she can decide if she would rather tell him herself. Would I be the jerk? Relevant comments. Op is urged to tell the boyfriend about the cheating. Op's response, the issue with that is I'm the only person that knows besides her and the guy she cheated with. She literally said if her boyfriend ever finds out, I'll know it was you. Commenter 1, weren't you two in public where anyone could have seen her hitting on guys or vice versa? One of his friends could have been at the bar. How close are you to him? Are you friends? I feel for you as I would have a real problem not telling on one of either of them. I'd stay out of it. Op's response, we do refer to each other as family. Like he says I'm his little sister, and I refer to him as a brother, so yes we are close. But mostly because of my friend. He has always been there for me when I had a crazy ex threaten my safety. So I think that's an aspect, he always looks out for me, so I feel I need to do the same here. Commenter 2, you should definitely give her the opportunity to tell him herself at the very least. And discuss what that timeline may look like before giving any ultimatums to her. If they have kids, she may not be able to have this discussion on a weeknight. People work, have home and kid responsibilities, probably don't want to be crying, yelling, fighting in front of their children. What's going on in his life? Is this information going to crush him and ruin or jeopardize something important to him? Maybe she wants to do this in the presence of a counselor? This is going to be a hard, emotional, tough discussion with some tough decisions for them to make. They may need a babysitter. The truth typically comes out, and if your friend has some decency, having this secret will tear her up. Give her a chance to do the right thing. Also, as you mentioned, you telling him will ruin your relationship with your friend. And he may get mad at you for some reason, and they may still stay together anyways. Or you telling him instead of her will end any chance of them working it out themselves. And if your friend doesn't tell him and this goes against your morals, is this a friend you even want to have in the first place? Losing your friendship because she won't do the right thing is also a consequence. And maybe one you can dish out that's more in your lane. Op's response, this is really great insight. You bring up some really great points. One thing you mentioned that is in the back of my head is, my opinion of her has changed since last weekend. I tend to view people who cheat as people with little or no empathy or morals, so I am even questioning if she fits in my life the same now, because if she can cheat on her boyfriend and father of her kids, she could also betray me. And yes, their kids are very young, but nonetheless you are right, they probably want to have a safe place to do this. I am the only one they trust to watch their kids, so perhaps I can offer her that I will hang out with the kids while they have that conversation for as long as they need. I think giving her until Sunday night feels right since she doesn't work and he is off this weekend. What do you think about that? Op should end her friendship with a friend because it has revealed the friend's character. Op's response, it was more like friend texts me that she's been wanting a girls' night, she's been cooped up in the house a lot and things have been up and down with her boyfriend. Would I be up for trying a new bar and lounge that opened up? Update, 3 days later. I called her on Friday just telling her that I wasn't comfortable carrying this secret for her. My moral compass tells me that her boyfriend deserves to know, and as 2 women, me and her, who have both been cheated on, I expect her to understand. So I told her she needed to tell him this weekend or I would. I offered to take the kids out to ice cream and a movie so they could have the house and afternoon to themselves to talk through this. I also let her know that it would sound much better coming from her. The opportunity to work through this would probably be higher because accountability and honesty are important in relationships. She didn't respond too well to this. She told me that it was none of my business, and I would just be trying to ruin her relationship. She also let me know she would never forgive me. I let her know that I wasn't seeking her forgiveness, and that it was my business when she chose to cheat on her boyfriend on our girls' night, and that I wouldn't be the one ruining her relationship, her actions would be. She was very upset and rejected my offer to watch her kiddos but said she would have the conversation after she put the kids down to bed. I followed up yesterday morning to see if she had the conversation. She left me on read at 10:53 a.m. I sent another later that evening around 5 p.m. to find I had been blocked. So, I took that as my answer and FaceTimed her boyfriend. I did have an image from that night of her at the bar with the guy she cheated with. I took it as I was leaving to get in my Uber. She insisted that I leave her alone that night even though I told her she was making a big mistake. At first, he thought I was making this up, but after he was able to ask some questions and saw the picture, he simply thanked me for letting him know. He let me know he is going to get tested because they have been intimate in the last week since she cheated. I am unsure where the relationship stands, and I am pretty confident I won't ever really know as my best friend has now blocked me on everything. I expected the friendship to end, whether I told him or not, because I don't want to be surrounded by anyone who would betray someone they are supposed to love. I have started receiving a lot of scam calls for insurance quotes and a few screw you texts from an unknown number. I assume these are her, which makes sense because she has done that to others in the past that she felt burned her. Relevant comments. Up on the boyfriend's reactions to the truth and if she has heard from him yet. I do not, but I may hear from our friend group at some point. He's a pretty level-headed guy. I could tell from his tone he was more hurt than anything, maybe a smidge of anger. So tough telling what will happen. I'll report back if I hear. One of our mutual friends called me last night after she spoke to the cheater, so I have an update. They have agreed to split. I guess this had been an issue from early in their relationship. She cheated about 1 year and so it was the final straw for him. They will split custody and she will be moving out in the next 2 months when her finances allow. Commenter 1. I have a hard time believing that your motives are as pure as you say, if you knew about her harassing people in the past and were fine staying friends with her. Ops response. Fair to question, she would always put our friends' ex's numbers into insurance quote or posts on Craigslist with their numbers. It never seemed concerning to me because it's an annoyance but not threatening in any way. To be honest, I kinda think it's laughable. I wouldn't be saying that if she was threatening people, but I don't mind an insurance quote. If you don't think I'm pure, I'm okay with that. Commenter 2. I wholeheartedly disagree. By all means, distance yourself from the two of them if you are uncomfortable hanging around them with that knowledge. But that's her relationship. It's her life, and I really believe you were making this whole situation about you, about your morals, about what you're comfortable with. You honestly don't have a crystal ball and you can't know what outcome is the best. Especially with men, you don't know how they'll react to these kinds of things. You could have put her and her kid's life in danger by irresponsibly laying that truth bomb on someone. I grew up in a broken home from cheating, and I've seen great people slip and make mistakes. Sometimes people make promises they can't keep. It's painful, but I'd never dream of inserting myself into that drama. The truth always comes out, and it comes out at the right time. Ops response. I do think it's worth addressing her safety after sharing what she did. I know her partner pretty well, and while I understand he could surprise me, I genuinely was never concerned about her safety. He's not an aggressive guy by any means, so this was and isn't a concern. Furthermore, she's a professional boxer, so she can also hold her own. Commenter 3. Classic traits of a cheater. Placing blame on everyone but themselves. You were nice and told her to tell, she didn't. Her actions are the reason she's in her current predicament. Good for you. Commenter 4. Good job in exposing a cheater. Cheaters should be aware that there are consequences for cheating.
My wife wanted to name our son after her substance addict brother who stole our stuff and abused everyone, so I said no way, but then she had our daughter and started cheating with some random guy she met on social media while I encouraged her fake girls trips. Posted by you/throwawares112. I, 28M, and my wife, 26F, have been together for 10 years, and married for 4 of those. My wife is pregnant with our first child, a boy, and she is due in early July. Now on to the issue that has arisen. My wife wants to name our son after her brother, who passed a little over a year ago. Her brother, we'll call him T, was her only sibling, and they were very close growing up, as they were only 2 years apart. However, her brother was not the most pleasant person. Her brother was a drug addict starting from age 14 to 15, he stole from everyone around him including myself and my wife, he was abusive to every one of his partners and his child, and he served several years behind bars. He was also abusive to my wife, and her parents. He had a stay-away order from our home because he broke in while we were away and stole our TV, my wife's jewelry box, and one of my hunting rifles. He passed last year in April from a drug overdose, and it affected my wife very deeply. It was her first major loss she has suffered, and she still attends therapy to help cope. When we found out we were having a boy, she immediately wanted the name to be T's name. I heavily disagreed, and I have offered many replacements, other family names like her father or grandfather's, but she will not budge. She wants our son to have the exact same name as her brother, first and middle. She has even gone as far to say that if we name him something else she will have it changed, or only call him by T. My final straw was when my wife ordered a blanket with T's name sewn into it for our son. I blew up, and I told her I was not naming our child after a drug addict who took advantage of everyone around him. My wife blew up at me, she screamed at me to leave, threatened to call the police if I didn't, she called me a piece of garbage for talking about her deceased brother like he was trash. I did leave. I told her I would attempt to speak to her again about this once we had both calmed down, and I apologized for speaking about T in a negative way. I'm getting calls nonstop from her family, calling me names for speaking about T and not wanting to honor him by naming our son after him. My family is on my side, her family is on her side, and my friends are split on the matter. So Reddit, strangers on the internet, I need your opinion on if I'm indeed a massive jerk for not wanting this name for our child? Update 1, 3 months later. Hello internet humans, not sure if any of you remember my first post a few months back, but I just logged on and saw I had a few messages, so I figured I would post an update. So, if you recall in my first post, me and my wife were expecting a baby boy in early July, and our conflict was occurring over my wife wanting to name our son after her late brother. We got into a huge fight, some names were called and threats were made, and I was led to this subreddit to ask advice and opinions of internet strangers. Well, a week after the post I sat down with my wife, and we had a very long and difficult conversation. She broke down and admitted she was struggling more than she let on with the loss of her brother, and she told me she felt uncomfortable talking to me about it due to my feelings towards him and how he lived his life. I was devastated to say the least. I have never felt like such a horrible partner. I was selfish, I failed to see him as anything more than his mistakes, and I failed to support my wife through his passing. It was a long talk with lots of tears, and we both agreed to be more open in the future and less judgmental. We started attending therapy together less than 2 weeks after that, and we have been going ever since once a week. It was rough at first, but it has helped tremendously in dealing with the bumps in the road of marriage. As for our son, we came to an agreement on a name after lots of long discussion, a first name we both adored and her brother's middle name, just spelled differently. A good compromise for both of us, and it was my son's own name that no one before him had carried. We were both happy. Then on July 3, 2022, my wife delivered a beautiful, healthy, 8 pounds baby girl. To say that we were shocked would be an understatement. My daughter came home the next day, and since then I am still in awe of how we created something so perfect. We didn't figure out a name until she was a week old, but I am happy to share that Eleanor Shea is what we came up with. We are still adjusting to life with an infant, but so far it has been nothing short of amazing. Thank you for your past advice, internet friends and strangers. Update 2, 1 year later. I am just here to vent my frustrations and scream into the void about my current situation. I can't talk to anyone in my personal life about this. My wife is cheating on me. My wife is cheating, and she has been for the past 2 months. I just don't understand. I don't even know where to start to begin to understand. We have a beautiful home, stable careers, we're not financially struggling, no drug or alcohol abuse, we attend therapy together. Our daughter is healthy, perfect. Our 6-year wedding anniversary is 3 months from tomorrow. We've been together for 11 years. I have spent the last 2 days examining everything about us under a microscope, trying to find a crack. Where I went wrong, when did she become unhappy, when did this life, our life, become unsatisfactory for her? For her to step outside of our marriage with some random guy she met on Facebook? For her to throw our family away? I just don't understand. I found out on Monday, completely by chance. My daughter's tablet was inactive, so I grabbed my wife's iPad so she could watch her nighttime videos and go to sleep. Wife isn't home right now, she's on a trip and won't be back for another 4 days. I keep hearing message notifications dinging on her iPad while my daughter has it, so I took it to turn it on silent only to see a man's name I didn't recognize with a little winky face next to it. I went through everything. They've done it all, met up, spent the night together, went on dates, they even have a romantic cruise planned for next month. The same cruise she told me was a bachelorette trip with one of her friends. All of these outings that I encouraged. She told me they were with friends, I encouraged her. I was so proud she was getting out there and becoming more social, since she expressed motherhood made her feel like a recluse. And after digging a little deeper, all of these new friends she's been out with don't even exist. All lies. They are characters she's created to continue her relationship with this man. I feel like a complete and total idiot. I never second-guessed a lie she fed me. I gave her my 100% trust. We've been doing couples therapy for a year, we communicate, we go on dates, we get each other gifts, our intimate life was great, I never not even for a second would have suspected this. I don't know how to confront her with this, I don't want this. I don't want to split up our home. But I know that this isn't something therapy can fix, I know myself well enough to know I'll never be able to trust her again. Do I just let go? Let her go be with this man who clearly makes her happier than I can? My entire existence is intertwined with her, how do I even begin to untangle that and separate? I have 4 more days to sit and overthink this. Thank you everyone for the advice. I am trying to keep up with comments, and eventually will reply to everyone. Since posting and reading the comments I've been working on getting all the messages, pictures, and videos into a folder on my personal computer. I went through our home cameras and found that she's had him at our house several times, either picking her up or them swimming, amongst other things, in our pool together. The more I find the sicker I feel. I have a lot of phone calls to make in the next few days. And an appointment to get screened for STIs. I do want everyone to rest assured my daughter is mine. We had a DNA test done when she was an infant to scan for hereditary diseases I carry. I'm going to reach out to my parents and fill them in so they can babysit while I handle this for the next few days. Update 3, 1 month later. I posted here almost a month ago venting my frustrations about discovering my wife's affair, and I received a magnitude of comments and messages filled with advice and kind words. For that I thank everyone who took the time to comment or write me, and I'm sorry for anyone who related to my situation. I'm here with somewhat of an update, but mostly more venting. My life is upside down, and it feels good to get it all out somewhere. After making my post, I took the advice of everyone and gathered up all evidence and contacted lawyers in my area. I found a really great one and went ahead and started on divorce papers before my wife got home. I also got tested for any STIs, and told my parents and best friend about the situation. I took my daughter to my parents so I could have the alone time to mentally prepare myself to face my wife with this discovery. I rage cleaned a lot, and cried a lot those last 2 days before she got back. I packed some of her stuff, but then unpacked it and cried more. I had it planned to lay out all the screenshots along with divorce papers on our dining room table and just sit and wait for her, but I didn't get the chance to do that. She was supposed to get home later in the afternoon on Sunday, but she ended up getting back around 6:30 that morning. She didn't call or text in hopes of surprising me. I was up drinking coffee, and you guessed it, crying, when she walked into the house. I didn't greet her, I just went and got the folders of evidence and divorce papers and gave them to her. I don't remember anything she said that day, but I just said I knew, I wanted a divorce, and I would keep the house as it was in my name solely. It hurt a lot, I wanted to hug her, but also scream at her. Lots of tears from her, lots of yelling at me, I didn't say anything. I told her we could discuss it at length with lawyers present once she accepted the situation and calmed down. I think someone called it gray wall in the comments of my last post, not entirely sure, but I tried my best to do that and not show emotion or argue with her. It was really hard, hardest thing I hope I'll ever have to do. She betrayed me, but I still felt awful making her cry. She left that day with some clothes and personal belongings and went to her parents, and my parents and best friend came to stay with me and my daughter. I had my lawyer arrange a meeting between us to discuss custody, belongings, money, and everything else that following Tuesday. Well, Monday I got a call from my clinic to come in to review results of STI tests, and as it turns out her parting gift to me is high as foul too. I cannot describe in words how angry, sad, shattered I am. I'm still accepting it, I don't think I have yet, but I'm working on it. I know it's common, very common, it's not going to unalive me, but it doesn't make it suck any less. I joined a support group on Facebook, those people are great. Going into Tuesday with that knowledge was awful. I felt so much shame bringing that up in front of not only her, but both of our lawyers. I knew if I tried to discuss it with her privately it wouldn't go well, not with the amount of anger and sadness I had in my system. She never apologized, she was a different person that day. I felt like I was looking into the eyes of a complete stranger, no emotion whatsoever. Divorce-wise everything is cut and dry. We separated finances, the house is mine, we are just waiting the 90 days for it to finalize. There were no objections on her end but one, she wants to terminate her parental rights over our daughter. I say wants, she is terminating rights, at least trying to. She doesn't want her anymore. Our daughter, our baby. I was blindsided. I'm still blindsided. My daughter is one, but she loves her mama. Mama was her first word. She is one. It's been 3 weeks, and the pain I have felt, the pain for my daughter, for my family, has been indescribable. I don't know who she is anymore, I don't know what changed or when it changed, but it terrifies me. I feel like my entire life was pulled out from under me. I haven't talked to her, per lawyer's advice and my own fear of what I would say. She hasn't seen our daughter, she told me that day she didn't want to. She didn't want any pictures from our home, any memories. Just her clothes and electronics. I don't understand any of it, I don't think I ever will. We have to go to court for her petition to terminate rights, and I don't want to look at her. I just can't accept this as reality right now, not after everything. I'm trying as hard as I possibly can to keep a positive outlook on everything and be strong for my family and my baby, but this has been so hard. I hope a year from now I can look back and say I survived that, but right now it feels impossible to even see next week. I'm not considering harming myself, so don't take it as that. I'm just emotionally, mentally, physically demolished. Absolutely demolished. Update 4, 8 months later. Hi there, for anyone who has messaged me and the loads of comments I have received regarding my past venting on this account, apologies first off. I genuinely kinda forgot I had it. Not much of a Reddit guy, but I've been getting into TikTok lately and saw a video about a super depressing Reddit story, and remembered my own super depressing Reddit story. It's been around 8 months since I posted here about my upside down situation, and a lot of people messaged me in that time wanting to know how I was and what unfolded, and I really appreciate you strangers for all the kind messages. It genuinely means a lot, and I'm sorry I haven't replied or anything, my life has been such a whirlwind these past few months. It's hard to believe that was that long ago. To sum up the sad stuff, first off my divorce was finalized without any hiccups or holdups. I'm still in the works of trying to sell our old house, but in the meantime we moved to a new state. My ex is still in the process of petitioning for termination of parental rights. I've only seen her 3 times since moving and it has been to fly out for court. I was granted temporary full custody in the process, per her request and suggestion, and she was not mandated any visitation and has denied any offer of it. She has not seen my daughter in 7 months, she has requested not to. I don't know what else she's been up to or if she is still with her boyfriend or not. Since the divorce, it has been in best interest of my mental health to keep the contact as minimal as possible, and she has done the same. I have offered many chances for her to visit with my daughter, whether it be video call or flying out, and before we moved I asked weekly, but it was always a no. Her parents still video call with my daughter, and we're hoping they can fly out over summer and spend some time with her. They've been cut off by my ex as well. I'm not sure what changed, but I can't change it back, and I am accepting it mostly. I wish her well in all future endeavors. Now for the happy stuff that has happened. Firstly, I am a proud Arizona now. Never saw myself moving here, but we have loved it so far. My parents packed up and came with us, and I don't think I've ever seen them so happy. My daughter is doing amazing. She will be 2 years old in July, and she is the smartest, funniest toddler I've ever met. She knows her ABCs, can count to 20 without help, loves animals and bugs especially. She thinks farts and a cow mooing are the definition of comedy, and she doesn't know, but she has been my biggest motivator to heal from this whole ordeal and be my best self. Like, I genuinely don't know how I helped make such an awesome kid. The more her personality grows, the more in awe I am of just how cool she is. I could talk for days about her, so I'll cap it here before this ends up being a Harry Potter length post. As for myself, I'm in therapy and have been throughout these 8 months, and I'm in a much better headspace. I'm working on getting back on top of my health, as I did put on about 30 stress pounds. I'll get there eventually, but I'm not sweating it too much. I have not dated or tried to. I don't think I will anytime soon. I've adjusted to being a single parent pretty okay for the most part. I credit that to my family and friends more than anything, because they have been a huge support system throughout this. There are still really hard moments that have happened, and I know there are more to come, but I will roll with it just as I have this and hope to come out on top. This is not the end of the world for me, even if it feels or felt like it in the moment. The sun will rise tomorrow, birds will chirp, and all will be well. Thanks to my therapist for that. Those 2 sentences have helped me immensely. Thank you again to everyone who took the time to give me advice in the hardest time of my life, and thanks again if you read this. I genuinely appreciate it. Update 5, 15 months later. My post history sums up the utter heck I went through a while ago. Kind of just posting as a response to messages and an update. Despite everything, I am well. I haven't logged into this account in a while, as I also almost completely forgot about it, but I saw through my email notifications I had quite a few messages, so I popped in to check. Mostly people wanting updates regarding my ex and asking how I'm doing. Thank you, firstly, to all the kind strangers who sent very positive and uplifting messages. I apologize for not responding to everyone at the time. As far as my ex is concerned, it has been total silence. I stopped sending pictures and updates on my daughter a few months ago, as they weren't responded to, and I wasn't mandated to. Our custody case and her petition is still in limbo with the court system back in her state, so we are still under the original order from our divorce. I do not know what she is up to or what her personal life entails. Her parents still come for visits with my daughter and talk regularly with her, but as far as my ex goes, they are about as in the dark as I am. I wish her well. Yes, I still love Arizona. I have nice neighbors, my daughter has a lot of friends in daycare, and my parents are also doing great. I switched careers in November, took a little bit of a pay cut, but I'm home earlier and I have a lot of very friendly coworkers. Our dog is doing well, and yes, she grew out of chewing. We actually adopted a cat in March of this year, and they've become great pals, and my daughter adores him. My daughter is thriving. She is smart, funny, loving, and creative. She loves animals, swimming, all things Bluey, and she has recently developed a strong appreciation for Dolly Parton in every song she sings. Yes, I'm still in therapy, and I'm doing really well. I have accepted the past for what it is and mostly moved forward. It hasn't come easy, and I know there are going to be difficult conversations in the future, but right now things are good. I have been trying to put more effort into my physical health, and I have been testing out different hobbies that align with my schedule and give me something to do that I enjoy. I do not enjoy hiking or running. No, I'm not dating. I don't have the time or desire right now, and I'm okay with that. Maybe one day, when I feel more stable and more comfortable introducing anyone into my daughter's life. But for right now, she needs stability more than I need a girlfriend. I think that about sums it up for anyone curious or checking in. Not much substance, but I appreciate my boring life these days. This is a post that is pretty much a synopsis of my journal, but it feels nice to have it out somewhere for people to see. My situation sucked, and now it's better, a lot better. I hope anyone else going through dark times can make it out on top and relatively unscathed. And if anyone is currently going through dark times, please feel free to reach out.
My boyfriend's eyes would go completely dead and soulless during arguments, like a false killer whale stare, but I ignored my gut because he seemed so sweet. Then months later I discovered he was controlling every aspect of my life and admitted he used to hurt his pets just so he could comfort them afterward. Posted by you/apprehensivebus128. My boyfriend, 20M, and I, 19F, have been together for 6 months, but have known and been friends with each other since we were 17 and 18. I mention this because it's relevant, but he has never ever been abusive or manipulative, either verbally, physically, or emotionally. Never ever a hint of any of that nonsense. We're both very level-headed people, so no crazy fights with screaming or anything like that, as we view that as disrespectful. There are some disagreements and stresses we have, as we're long distance and pursuing different paths in life at the moment, but we have a very healthy relationship. Now here's the main issue, and it's kind of insane sounding, but I don't know. A couple of months ago, we were having a civil disagreement about something, and he was glancing at me from the corner of his eye and speaking to me, and the look in his eyes genuinely scared the heck out of me. And it's not about the eye color or anything like that. It's the look. You know how you hear about the soulless eyes that serial killers have? Like, no joke, that was 100% there. And I haven't ever gotten that something is wrong, you need to run feeling before with anyone else. It obviously wasn't anything intentional on his part, and he was speaking very calmly, but I immediately stopped disagreeing and just accepted whatever he was saying because I was so unnerved. I didn't mention anything to him and just ignored it. But the next time we disagreed about something, the look was back, and again I got so genuinely frightened I just agreed with whatever he was saying. This doesn't happen every time we disagree or argue, but it happens enough to make me question whether I'm safe with him. I know a lot of people say this on this app, but he's actually an amazing partner to me, and I'm so very happy with him. I'm just looking for advice on what to do next and how seriously I should consider this feeling. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, that is your primitive brain recognizing a threat. It can be wrong, but you definitely should not just dismiss it. Commenter 2, listen to your gut. When I was teaching, I got that feeling about a new student. He hadn't done anything to me, wasn't even in my class. But he looked at me once in the hallway, and he had empty eyes. Like his humanity or soul wasn't there. Empty. I was so freaked out, chills down my spine, but told myself I was overreacting. Other teachers loved this kid, so I chalked it up to me being tired or something. No, this jerk lit a girl on fire a week later. Poured something on her and lit her on fire. She didn't know him? He said he saw her in class and decided he wanted to watch her burn. Commenter 3, I took a self-defense class once, taught by a police officer. He said, if a guy ever gives you a look like this, and demonstrated, he is dangerous and you need to stay away from him. I can't describe the expression he had, but he's a trained cop, and believe that certain expressions showed a man is dangerous. So trust your instincts. Many people just get a subconscious feeling about someone else, and just feel that person is dangerous without knowing why. It's their subconscious warning them based on subtle clues their conscious mind is not aware of. You are in tune enough with your subconscious that you actually know why he frightens you. Listen to your subconscious. If you are right, you might save your own life. If you are wrong, well, there are plenty of other guys out there who won't terrify you during arguments, so win-win. I wouldn't risk staying with him personally, his look would be a deal breaker. Commenter 4, it obviously wasn't anything intentional on his part and he was speaking very calmly, but I immediately stopped disagreeing and just accepted whatever he was saying because I was so unnerved. I didn't mention anything to him and just ignored it. But the next time we disagreed about something, the look was back and again I got so genuinely frightened I just agreed with whatever he was saying. He knows what he's doing. He noticed you just accepted whatever he said, so he did it again in the next argument. If victims regret anything, they regret not listening to their gut. Update, 8 months later. For context, I made a post in the beginning of the year asking for advice because my boyfriend would get this weird hollow look in his eyes whenever we would argue. If you're curious, look up false killer whale stares, and that's the best comparison I can make. Regardless, the post got a lot more attention than I was expecting. A fairly popular YouTuber even reacted to it. That was wild. I was super overwhelmed with all the comments and DMs telling me different things, so I chose to just forget I ever made the post in the first place and just move on. After all, my boyfriend and I were in a totally super healthy relationship, right? Right? It's so funny looking back at my original post because I insisted so hard that we had a healthy relationship, when really something was always off in hindsight. But since there was no textbook abuse, I just ignored it in the beginning. But after I made that post, I started being more critical of the way he treated me and noticing things that I hadn't before. Now I'm not sure if that new awareness is what caused more arguments to start happening, or if it was because we stopped being long distance and started to live together, but we started fighting daily. Turns out he was pretty controlling from the beginning, discreetly making me feel bad about hanging out with friends and family instead of him, insisting I not go out for safety reasons. After a while, this turned into him getting angry if I gave literally anyone else attention, even my brothers. He would get mad if I didn't approve plans, either with friends or family, with him ahead of time, but I wouldn't have to approve his plans. Always checking my phone, but he'd get mad and snatch his phone if I ever looked through his. You get the picture. All the while, he was free to have his own social life and do whatever he wanted, and if I ever complained about any of it, he'd call me dramatic. There were so many other rules that I had to live by, or else I'd get ghosted. I was a pretty calm person before getting into this relationship, but I would often find myself exploding out of frustration of being isolated, not heard, and humiliated. For example, Once I was crying because we were arguing for so long and I just wanted to go to sleep, but he wouldn't let me, and he started laughing and imitating my crying face. I genuinely exploded and started yelling, and he didn't apologize but rather said that he was just trying to lighten the mood. I don't know why I believed it, but I felt so bad for yelling that I spent the next 2 days pacifying him so he could forgive me. You might be asking, he was an immature control freak, why didn't you dump? Good question. 1. For the longest time, I genuinely felt like the bad guy in our arguments because he would never yell, but I would. And I'm not saying I'm perfect, there were definitely mistakes I made, and I should have handled myself better. But in our arguments, they would last hours because he would drag them on by connecting every mistake to something bigger. If I let my phone die while on call with him, that meant I didn't love, respect, or care about him. I would get overwhelmed and ask for a break or to go to sleep, and he would refuse and continue on and drop in hurtful comments and jokes, until finally I would snap. And the second I snapped and yelled, I became the villain in my mind, and I'd feel terrible. 2. There were many moments I wanted to leave, but I felt like I couldn't leave because of the mental games he'd play. He had this thing where he'd love to punish me and give me consequences for my bad behavior. These consequences could be 3 days without speaking, it could be me having to cancel a hangout I was looking forward to, etc. But after any consequence, he would follow it up with a stubborn showering of what felt like genuine affection, love, and comfort. I would be angry and push him away, and he'd persist until I wasn't angry anymore. The way he'd act after I'd been isolated made me feel like nobody has ever loved or will love me like that. He admitted to me once that he'd do similar things to his dog when he was a kid. He'd beat and pinch his pets growing up just so that when they would cry or yelp, he could hug and kiss them. Before we started dating, he told me he liked to comfort people. I didn't think that meant he would take it upon himself to provide both the suffering and then the subsequent comfort. Is that not insane? I can't make this stuff up. The dude was a nut. And what's even more mind-boggling is that everyone thinks he's the sweetest, most respectful guy out there. Heck, I was good friends with him before we dated, and I thought he was the best thing since sliced bread. Whenever I finally had the guts to break up with him, our mutual friends were shocked to find out that I ended it because he's just the nicest guy. He was husband material. Sorry for the rambling. Even though we broke up 2 months ago now, it's honestly still pretty confusing to get my mind around. Anyway, we're done now, and I'm never planning on speaking to him again. I definitely wasted a lot of time with him, but oh well. Better than wasting a lifetime, I guess. Moral of the story, listen to your gut, or at least some type of common sense. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, wow, very textbook cycle of abuse stuff, I'm so sorry you experienced this. The loving stuff he did was what's called love bombing. It is a tactic abusers use to keep their victims dependent on them. The cycle is tension, incident, reconciliation, calm, and that just repeats over and over. You'd have the tension buildup of trying to follow his rules but still want to live your life, the incident of a blow-up when things got to too much of a head, the reconciliation where he would love bomb you back to not being mad at him, and the calm period before he would start to ramp up things to get back to the tension stage. Very proud of you for leaving this guy. It can be really hard to leave an abuser and often takes people several tries where they end up going back before ever getting out for good. The needling until you blow up, and then he makes it look like you're the crazy one is a super common abuse tactic too. Basically they'll poke and prod and say increasingly horrible and enraging things, but since they're sociopathic they don't feel things the same way, so they stay calm for all of it. Finally the victim will lash out, and then suddenly it's all about how irrational and insane and emotional you are. It's how they manage to keep public opinion on their side, too. Now he gets to say you're the ex who was always screaming when he stayed calm. If things had ever gotten to the point of a police call, you'd look like the unstable one and him just the calm, perplexed, innocent boyfriend. Ops response, thank you so much. This was very validating. Commenter 2, I've read that stare comes up in narcissists. If you haven't already, read up on narcissistic abuse. He sounds like a covert narcissist, everyone loves them but they are abusive and controlling behind the mask of generosity and performative kindness. Rather than beating yourself up about spending so long with this jerk, consider this, you have experienced and learned something profoundly useful that will serve you well for the rest of your life. You are young, and from now on you will always be alert to this horrible kind of control and help yourself and others avoid it. I have only just experienced controlling narcissistic abuse at the ripe old age of 40 from an in-law, and now I am highly tuned into that behavior in others. I wouldn't say I see it all the time, but when I do, I really do. In colleagues, the partners of friends, people from my past. It's such a gift to be able to see it clearly. Ops response, thank you. This has actually helped shift my perspective a little bit. Sorry to hear about your recent experience with a narcissist. Commenter 3, I'm so glad you're safe. Guy sounds like a nutter. The way he abused his pets and then you the same way is sick. I'm intrigued by this idea of recognizing the stare and how this might be an evolutionary trait of women given how long men have been brutalizing them. Quite sad and disturbing if true, yet something to ponder. Anyway, this random internet stranger is proud of you. Commenter 4, he wasn't just nuts, he was straight up abusive. I'm proud of you for getting out. That's really hard. I hope you have friends you can be honest about it with and that they're being supportive now. Remember that healing isn't linear, but it will get easier. You are awesome, and you deserve so much better. Ops response, thank you for the kind words. I have great, well-meaning friends, but I am honestly trying to put as much distance from myself and that situation as possible. As terrible as it was at times, I really did care so much about him, and he was my first love. Talking about it online is hard enough, but hopefully one day I can share my experience with people in my life. Commenter 5, good on you. That creepy stare definitely was your gut picking up on something your brain hadn't caught up to yet. It's called thin slicing. Our subconscious reads subtle cues in people, like body language, tone, or even a stare, and flags danger before we can explain why. Turns out your instincts were spot on. The stare matched the controlling, manipulative behavior. Be glad you dodged that whale before it dragged you under. Ops response, I'm so glad. This whole experience has definitely made me start thinking twice about gut feelings and our subconscious. Although, in my case, I'm not sure how much of it was a supernatural gut feeling, like something is off and I don't know why, or just common sense pattern recognition that the average person would be able to identify.
I lent my sister money for her husband's surgery, then he made fun of my wife's childhood scars, saying they were unpleasant and she should cover them, so I told him he could worry about covering scars when he pays me back my money since he's too poor and broken. Posted by you/loadtext1211. My 27M sister, 27F, had borrowed money from me almost a year ago for her husband's surgery and healthcare. They couldn't afford it, so when my sister asked me for financial help, I was hesitant, but I helped her because she's my sister, and helping her husband would mean helping her as well. I told her back then that I'm hesitating, but I will help her. She said she'll return the money in 3 months, but she didn't, and I didn't ask her either. So now I brought it up again. I wasn't planning on asking to return the money, but her husband made fun of my wife's scars. My wife has small scars on her hand. It's not serious, just small scars she inflicted on herself when she was 15. I was with her back then and put a stop to it. We are both 27, and my brother-in-law made fun of my wife when he asked her if she's still childish, and asked her to cover up her hands because it's unpleasant for everyone. Both of our families were speechless, and my wife was as well. I said when we are young we do dumb stuff, and he's too drunk, so he should just shut up. He got a bit more aggressive and said that it's still unpleasant, and my wife should cover up. I retaliated in my anger and told him that my wife will start covering her scars when he gives me my money back. To be honest, I get angry easily, and I wanted to insult him. My wife was holding me to stop, but I told her to shut up. I ended up telling him that he's a poor man and weak who couldn't even afford his own surgery, and had his wife beg for money to her brother. He got even more angry, and he said he will give me my money. I said do it right now, but you can't because you can't even walk properly. Our families were interfering, and my sister was crying. I shut my mouth because I didn't want my sister to cry. Since then my sister is asking me to apologize because I hurt his ego, and he's in foul mood and depressed. I told my sister that I will never apologize, and he needs to apologize to my wife, and I asked her that both of them owe me money, and I want it back as soon as possible, and I don't care if they are poor. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, everyone stinks here, and you guys should stop drinking since none of you can do it with dignity. Ops response, and why exactly am I a jerk? Because I wanted to hit him exactly where it hurts for insulting my wife? That dude can't even walk properly, and he's making fun of my wife about something she did in her teens? A grown man is so darn poor that he needs help from his wife's family? And he has the audacity to insult people who saved his life? Commenter 2, you escalated the situation. Repeatedly. Nobody says you need to back down, but you had already made your point. And yet you kept saying worse stuff. Not to mention telling your wife to shut up, which is ironic given you were supposedly in this argument on her behalf, for her sake in the first place. Giving big shut up, I'm speaking for you energy here. Ops response, yes I did. I wanted to escalate and argue with him even more, and insult him as much as I could for insulting of my wife. If it wasn't for my sister and my wife and others' interference, I would have gone even further, but I respect my wife and my sister, so I just shut my mouth. I told my wife to shut up, yes, but I didn't disrespect her in front of everyone. I was quiet and was fighting someone who disrespected her. My wife wanted to de-escalate, but I wanted to escalate, and I would have hit him, but that dude is poor and disabled, so not really worth it to fight such a weak man. I am not sure what my sister sees in him to go above and beyond for such a weak turd who insults the people who saved his life. Commenter 3, you can call me controlling in this situation, yes? But you can't call me manipulative. I have never manipulated my wife nor my sister. I have always done everything I can for them, and if they ever need my help, I help them. My wife never needed my help because I have been with her for years, but my sister did, so I helped her only to find out that her husband insulted my wife. Telling my wife to shut up is not disrespecting her. I was quiet when she was pulling me back, And to be honest, she shouldn't be interfering when I'm fighting someone. And stooping lower than him? I did, and I will go even lower if someone insults my wife. I could go the lowest you can imagine. Update 1, 4 days later. It's an update for those who don't want to read my previous post. My wife has some small self-harm scars from her childhood, and my brother-in-law insulted my wife and asked her to cover them up, and when I couldn't tolerate the disrespect, I asked him to give me the money I lent him for his surgery and healthcare. After my brother-in-law insulted my wife and asked her to cover her scars, I wanted him to pay me my money back as soon as possible. My brother-in-law and my sister said they'll give me my money back in 3 months, and it's been a year, and still they didn't. My wife told me today that my brother-in-law called her, and he apologized to her, so I shouldn't ask for money because they can't afford it, and I should forgive them. I told my wife that he's taking advantage of your kindness, and he apologized to you because he can't afford to pay, and he insulted you in front of everyone, and we deserve a public apology, and my wife said that she's forgiven him and doesn't want the money back, and they need that money more than us. I told her to stay away from this and let me do my thing. I will ask them again and again until they pay, but my wife said she doesn't want to, and I shouldn't either, and I should be the bigger person after brother-in-law apologized, and she's forgiven him. Actually, I don't care if I get my money back, I am just using it to get back at him. I want to humiliate him just like he humiliated my wife in front of our families, but my wife doesn't want that. So am I a jerk if I ask for my money and go behind my wife's back? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, yeah, probably best to go with what your wife is asking for here. Ops response, that's what I am thinking as well, and it's not I have a choice I think. I know she's too soft, but how could she forgive him so easily after she was humiliated in front of everyone? We should retaliate, or at least she should let me, and it's been a year, and if I get my money back we could use it for trips, or I could buy jewelry for her. Commenter 2, your wife is the injured party of the words, let her decide what happens. He should apologize in front of everyone, though, since he insulted her in front of everyone. Then tell him one more negative comment and the money becomes payable immediately. Consequences if he does it again. Ops response, my wife isn't the only one who's injured, I am as well, and he definitely should apologized in front of everyone, and maybe if he did, I would have forgiven him for insulting my wife. But it's my money, and I think I have the right to ask for it, and I would have if my wife didn't stop me, but she's all about family and helping family. Her kindness and love for family blinds her so much that she would even forgive someone who disrespected her in front of our families. Though our families didn't take my brother-in-law's words as disrespect because my brother-in-law was drunk, and he's frustrated because he can't even walk properly. Commenter 3, I get where you're coming from. But your wife has said she wants you to stop, and she is likely embarrassed when you bring it up. Plus every time you bring it up, you're also reminding everyone of your wife's self-harming scars, which likely makes her uncomfortable. So if you continue to push this issue, especially publicly, you'd be the one humiliating your wife. Ops response, no, my wife is not embarrassed, she's had those scars when she was 15, and she's not uncomfortable, and our families know that my wife has small scars, and nobody really cares about it in our family, but my brother-in-law when he was drunk and is in depression insulted my wife because of her scars. That dude has way deeper scars after his surgery, he's poor, and he can't even walk properly, and he insults my wife for tiny scars from childhood? Update 2, 1.5 weeks later. After my brother-in-law made fun of my wife and my wife's insistence that I should forgive and forget about the money, we had major disagreements, and we argued about it. I said I won't escalate anymore, and I won't humiliate him for humiliating us, but it's fair that I ask for my money back, it's my money, and they should pay, right? My wife said she wants no escalation and wants to let it go, it's up to them if they pay us back on their own, but we won't ask them to or force them like I was planning. I told my wife that we could use that money, it's ours, and we could use it, but she said she doesn't care anymore, he's family, and I should forgive him. I said she's angry, and she wants me to let it go, so she's in charge of the money, it's her decision whether she wants it back or not, but I never want to see my brother-in-law ever again, and if he pulls something like this ever again, he'll need another surgery on his other leg as well. I called my sister and told her that if she ever plans to give me the money I lent to her, she should give it to my wife because I don't want anything to do with her or her pathetic husband. So yeah, that's about it. My wife is happy with my decision, but I am still upset about everything that happened in these weeks. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, not the jerk bro. Your brother-in-law crossed the line hard, making fun of your wife's scars is disgusting. You handled it the best way you could considering your wife wanted peace. Giving her the control over the money shows you respect her. Ops response, yes, he crossed the line, he insulted my wife in front of me, not that it matters if he insulted me or behind my back, but I saved his life. Not only he is living his life because of me, he insulted my wife, and now he doesn't even have to pay me back. I get so freaking upset every time I think about this. Commenter 2, lending money to anyone, family or not family, is always a gamble. We have no idea if the recipient will be grateful or not. If possible, do try to get the money back. It was a loan and not a gift. After that, go low contact with sister and no contact with brother-in-law. Ops response, oh no, I am 100% sure that they won't pay back, and even if they do, my wife will never accept it, she has always been a soft woman. Commenter 3, if it's making you resent your wife, it doesn't sound like you can just let it go. Your feelings should have equal importance to your wife's, especially since this involves your money and your family. Maybe you need to have another talk with your wife. If it were her money and her family insulting her, I would say okay. But that was your money and your side of the family. You deserve a say, and your wife should respect you enough to let you handle your money and your side of the family how you see fit. Your wife needs to see she needs to be team you guys and not just all about letting people trample on the both of you just to avoid confrontation. Hopefully your wife will come around, and you can move past the resentment. Ops response: I do not resent my wife, I can't resent her, but I resent her decision. My wife has made her decision, and my opinion over hers doesn't matter to me. She wants to forgive him and wants forget about the money he owes me. She's in charge now. If my sister and her husband wants to pay us back, they'll pay to my wife. And I will avoid confrontation. I don't want to talk to my sister or her pathetic husband. My wife will, and I hope she doesn't get insulted again. Resenting my wife or her decision or resenting the decision she made doesn't mean I will start hating her. Yes, I said I resent her for her decision, but it doesn't mean I will start hating her. I love my wife, and just because of her decisions, I will just call it quits? All this might eat me for a while, and what's worse? Now that my wife is in charge, I am paranoid that my brother-in-law would humiliate her, and my wife wouldn't tell me about it. I am honest with myself, I want my wife to be safe, and I want her live in peace, and for her I am letting it all go. She wants me to forgive and forget the loan? Done, she's in charge of it. She wants me to not escalate? Done, I won't. I just don't want her to hide it from me if my brother-in-law ends up insulting her, and I am sure she will in the name of family peace. My wife begged me for years to open up about my traumatic childhood, so I finally told her the details about everything. Then during an argument, she said maybe he should have finished the job, and now I'm filing for divorce. Posted by you/wife backstab. I do not even know how to write this because my head feels like it is splitting in two. I keep hearing the words again and again and I cannot believe they came out of her mouth. We have been married 14 years. We built what I thought was a stable life together. 2 kids, our son who is 12 and our daughter who just turned 11. They are my entire world. When I look at them I feel the kind of love I never knew existed, because the truth is I never experienced that kind of love as a child myself. That is something my wife has always known about me, though it took years before I could say it out loud. When we first got married she noticed how I never talked about my parents. She noticed I avoided talking about childhood. She would tell me her stories, warm holiday memories, her parents decorating the house, sibling arguments that turned funny later. I would just nod and smile. She told me she wanted to understand me better, to really know me. Over the years she kept pressing, until one day she begged me to open up. So I did. 7 years ago I finally told her everything. I told her I was never meant to be here. I was the 4th child after 3 siblings, a failed contraception baby. An accident, that is the word my parents used. They reminded me constantly that they did not want me. It was not subtle. It was not hidden. It was spoken outright. I told her about the amusement park when I was 9. The day they tried to get rid of me. They left me behind on purpose. I knew it even at that age. They thought I would panic, wander off, disappear. What they did not expect was that I had already memorized the road home. Hours later they acted like it had been a mistake, like they lost me in the crowd, but I knew what it was. I knew what they had intended. I told her about the night my father wrapped his hands around my throat and squeezed until the world went dark at the edges. I could not breathe. My head felt like it would explode. To this day I do not know why he let go. Maybe my mother walked in, maybe something inside him pulled back at the last second. Whatever it was, I lived. Barely, but I lived. I told her about the food. How some nights everyone else ate and I sat there watching. Not because we were poor. We had enough. But because I was excluded. If they bought something good, they shared it among themselves, never with me. I remember sitting at that table as a child, stomach empty, watching them laugh while I pretended not to exist. I told her how they never missed a chance to remind me I was an accident. My parents said it. My siblings picked it up. It became the running joke. That I should not exist. That I was the mistake they could not erase. I told her how once they admitted they had planned to abort me but never went through with it. They said it with no hesitation, as if it were a casual piece of trivia, not a dagger to my chest. And I told her about the winter night when my father locked me outside as punishment for something I did not even do. I was maybe 10. It was freezing. I stood out there shivering, crying, my teeth rattling. I honestly thought I would not make it through the night. A neighbor eventually saw me and banged on the door until my mother opened it. That neighbor probably saved me. These are the things I poured out to my wife. It was not easy. I remember shaking as I said them. I remember how exposed I felt, like I had ripped open scars I had carefully hidden for years. She hugged me after. She told me she was glad I trusted her. She promised she would never throw those things back at me. Last night she broke that promise. We argued. It was stupid. It started with our son's homework. She said I was too soft on him, that I let things slide. I said she was too harsh. It escalated. We were both defensive. One of those arguments where you forget the point and just keep trying to win. And then she said it. She looked straight at me and said maybe my father should have finished what he started that night. I don't even deserve to have a family, let alone children. That maybe it would have been better if I had not survived. That I was never wanted anyway and I was the one who told her so. I froze. I actually thought for a second that I misheard her. But she said it again. Calmly. As if she believed she was simply pointing out a truth. I cannot describe what it did to me. I have had cruel things said to me before in my life. I have been insulted, mocked, belittled. I know how to brush words off. But this was different. This was the one person I let into the deepest part of me. She took my pain and turned it into a weapon. I just stood there in silence. I did not even yell back. I could not. It felt like something shattered inside me. The rest of the night I barely spoke. She acted normal. Like nothing had happened. I went to the spare bedroom and stayed there. I lay awake the entire night hearing her words over and over, blending with my parents' voices from years ago. Their cruel jokes, their reminders that I was unwanted, all coming back with her voice layered on top. I thought about the rage I carried as a teenager. How I used to wish my mother would pass painfully. I thought those feelings were buried deep, but last night she dug them up and threw them right back at me. I cannot move past it. This morning she was cheerful, as if none of it had happened. I could barely look at her. All I could think was that something inside me had broken. I do not know if it can ever be repaired. Now I am sitting here thinking about divorce. Or at least separation. I do not even know how to start. I do not know what lawyer to call. I do not know how to explain to the kids why their parents are breaking apart. Part of me wonders if I am overreacting, if this is just a fight gone too far. But I know myself. I know I am not overreacting. Because I cannot imagine ever forgetting what she said. Usually I move on. From almost anything. I swallow pain, bury it, keep going. But this is not something I can just swallow. This is different. She went to the deepest wound I have and drove the knife in. I need to say this clearly. I need validation. I need someone to tell me I am not crazy for feeling this broken. I need condolences, because I feel like I am spiraling replaying her words in my head. I thought my past was behind me. I thought I had buried it and moved on. Last night showed me I was wrong. It is not buried. It is alive and it can be used against me by the very person I trusted most. And I do not know how I could ever forgive that. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you shouldn't. Divorce her. Words matter. It's over. Ops response, I guess so, thinking of starting with separation so that the children adjust, a few weeks, then of course I am asking some people for advice regarding lawyers. Commenter 2, first, I'm so incredibly sorry that you were abused by your parents as a child. What you endured growing up is absolutely awful, and my heart breaks for you. It seems odd to me, that you describe the fight as little yet she went to such a drastic place as a weapon against you. If she can go that hard over a fairly common point of contention with raising kids, imagine what she'd pull out for something bigger. I know Reddit seems to jump to leave/divorce pretty quickly, but I think leaving would be something to seriously think about. If it were me, I don't know that I'd ever be able to get past it. That was lower than a low blow. My goodness, the hurt she hurled at you. I'm so sorry. Sending you a hug from afar and wishing you find peace in your decision and are able to heal again. Ops response, thank you. She believed that I should be more harsh to them, like maybe little beating to get them to study or shout at them, while I am more of a cool person, and would like to speak the same thing thrice over 3 days if they forgot it. And then we were battling about who does it better. Commenter 3, is this the first time Ops' wife has used his secrets and past against him? Ops response, she has done them, one more time related to my past too, but never this deep. That's why I can't help myself but feel this way. Commenter 4, Op, for the love of God, please file for divorce. What she said is unforgivable. It's evil. No one with a soul or conscience would say something like that. The fact that it was cool and deliberate, and not in the heat of the moment, makes it worse. Commenter 5, you are not overreacting. She also knows what she's done. She didn't apologize. She didn't come and find out why you were in the spare bedroom. She knows. She's beyond all words and she doesn't love you anymore. She said it because she doesn't want your relationship anymore. She wants you to look like the bad guy and be the bad guy. Don't let that happen. First thing you should do is get a therapist. Somebody to talk to. Talking things out will keep you sane and reinforce the knowledge that you are doing the right thing when she's spinning things and you feel crazy. Secondly, you want a divorce lawyer, and they will point you to who deals with child custody if they can't. Thirdly, I would start looking for a place to live. You don't need to move into it right away. But it can be a place you can go when things are getting too much and it gives you time to make it a home and a safe place. This way when you leave she can't beg you to stay because you actually have somewhere to go, it will give you the strength to walk out. You are going to be okay. What has been forced upon you is not okay, but you still have a future. Make it how you want it. Update, 4 days later. I waited until Tuesday. She went through the weekend and Monday like nothing had happened, a little colder than usual, quick with her answers, acting irritated like I was the one who had caused all of this. No apology. Not even a hint. It felt like I was carrying something heavy while she just moved around it. By Tuesday afternoon I couldn't hold it anymore. I asked her to sit down with me. The house was quiet. I told her I needed to talk about what she said during the fight, because this wasn't something we could just shrug off. I reminded her that the fight had started because I refused to hit our son while teaching. I told her I don't believe in beating kids to make them learn, and that she had pushed for it. That's where the argument began, and somehow it slid into something so much uglier. I asked her why she used what I told her in confidence against me. I reminded her that she had asked me to open up years ago, and promised she would keep it safe. I asked her why she hugged me back then if this was where it would end up. At first, she was stiff. She said she didn't know what else she was supposed to do at the time. She told me she just tried to act normal, to be supportive, because she didn't know how to handle what I told her. She said she hadn't realized how heavy it all was until later. Her voice was even, like she was just explaining facts. I told her the promise mattered. I said it wasn't about a slip in anger. It was that she reached for the exact things I handed her in trust and turned them against me. I asked her again why. That's when she admitted it. She told me she lost some respect for me after I opened up. I asked what that meant. She said it wasn't one detail, it was the whole picture. She said she had always seen me as solid, someone who could carry weight without bending, the person she leaned on. But after I shared everything, she couldn't stop seeing the breaks under the surface. She said parts of my story made me look fragile to her. Some of the darker pieces, the way those years sat inside me, gave her an uneasy feeling she couldn't shake. Seeing me tear up and feel so nervous and like a wreck, made her look very differently at me. She actually used the word ick. She said sometimes when she remembered those things, it got in the way of how she looked at me. I asked if that meant she thought less of me for surviving. She said it wasn't about surviving, it was about how it changed what she expected from me. She admitted she had built an image of me that didn't include those kinds of wounds, and once she knew, she couldn't put that image back. I asked her why she hugged me then, why she told me she wanted to know me fully. She said she didn't know what else to do in the moment. She didn't want to punish me for telling the truth. She said holding me and saying it was okay felt like the only decent response at the time, even though, inside, she had already started to see me differently. I let that sit, then asked the harder thing. She said she couldn't control herself in that moment, and she reached for what she knew would hurt me most. She said she regretted it and that it would never happen again. I also thought about how it might sound from the outside, like maybe I dumped too much on her back then. But the truth is, I never sat her down and unloaded everything at once. I gave her my story the way she asked for it, piece by piece, only when she pressed me. If she wanted to know something, I answered. I didn't overshare, didn't volunteer random details. And even then, she probably only ever heard a fraction of what I actually live with. What makes this worse is that I've been to therapy. I've done the work. I wasn't unloading on her because I couldn't carry it myself. The only reason she even heard those parts of me was because she demanded it. She insisted I open up, insisted she wanted the whole picture. She told me she wanted to know me fully. And I believed her. I trusted her enough to hand over things I never planned on saying out loud. That's why this betrayal feels so much heavier. It wasn't me blurting out things I couldn't control, it was me handing her pieces of myself because she begged for them, swore she'd hold them safe. And then she took those same pieces and cut me with them. It feels like giving someone your heartbeat because they said they wanted to hold it close, and then watching them drive a knife straight through it. After she said all of that, I just sat there for a while. It was like I'd finally gotten the truth behind everything, but it didn't settle in cleanly. I wasn't shocked anymore, more resigned. Why was she so intent on me being open and emotionally vulnerable then? I told her I didn't think I could just go back to how things were. I said I felt like the foundation was cracked in a way I couldn't ignore. I told her maybe the only way forward was to separate amicably, quietly, before things got any worse. I said I didn't think I could keep looking at her the same way, not after knowing she could turn something so personal into a weapon. That's when her whole tone shifted. The firmness she had when she explained herself dropped, and she sounded almost panicked. She asked me not to say that, said she didn't want a divorce. She told me she still loved me, that whatever she had done in anger wasn't bigger than the life we had built. She couldn't imagine splitting the kids between us, couldn't imagine them growing up in 2 houses. She told me leaving would scar them more than anything we had been through. I told her love isn't supposed to look like tearing each other apart with the sharpest words we can find. She said she knew that, and promised again that it wouldn't happen anymore. She said she had already admitted it was wrong and she meant it when she said she'd never go there again. She kept circling back to the same point, that we had kids, that they needed us together, that whatever issues we had to fix them without breaking the family apart. She didn't cry, but there was a kind of desperation in her voice. Almost like she was afraid I was already out the door and she was trying to pull me back any way she could. She didn't apologize again for what she'd said, not directly, but she kept stressing that it would never happen again, that I shouldn't throw everything away over one mistake. Right now, I haven't made a final decision. I keep going back and forth in my head. Part of me feels like the damage is too deep and I'd be lying to myself if I pretended I could ever really see her the same way again. But another part of me hesitates, because walking away isn't simple when there are kids and years of life tied together. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't leaning more in one direction, the end, than the other, but I'm not there yet. I feel heavy most days, caught between wanting to protect myself and not wanting to tear my family in half. Some moments I think I know what I have to do, then I second guess it. It's draining, but at least writing this down and hearing different perspectives has made me feel less alone in it. Thank you to everyone who's taken the time to read, comment, or even send me a message directly. It means more than I can put into words. I couldn't respond to every single individual, but I have gone through all of the comments maybe even twice. Thank you strangers. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, She wants you to focus on her and the kids more than yourself and the hurt that she caused you. This should tell you more than anything else. What she did was essentially respond with emotional blackmail and make you think that your actions are the reason the kids are going to be hurt and that the relationship is potentially falling apart. Literally a narcissistic response. Commenter 2, she wanted you to hit the kids over homework? As someone raised hit over homework, that is abuse. This is further reinforced by the fact that she was disgusted by the fact that you're not abusive and have been abused and then abused you. She is abusive. Not only do you need to get out of there, but I would suggest evaluating whether your kids are safe with her. Protect yourself and your kids. Commenter 3, she's trying to manipulate you. Her apology was a lie. She's not sorry. Her promise was a lie, so you can't trust her ever again. Go through with the divorce, but do not make it amicable or as friends. You didn't just drift apart mutually, she abused you. Commenter 4, her not apologizing is what tears it for me. It signals that she still feels what she feels about you as she had described in her explanation. And frankly, that's what makes staying difficult, if not impossible. She can promise not to do it again, but if lack of control is the reason behind launching a devastating surgical attack with emotional abuse as her primary weapon of choice, then I'm afraid her promise might ring hollow. Lack of control is what a person with abusive tendencies say to excuse their behavior. If you still have access to a therapist, I'd strongly encourage you to seek out their counsel to work through your feelings and help gain clarity in deciding what to do moving forward. I wish you good luck and light with whatever you decide to do.
I watched my golden child brother torment our sister for years while my parents called it sibling pranks. Then when her boyfriend threatened him for trying to dump water on her, my parents got mad at the boyfriend, so now she's getting married without them. Posted by you/throwresistorshood. This is a throwaway as my brother is on Reddit, and I don't want him knowing my real account name. So my 37F brother Mike, 35M, is a knob. Always has been and always will be. He has been babied to the point of uselessness by our mom and dad, and that's made him an entitled slob. When he was younger, he showed promise playing rugby, which had my mom and dad believing he was gonna be a superstar. The problem was, though, that he never had the work ethic to fully fulfill his potential. However, this meant that he was the golden boy of the family and he could do no wrong in my parents' eyes. He was a bully at school, which they brushed off as other kids making up lies, but he was an even bigger bully at home to our younger sister Kelly, 31F. He would constantly prank her. Which basically meant he would do anything he could embarrass her, including things like pulling her dress up in front of the whole family at a wedding when she was 15. Mom and Dad just said it was siblings being siblings, but the rest of the family were mortified by his behavior. I did try and stick up for my sister and it worked to a certain extent, but after I went away to uni, there wasn't much I could do as Mom and Dad just don't listen to anyone. It got so bad that when she was 18, my sister gave up going to her dream university, St. Andrews, and instead moved to London to go to the Imperial College London. This was a huge shock to all of us as she had been talking about St. Andrews since she started high school at 11. When I asked why, she said that St. Andrews was too close to home and she would be expected to go back home more often, but if she went to London she would only have to go home for Christmas. This broke my heart. After she left, she did exactly that. The only time she was home was Christmas and when I got married. This really annoyed Mom and Dad as they said she was abandoning the family. I kept my mouth shut and just let them whine occasionally as I didn't want an argument. After graduating from uni, my parents expected her to move back home, but she didn't. She got a job working in southern England and stayed down there. We are from Scotland for reference. 6 years ago, Kelly met a great guy, Jake, 30M. The day she met him, she called me gushing about him, and I've honestly never heard her speak about anyone the way she does him. I've met him several times when I've gone down to visit Kelly, and he's great. Good looking, funny, great job, his family are lovely, and most importantly, he treats Kelly like she hung the moon. It's very cute. After she met him, she cut down how much she came home even more as she spent the first Christmas with his family, and then the pandemic happened, so she ended up not coming home for 3 years. Her first Christmas home, Mike started his usual nonsense, trying to be the center of attention. When it didn't work out as well as he wanted, as most of the family were more interested in getting to know Jake, he then tried to prank Kelly. He got a big bowl of water and was going to pour it over her. Jake saw what was happening and stepped in front of Kelly, telling Mike to not even think about it. Side note, Jake is 6'3" and has been doing martial arts since he was 4, so he can be very intimidating when needed. Mom and Dad tried to play it off as a harmless prank, but Jake was having none of it. Mike started whining about it just being a prank, and Jake told him that if he pranked Kelly one more time, he would prank Mike by putting his foot up his rear and his fist down his throat. Kelly and Jake left about an hour later, but after that Mike, Mom and Dad all had an issue with Jake. Kelly hasn't been back home since. That leads us to now, Kelly and Jake are getting married. They sent out invites in February for August. However, they didn't invite Mike. Mom and Dad are obviously incensed by this and had a huge argument with Kelly. They threatened not to go, and Kelly just said no problem, she would get Granddad to walk her down the aisle. I went around to their house on Saturday with my kids. Immediately, my mum started complaining about Kelly and the wedding. I sat and listened for a while before I'd had enough. I asked her what did she actually expect? Her and Dad have allowed Mike to be the golden child and get away with everything. Because of that, he can't keep a relationship, due to him thinking everyone should do everything for him. He can't hold down a job because every job is beneath him and he's still living at home with zero prospects in life. The man-child is a bully who I don't trust to be around my children unsupervised. He bullied Kelly for most of her teen years and her only escape was to move over 400 miles away and never come home. My mum got very quiet and then asked me to leave. A few hours later my dad called going mad because I'd upset my mum and was taking the side of an ungrateful little girl instead of my parents who gave me everything. This started a huge argument between me and him where I told him he'd been a crap dad to Kelly and didn't deserve to walk her down the aisle. I've just had enough, but now I've got extended family members telling me I've gone too far as my mum is barely speaking to anyone and keeps crying. My granddad said it was about time I told them off, but my grandma is upset by all the arguing. So am I the jerk for telling my parents that they sucked as parents and deserve to be kicked out of my sister's wedding? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, NTA. If they can't stand the truth, they need to hibernate. I vote Grandpa walks her down the aisle regardless of who attends. Ops response, my sister isn't changing her mind, they aren't going to the wedding no matter what. She only invited them as she thought it was the right thing to do in the first place. So, Granddad will be walking her no matter what. Commenter 2, NTA. Your parents failed both of your siblings and it's going to get worse when they realize your sister won't invite them to her events, and when they realize that their son will become homeless after they pass. Honestly, I'm shocked your brother hasn't been arrested yet. Ops response, he has, multiple times for getting into fights when drunk. Nothing ever comes of it though. Commenter 3, NTA. Truth hurts and that's why your mother is so upset. About time someone said something. Ops response, I think this is true. She isn't arguing that I'm wrong, she's just gone quiet and hasn't spoken to me since. I think my words hit her hard and that's why she's so upset. Commenter 4, your mom's tears are her own doing. She ignores her daughter being treated like garbage for years and then instead of owning it she tries to play the whole woe is me, I'm crying so you can't possibly be upset with me. It's actually pathetic and your sister is better off far away from your family. Maybe you could join her and also get away from the toxicity. Ops response, I've already said to my husband that I don't want to be around my family for Christmas, so we are going to his. If they all carry on then I'm going no contact fully. Commenter 5, have they pampered and spoiled Mike because he's the only boy? Ops response, my dad loves rugby, it's pretty much all he talks about and he is down at the rugby club every chance he gets. So it's more about him having talent in the sport, which he did. He was told by scouts when he was 13 that he could be in the back row for Scotland one day he was that good. The favoritism started after that as that made him special to mom and dad. However, he didn't have the work ethic and couldn't keep up with play as he wasn't fit enough, so he got dropped. Update 1, 3 days later. Hi all, that post took off a lot more than I thought it would. There were way too many comments for me to respond to, but I tried to read every one of them. I was asked for an update so here it is. There were a few things that came up repeatedly so I'll address them first. The pranks only started after I had left and gone to uni. He would say things to Kelly and I would have a go back at him when we were younger, but it wasn't anything more than that until after I'd left home so there wasn't anything I could really do to stop it. I did speak to our parents, but they're useless. Second thing was about my kids. I didn't bring my kids around them very much as they didn't like going to my parents' house. They said it was boring and they don't like Mike. However, after all the comments I got about this, I sat them down and asked them again. For my daughter it really is just that she finds it boring and says that Mike is a weirdo. My son, however, said that he doesn't like being around my dad as he keeps trying to make him play rugby. I have heard these comments and told my dad to drop it, but he would still make the comments occasionally. I had no idea that it was upsetting my son though, so this surprised me. My son doesn't like sports, be it watching or playing. He's very much like his dad in that regard. He's a Pokemon kid, playing online and goes every Thursday evening to play in a tournament at our local card shop, so rugby is an absolute no-go for him. The third thing was about security at the wedding. I spoke to Kelly and Jake said that 2 of his groomsmen are police officers who are aware of the situation, so that won't be a problem. Lastly, there was a lot of comments about Mike being the golden child. For a bit more backstory, he wasn't really the favorite until his talent in rugby came to light. After that, he was special and had to be treated that way. I think he was seen as mom and dad's way of being special themselves within the family as they had such a super talented child. Anyway, today, I decided to sit down with my parents and tell them I needed a break from them. When I got there my dad immediately wanted me to apologize to my mom, but I said that wasn't going to happen. There was a bit of back and forth between him and I until my mum stepped in and asked why I was there if not to apologize. I told them that I'd spoken to Kelly and she didn't want them at the wedding at all. That they needed to stay away and respect her decision. They weren't happy but said they wouldn't go where they weren't wanted. I then told them I wanted space until after the wedding as I couldn't keep being around them and keeping my mouth shut. I thought that space would be good for all of us. My mum wasn't happy and started on about seeing my kids. I told them the truth. My kids hated coming to their house and told my dad exactly why my son doesn't want to be around him. He got upset by this and said that rugby would be good for him. I shut that down and said I'm not going to force my son to do something he doesn't want to and something I know he will hate. I also told him that if I hear him mention it around my son again then he won't see my son again. Right now they will only be seeing my kids at family events, so I'm hoping that it won't be a problem. I then asked them what their long-term plan was with Mike. Are they going to keep things the way they are until they're 90 and Mum will still be making all his meals? What happens when they're gone? Who will look after him because it won't be me? What happens if they get ill? Who will look after them? Mike is incapable. Kelly lives down south and I plan on moving back to my husband's hometown 3 hours away once the kids have left home, so I can't do it. They just looked at me blankly. I really don't think that they had ever even thought about any of that before. I told them they had set Mike up to fail and now they needed to deal with it. I also told them I knew that they were leaving everything to him in their will, but that with how they have babied Mike, he would blow through that money in less than a year and then what? I could see the panic in my mum's eyes when I said that. She either hadn't thought about it or she thought I would look after him, which she now knows isn't gonna happen. I also think she was shocked that I knew about their will. After me telling them what low contact with me was going to look like going forward and them not being happy about it, I left. Hopefully I've given them a lot to think about. I will check in with them from time to time, but that's all right now. I'm going to visit Kelly in the next couple of weeks, so I'm looking forward to that. My extended family have also backed off after I sent them all the texts saying if they were so concerned about my mum then they could be her support system and deal with Mike the same way Kelly and I have had to for years. Not surprisingly, none of them wanted to. Otherwise, I'm going to just try and get on with things as normal. Thanks for the NTA verdict and all the advice, it opened my eyes to a few things that I'd been brushing off. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, so I read your original post. Your brother pulled up your sister's dress at a wedding? Like exposing her when she was 15 and he was 18 to 19? Was he an adult for most of the torment? Ops response, the prank started when he would have been 15-ish. He was 19 when he pulled up her dress. Commenter 2, did I miss something in this or the original post? Is Mike disabled in some way? Why on earth would Ops parents assume he'll just keep living with them until they die and then need someone to look after him? Ops response, no, he isn't disabled at all. My parents just keep saying he's finding himself. Commenter 3, has Mike ever held a job before? Ops response, yes, but none that have ever lasted more than 6 months. He gets one when he wants something expensive that our parents can't afford, like a PS5, and when he has enough money for it then he quits, that's if he's not already been fired. He currently doesn't have a job and isn't looking. The longest he's had one was 6 months. Update 2, 3 months later. Hi all, sorry I went MIA, but I've been super busy. Not with this issue, but just with life in general. So Kelly got married last weekend and everything went without a hitch. Our parents and Mike didn't even try to attend, but I know that Mum did try and contact her a few times before the wedding via other family members. Kelly wasn't interested and made that clear by not responding, and threatening the family member that they would be uninvited as well. That put an end to it. Mike is still a drain on society according to a cousin of ours. I don't know firsthand as I've not been in contact with him at all. I've spoken to Mum and Dad once since the last post and they haven't changed so I don't have the energy to deal with them. My kids don't miss them one bit either so it's not been a problem keeping the kids away from them. Right now, I'm just going to get on with my life with my husband and kids. I've been talking to Kelly a lot more since all of this which is a huge positive to come out of it. Sorry that there were no dramatics, like Mike and our parents trying to storm the wedding, but everything went smoothly. Thanks for all the comments and advice in my previous posts. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. I'm delighted that everything went well for Kelly, she deserves it. But I'm dying to know what happens when life finally slaps Mike and your parents. Your mum will crack first, but she won't stand a chance against your dad and brother. Keep a healthy distance and have a lovely, lovely life without them. Ops response, I'm completely no contact with them right now, but I find out little bits here and there from other family members. Dad is adamant that I will come around and Mum is playing the sympathy card. I don't think they understand that they're pushing me away even more by acting like they are. My life is so much simpler and less stressful without them in it. Commenter 2, I'm so happy for Kelly and Jake. And your big shiny spine standing up to your folks like that. So proud of you both putting up and holding firm to those boundaries. It's hard. Really hard. Commenter 3, you've done what you can, op. You've warned your parents about the consequences of enabling a man-child, but they didn't listen. They doubled down. Let them live with their own misery. You, Kelly, and your children are better off without them. My friend asked my daughter to be a flower girl, then she delayed her wedding a whole year, so when the dress didn't fit, I texted asking what to do, and she called my 6-year-old a whale, then blamed wedding stress when all our friends dropped her. Posted by u/complex_anteater_607. I, 35F, am still friends with some of the people I went to college with. One of them, Debbie, 36F, got married this past January, after being engaged for 2 years. Early in the planning process, Debbie had asked my 6-year-old daughter, who was 5 at the time, to be the flower girl. We agreed, and she had the dress sent to us right away. We barely spoke about the subject for a while. Then the wedding was delayed by almost a year. The original date was in March 24. I'm still not sure why. I've heard 3 or 4 different reasons. By the time the actual wedding date came around, the flower girl dress did not fit my daughter anymore. We didn't find out until roughly 10 days before the wedding, admittedly my fault, and I texted Debbie right away to ask what I should do about it. Her first reply was figure it out. I tried to ask her where she'd bought the dress, where I could get a similar one, or whether it would be okay for my daughter to wear a different dress. I basically gave her a list of ways I could fix this and asked her what she preferred. Debbie responded with, I don't have time for this. Stop making your whale daughter my problem. Obviously, I decided against attending the wedding after that. As far as I'm concerned, we're no longer friends. And to be clear, I know that up until this point, I was not the jerk. I didn't tell anyone about it at first, but our absence was obvious. My friends missed me, and my daughter was supposed to be the only flower girl. Whenever Debbie was asked about it, she apparently just said we'd had an argument, but it wasn't a big deal. When our mutual friends and acquaintances asked me, I told them the truth, without sugarcoating it or trying to defend Debbie. I even showed my friends the text messages that proved everything. Everyone took my side. About a week ago, Debbie called me. She apologized for what she said about my daughter, but told me I have no idea how stressed she was at the time. She said it wasn't fair for her to lose friends over a mistake she'd made when she was under so much pressure. Again, I don't think I was in the wrong for skipping the wedding, but I'm wondering whether I took it too far by telling our mutuals why. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, NTA, doesn't matter how stressed and overwhelmed you are, you never talk about a child or adult in that way. Ops response, that's part of the reason why I believe I might have been the jerk. I don't believe she would have talked about my daughter that way if she wasn't extremely stressed out. Obviously not an excuse, but certainly something I have to take into consideration. Commenter 2, stop making your whale daughter my problem. She actually said that? And you're asking if telling the truth somehow makes you a jerk? She spoke her truth, why can't you? Now she has no friends and is trying to backtrack. Ops response, I won't. I will appreciate any apologies that come my way, but we're no longer friends. Commenter 3, I don't know much about how she was to other people these last few months. She was polite to me until what she said about my daughter. Out of all our mutual friends, 2 of them would definitely stop being friends with anyone who spoke about a child like that. Commenter 4, would the dress have still fit had the wedding not been delayed? Ops response, she sent us the dress in October 23, 5 months before the original wedding date. It was a little big on my daughter at the time, and I believe it would have fit just fine had the wedding not been delayed. Commenter 5, ESH. Dress doesn't fit, then go to seamstress and order alterations. If it can't be saved, buy a different one. She said figure it out. It's not rocket science. And how didn't you expect that kid had grown? But calling child a whale is also jerk move. Ops response, I've said this elsewhere, but I'm not dealing with something like this without being certain how I should do it. What if I'd bought a different one and she didn't like it? I agree I should have had my daughter try on the dress again sooner, but I don't think asking Debbie how I should fix this was a mistake. Commenter 6, you made certain that you got revenge by telling everyone what she said. It was okay for you to make a mistake with the dress, but it was not okay for her to make a mistake with a few bad words. Feel better about yourself? Ops response, revenge was never the point. I never said what I did was okay, I literally admitted it was both a mistake and entirely my fault, but that's not what I'm asking about here. Commenter 7, is Ops' daughter overweight? Ops response, I don't think it matters here, but I will say that my daughter is not overweight. The dress doesn't fit purely because she's growing up. Commenter 8, did she name call your kid to you in privately or in front of your daughter? She's still 100% the jerk unquestionably, but I'm an internet stranger concerned about your kid's mental health and want to make sure she is okay and didn't hear this cruel fat shaming. Ops response, in private. Otherwise, her dentist would be buying a new car. Update, 6 months later. Hey guys. I wasn't going to update, but a friend of mine brought the situation up a few days ago and I remembered posting here. After my post back in March, I didn't hear anything from Debbie for a while. I did speak to my friends a lot, and they told me that she did continue trying to get them on her side for a while. From what I gather, her story always matched mine. I forgot to make sure the dress fit. I apologized and asked how she preferred I fixed it. She insulted my kid, and as I remember discussing in the comments, whale of a daughter is a better translation. Everyone continued taking my side. Apparently, I wasn't the only one Debbie had problems with before the wedding. My case was just the worst one. There's no doubt that the dress fiasco was my fault. I had a lot going on at the time and several reasons why I forgot to make sure it fit sooner, but no excuse can change the fact that I messed up. But I still don't think giving Debbie options on how I could proceed was the wrong move. I've been a bride before, and I wouldn't want someone else to make a decision about my wedding without giving me the final say. And I can't ignore that her reaction was to insult my daughter. Debbie first texted me in June. She asked me to help her clear the air with everyone, because most of our mutuals hadn't spoken to her since April. I was tired of all this, so I told everyone that Debbie had already apologized to me. I made it very clear that while we're no longer friends, I sincerely don't care whether they remain in contact with her or not. She texted me once again early in July. She told me that a couple of our mutuals were talking to her again, but it wasn't the same as it used to be. She asked me whether I was still mad at her. I told her I'm not, and I wish her the best, but I don't think we can continue this friendship. I said I was sorry for the dress fiasco, and I understood that she was stressed at the time, but I'll never be able to look past what she did. It would have taken her less time to give me directions than it took to call my daughter a whale. I can forgive rudeness with time, but not insults, especially towards my children. We haven't spoken since. I haven't blocked her, but I have no intention of reaching out again, and I don't think she does either. Some of our mutuals are speaking to her again. Both my best friends from that group want nothing to do with her. I sincerely don't care what anyone does. I won't pretend this never happened, but I've moved on. Like I said, I'm not mad anymore. My daughter will be a flower girl at my cousin's wedding in December, and my family is doing very well. Life has been crazy for a while, but things are finally getting calmer. I won't post here again. Thank you for your time. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. What were the reasons floating around for the year-long delay on the wedding? Ops response. I heard she had problems with her in-laws at some point, but I also heard it had something to do with the venue. Early on, she also claimed that both she and her now husband were busy at work. I vaguely remember hearing at least 2 more reasons, but I don't remember them well and can't confirm anything. Commenter 2. Honestly love how adult you were over it all versus scorched earth. Can definitely forgive, never have to forget or be friends after being wronged. Ops response. Scorched earth tends to be more exhausting than it's worth, honestly, and I was already under a lot of stress at the time. I probably wouldn't even have told anyone what happened if I hadn't been questioned about it. Commenter 3. Honestly, I'm still blown away by the fact that you, a mother with a child that can outgrow their clothes in a few months, didn't think to check if the clothing still fit after a year. Like you thought the dress would magically stay the size that your daughter was for more than a year and didn't even think about checking it until a few days before the wedding. I just find it hard to believe that a part of this wasn't subconsciously purposeful. Ops response. I'm sorry, but how am I not owning up to that? I have acknowledged multiple times, on my original post, in this update and in comments, not to mention to my friends, that I messed up. She delayed her wedding by almost a year. Like I said in this post, I had a lot going on at the time. To name a few things that happened in the time it took for the wedding day to arrive, my father had a heart attack and my husband had issues at work. I also have 3 children and a job. I did not mention any of that because, like I said, these are still excuses, and none of them change the fact that I should have checked the dress. All of that being said, it was still an honest mistake. I didn't think the dress would magically stay the size that your daughter was for more than a year, I just forgot to check, which I know was my fault. And I did want to go to the wedding, even if I wasn't thinking about it all the time. Commenter 4. Good update. Glad your daughter still gets to be a flower girl for someone. Hopefully your ex-friend has done some serious reflecting on her behavior. All it takes is one thing said in a moment to ruin relationships forever. My husband said he wasn't happy, so I begged him to try harder. Then he love-bombed me during his boys' trip, calling constantly saying he missed me, but when he came back he still wanted to separate, and now everyone's telling me he was cheating the whole time. Posted by you/Fancy Parson of 3415. Don't really know the point of this post, no advice needed, just a space to say what happened before I start telling my children and family. About 3 weeks ago, my husband and I had a long talk where he said he wasn't happy in our relationship. He didn't give me a specific reason, just that he was not happy. I asked him to put more effort in and see how we both feel after a holiday he was taking with his friends. Well, during the holiday, he rang me all day every day, sent messages constantly, told me he loved me at the end of every conversation. It was so good having him be like that again. Today, after a few things happening that I wasn't happy about, I asked him how he was feeling, and he said he hasn't been happy for months, and that he wanted to separate. I asked him to do couples therapy, he said no. I asked if he was 100% sure this is what he wanted, he said yes. The conversation was a couple of hours long, but that's the gist of it. He says he loves me, but he's not happy when he comes home. I said, you realize that you're not happy with dinner on the table every night, a clean house, and a family that love you. I do 100% of the housework and pay half the bills. We've been together 17 years. This hurt so badly. How can he decide that he just doesn't want to be here anymore? We have 2 children. I asked him when he started feeling like this. He said it was before September. I had no clue at all. But you know what was happening at that time? My mother was dying of cancer. So I didn't pay as much attention to the relationship. I'm glad my mother didn't live to see this. She thought the world of him and she was so sure he'd never do this. I can't believe this is happening. I can't afford the house by myself, even with child support payments. I'll probably have to move in with my 70-year-old dad once my rent contract is up. He'll not be happy about me and 2 teenagers uprooting his life. But I know I can rely on him. I am so angry. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, yes, I put more effort in while he was on holiday. We spoke constantly and he said I love you in every conversation, as did I. When Mum passed, my mental health was all over the place. She was sick for a long time and it took me a while to get back to normal. But once I realized I had been like that, I tried to give him more attention. His parents were on a long holiday with us. They stayed for 4 months, which I think must have strained the relationship too. Although I loved them to bits and was happy to have them in my house. One night, I picked my husband up from work and brought him to an Airbnb for the night, just to spend time together. That's putting effort in, right? I was looking through my WhatsApp chat with him and we've exchanged I love you every day, several times a day for the past couple of weeks, including today. We've been intimate through all of this too. I was blindsided. Commenter 2, I can almost bet that he is cheating. And why are you paying half the bills and doing all the housework? Ops response, he's not cheating. Not his style. I asked him if he met someone else. He said no. I've never doubted his loyalty. I work less hours, usually 2 to 3 days a week. He works between 50 to 60 hours a week. It made sense for me to do the housework and cooking. Commenter 3, you should consider working full-time. Maybe you can afford rent with a job, alimony, and child support. Ops response, no alimony where I am. I will be looking at getting a better job. I work less hours in the winter, more in the summer, so my pay will go up a bit anyway. I hope I can make it work with child support. Commenter 4, he said he is unhappy and your response was to tell him to put more effort in. Okay. Do you hear how that sounds? Where do your efforts fit into this? How's your intimate life? I noticed you didn't mention anything about that. If you had to guess, what part of your marriage is making him unhappy? Ops response, I didn't mention our intimate life because it was fine. We had made love last Friday, and again on Sunday. But usually about twice a week for years. I worded it wrongly. I told him that we should both put more effort in. I also put more effort in. He hasn't been putting effort in this year at all. I asked him how can anyone possibly be happy in a relationship that they don't put any effort into. I asked him out to lunch on Monday. He said he has no money, but let's go for coffee later, which didn't happen. I asked him out for lunch on Tuesday and said I'd pay. Again he said no, and again said about going out for coffee, which again didn't happen. Commenter 5, he was love bombing you during that trip. That's guilt. Is it possible he wasn't with whom he was saying he was? I wouldn't be surprised. Ops response, he was with who he said he was. There was a group of 5 men. When we video chatted I saw them and said hi etc. Ducks are in a row anyway. We never mixed finances and when we last moved house, I took care of everything so it's all in my name. Only thing I'll need from him is money. We don't have anything to split or anything like that, no home ownership, we have our own cars anyway. Update, 4 months later. So many people commented saying that he was cheating, and he was. The full story came out a couple of months after the separation. He had been making love with someone from work. I just found out that he is living with her. A while ago he asked me to forgive him and he asked if he could come home. I said no, he hurt me way too much to be able to come home. So now they live together. I'm having some sort of feelings about this, but I'm actually much happier. My house is so peaceful. I love that I live with just my kids. The freedom is unreal. Without him I can do what I want. There's no one to tell me to wash clothes, cook dinner, or expect lovemaking. I'm 100% sure he treats his girlfriend better than how he treated me. I even got myself a boyfriend. It's early days, but he treats me unbelievably well. I'm so hopeful for the future. Thanks for reading. And to those who gave me advice and told me he was cheating. You were right. I'm glad he's gone. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. So is your divorce finalized yet? Assuming separation and divorce are not being interchangeably used by you here. Ops response. No divorce yet, we are just separated. I'll divorce him when we're able to do a no-fault one after a couple of years. If he doesn't divorce me first, that is. I'm not bothered, to be honest, it's not something I'm gonna stress about right now. Commenter 2. I'm so glad you were able to keep your own place. What helped you get financially free? Ops response. We had separate finances anyway, through my own choice, as he's terrible with money. I get some benefits as I'm now a single mother, along with my pay raise, I'm doing pretty well financially. Commenter 3. How are your children taking this? Ops response. Now that he's coming to see them and bringing them to his house, they are much better. It was them that told me about the girlfriend. I didn't give much of a reaction to the news, just asked if they met her, which they didn't. Commenter 4. They aren't upset with their father? Ops response. They don't know he cheated. As far as they're aware, she's just a new girlfriend. I won't be telling them he cheated, although the truth always comes out eventually, and when they're older I'm sure they'll figure it out and I'll tell them the full story. Commenter 5. Did he seriously want to come home while still making love with her, or was he hoping for reconciliation? Ops response. I have no idea, he said he missed me and regretted everything. He only told me that he had made love with her several times, but that he wanted his family back. To be honest, I think he just wanted back to his easy life. It never would have worked. Commenter 6. Does his girlfriend know he was cheating on you with her? Ops response. She knows. Commenter 7. What did his family and your family say about his cheating and moving in with her? Ops response. His family were disgusted with the cheating. Like myself, they couldn't believe it. I'm really close to his mom, but we avoid talking about him, so I don't know what they think. It was my kids that told me he was living with her. My family will never forgive him. Commenter 8. Curious, how the ex reacted when he found out Op has moved on and is dating another man. Op's response. When he asked to come home, I said no. How dare you try to upset my peace like this, and mention I'd been on a few dates. He said I didn't expect you to move on so fast, but I don't judge you. My dad sends money from overseas for my college tuition, but my mom has been secretly gambling it away and using my enrollment fees to pay her debts, so when I was about to lose my spot I finally told Dad the truth, and now she's threatening that they'll separate. Posted by you/Min. Loves. The. Scenery. Hi, this is my first post, sorry if it's a bit messy. I, 20F, have always supported my mom, 43F, even financially, and I usually try to understand her side. My dad, 44M, works overseas and sends money twice a month for groceries, bills, and school. He usually sends it to my mom, who then distributes it. Earlier this month, my dad came home after working abroad for 6 months. He had all our expenses mapped out, including my tuition since I'm an incoming second-year aeronautical engineering student, which is really expensive where I live. He gave my mom around $1,000 for my enrollment fee, and that is like 60% of the whole tuition fee. What my dad didn't know was that I still had a $350 balance from my previous semester. My mom used part of the $1,000 for that balance, and I agreed not to tell my dad because I trusted she'd figure out a way to cover the rest. Fast forward to last week, I finished my documents, reserved my enrollment, and was waiting for the tuition payment. That's when I found out my mom had already used the remaining money for reasons she won't explain. She's been trying to recoup it, but nothing has come through. Prior to that, she told me she'll never touch my enrollment money since it'll be hard to recover. Today is the last day of late enrollment. If my tuition isn't paid by 6 p.m., I lose my slot. I've already missed 2 weeks of classes, including major and lab subjects, and I completely broke down. I told my mom I'm tired of always having to compromise because she borrows or misuses money. I told her if this continues, I'll have no choice but to tell my dad everything, not just about my tuition, but also about her gambling and borrowing habits I've helped cover up for years. The problem is, if I tell him, my parents will have a huge fight and he'll never trust her with money again. But I'm exhausted, and now my education is on the line. Am I the jerk if I finally tell my dad the truth? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. First of all, I'm sorry you're in this situation. Honestly, I know it's difficult supporting someone when you know you shouldn't. I've been here. I don't think your mom will pay until the deadline. And even if she will, what about next semester? Or something else important? You're NTA for telling your dad, but you're one for not telling him sooner. If he finds out you covered for your mom, he might be mad at you too, rightly so. Be completely honest to him and prepare for a changed relationship with both parents. Op's response. Not gonna lie, she already did this too last year, even using the money I earned from doing art commissions to pay her debts. The only time I managed to use that money for myself was when I bought a gaming keyboard. I didn't really tell him at first since before she managed to recover it. It's just now that I can't really tolerate it now because I benefited from it before, though I know my faults. Commenter 2, that doesn't surprise me at all. Mind explaining how you benefited? I don't get that part, but maybe it's just my tired brain lol. Ops response, I'm actually not sure if this is called benefiting, but her borrowed money makes me buy stuff, which I actually need, but still borrowed money she can't pay on time nonetheless. Commenter 3, wouldn't call that benefiting. If she was responsible with the money, she would buy it without problems. She spends the family's money on gambling and God knows what. Ops response, before COVID though it wasn't like this. It was only after COVID that money problems started happening. She borrowed money from online lending apps who have a huge interest in harassment, since she had COVID and things went down from there. Commenter 4, sorry that happened to her. I can only guess here, but maybe spending money is a coping mechanism after all the stress that happened. If your dad's income would be enough to support the family, of course. Ops response, the income was more than what our family needed, with a few excess for personal spending or such. But the reason why it doesn't seem so enough is because she's been using our budgets to pay the money she borrowed. And hence why I'm having this problem now. Commenter 5, tell your dad. It sounds like she may have a gambling addiction. Either way, it's financial abuse in my opinion. Your dad has a right to know what's happening with their money and to not be lied to. Ops response, I actually considered telling him multiple times, but I'm just afraid of what the consequences will be, as the last time this happened, they had a huge fight and Dad wanted an itemized list of expenses. It was only recently he went lax and this is what happens. I actually gave her until 5 p.m. to settle it. Though I don't know if she'll be able to. I just want to cry thinking about it. Commenter 6, NTA. Talk to your college to see if they have any aid or emergency fees. Ops response, they don't accept promissory notes and I've actually reserved the enrollment last week. We're given a week to settle that and the spot will be given to others. Commenter 7, definitely NTA. Your father deserves to know the truth. Your mother definitely needs to be held accountable for her actions. If it means he'll never trust her with money ever again, then so be it. If your mother complains, tell her actions have consequences. Ops response, it's kinda hard to say that to mom since I'll be labeled as an ungrateful child. I live in a very religious Asian country. I don't want my family to be broken, but at the same time I can't tolerate this anymore. Mini update in comments, my mom threatened me by saying if I tell my dad, there would be a huge fight and they might separate. And that dad won't want to see mom again. Update 1 day later. Dad was doing his medical earlier and contract signing, hence why I wasn't able to tell him, didn't want to talk about it on the phone. The moment he got home, I immediately told him about the situation, and while he was not mad at me, I could sense his disappointment, which I understand. I explained the whole situation and after that, he went to confront my mom via call, since we're in the city and my mom is at our hometown. After a bit of grilling, mom eventually confessed that aside from using the money to pay back the money she owed other people, she did use some for gambling in hopes of having a higher return, which unfortunately did not happen. They had a talk about it. I could sense that dad was holding back, and dad is now requesting a list of all the people she owed and how much, though she has yet to reply. Dad also managed to find a way to get the funds for my enrollment. Fortunately, it didn't become a reason for them to separate, though he has told me that he'd be sending the money directly to us, my siblings and I, from now on, especially our allowances. I have no idea regarding the bills and groceries. Anyway, thank you all so much for your insights, as it helped me make the right choice, which I did, and hopefully it helps mom to overcome her gambling and tendency to borrow from other people. I'd be reporting to school tomorrow and appeal if they could still slip me in an available slot, and we'll update. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, by any chance, are you Filipino? I know some people like your mom who ends up in huge debt from gambling, and borrowing money for gambling, to the point they'll lie about what they need the money for when borrowing. They won't stop, they'll manipulate, and they won't care about the consequences, even if it affects their loved ones. It's good your dad will now be sending the funds to you and your siblings, but just make sure the money is sent/kept safely in your own bank that your mom has no access to, and to only give her what she needs. It sucks that the responsibility to pay bills, buy groceries, and everything else will now fall on you guys, while juggling school, but I hope this will help keep your mom from borrowing. If she ever tries to again, learn to say no. And if possible, try to have her blacklisted from lending apps, though I know this is difficult. She might end up making you or your siblings co-borrowers without knowing. Ops response, actually, yeah, I am Filipino. Regarding the other responsibilities, I have no worries since I can handle it. I'm used to paying my own bills since I started earning from digital art. It's only recently that I can't since I have no commissions. Additionally, Dad told me to tell him if Mom ever asks for money so he can monitor her, so yeah. Regarding the lending apps, kinda difficult since harassment and all, and they'll contact everyone in her contacts. I'm one of those, unfortunately. Commenter 2, How old are you, Op? It's not your responsibility to prevent fights between your parents. Your responsibility is to study, work hard, and make sure the money your dad is paying for your education is being maximized by you for that purpose. If they fight, it'll be because of your mom. Not you. Op's response: I'm 20 and the eldest of 3 siblings. My sister is in grade 9 and my younger brother is in elementary. Update 2, 4 days later. I'd like to thank everyone for their responses as it helped me see that my mom's behavior should have never been allowed to continue. I fully accept the criticisms about me and I know my wrongdoings. Second, I told my dad about the situation, and while he was mad at first for me not telling him earlier, well, not the angry type but disappointed type, he managed to find a way to secure the funds for my tuition fee. I also managed to get enrolled just this Saturday, though I missed 2 weeks' worth of lessons as well as an assessment. I spent the following days sending emails to my professors so I could catch up. Dad had a bit of talk with Mom through a video call since Mom is currently in our hometown while my dad and I are in the city. I study in the city while my dad was here for his documents and medical. He pressed on questioning her until it was revealed that she gambled the money in hopes of getting a high return to pay the money she owes to various people, as well as return the money that was supposed for my education. Now, some of you might be wondering why my dad would finance my college. I'm actually from the Philippines, so culture here is a bit different, as there would be parents who would work so they can send their kids to college, and my dad happens to be one of those. Anyway, I also told Dad about the money she owed to my friends as well, and he found himself questioning why Mom would borrow money when he would send most of his salary to us, which is admittedly more than enough if there had been no loans to pay. Since then, however, my younger sister told me that Mom seemed down. Like she has no fight left in her and gave up completely. She was unusually quiet too. I have no idea what else is happening since she hasn't talked to me or Dad ever since. I did send a message to my mom explaining why I did what I did, and I do ask about her to my siblings since she had deactivated her account. Hopefully, when she comes here to the city to switch with my dad, who will then look after my siblings before he has to work again, we can at least bring back some of that bond we had before the entire fiasco happened. Once again, thank you all so much for the kind and warm reception toward my dilemma, and I hope that none of you will go through what I experienced. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you are definitely NTA. Your parents are though. He knew she had money issues and expected her to change without help? Really? Commenter 2, did Op say the mom never had help? Mom is the only jerk here based on the info we have. Op's response, Dad actually has reminded Mom multiple times to stop gambling as no one ever really wins. It was only really after the pandemic that she started gambling more and more. She didn't even gamble except for when it's with my aunts, and that was in good fun and nothing serious. Commenter 3, she has a gambling addiction, it would take a lot more than a reminder.